Chapter 31:10. Sister. The Marvel sorrowfully called out, but Creek King inside the carriage remained unmoved. It was as clear as day that Creek King wouldn't interfere right now. The Marvel could only rely on herself. She finally realized that Creek King wouldn't help her this time even if she cried her throat out. She wiped away her tears and quietly stood up, no longer begging for help because it was useless. The only thing she could do right now was face death. A somber atmosphere took over the crowd. A few pitied her. This prestigious and proud beauty had fallen to this level. Of course, some believed that she deserved it for courting death. Having a progenitor for a brother-in-law isn't enough. One youth sentimentally reflected. A senior immediately glared at him and said, "Deal with your own mess instead of relying on your seniors, don't get your sect involved." The scared youth naturally shut his mouth afterward. All seniors would follow this mindset. Provoking someone like Fiercest was akin to dragging their entire sects down the mud. Who would want to implicate everything over a junior's personal feud and vendetta? To do something so foolish would turn any senior into a sinner. They wouldn't be able to meet their ancestors with pride. The Marvel had wiped away her tears and tidied her clothes. A while ago, she looked like a dog that had lost its master, looking as sorry as can be. Her glory and svelte as a genius of Purification Creek were nowhere to be found. Now, she had accepted her fate and decided to die a more dignified death after listening to her clan sister. She didn't want to shame her sect any longer. She was Flying Sword Marvel, a proud beauty, who must go out with a bang. Dying a humiliating dog death was unacceptable. She didn't ask for mercy since it was useless. If death was inevitable, then why not go in a way to not have any regrets? Xueqi stood there calmly, waiting for her to do her things. The crowd did the same, understanding why the girl became more unyielding instead of sobbing like before. "How do you want to die?" Xueqi asked after she was done. "I won't forgive you even as a ghost." She stared straight at him. The fear earlier was gone, replaced by acceptance. "Unfortunately, it won't be your turn. If people become ghosts after death, then those who want to kill me will take up all of immortal lineage. You'll be in the back of the line." Xueqi chuckled. "Die." The Marvel attacked right away. Her form turned into a resplendent sword with surging energy. Clank! It split into countless divine swords, all attacking him. They slashed apart the myriad laws. Space crumbled as a result. The power of this strike was impressive indeed. She had reverted back to being the talented genius. Her sword Dao was worthy of pride. The impressive attack certainly moved the crowd. It reminded them that she was far stronger than most. Very few peers could rival her. Alas, her mighty sword Dao couldn't revert the tides. Boom! Xueqi released a palm strike that destroyed all the incoming swords, turning them into little pieces. Flying Sword Marvel faced the full brunt of the attack and withered before exploding into bloody mist. The crowd didn't say anything. This was the expected outcome since Xueqi was at the progenitorial level. A battle between a firefly and the sun. Their feud dispersed with her death. Creek King was quite wise for not getting involved. Perhaps Luminous Master could contend against Fiercest. However, doing so would drag Purification Creek and Immortal Bronze Mountain into this mess. The fires of war might spread across all of immortal lineage too. The death of Flying Sword Marvel spared everyone from this. Thus, no one would criticize her choice of not helping. Someone in her position must be mindful of the overarching scenario. Plus, Flying Sword Marvel brought this upon herself. It wasn't an unfair death. Only a wise woman like Creek King is a good match for a progenitor. A big shot quietly praised. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Luminous Master didn't marry her for her beauty and power. Her wisdom was the bigger draw, perhaps. Xueqi patted his hands after killing the Marvel as if he had just killed an ant. "I fully apologize for what transpired here. It was my fault for not being able to educate her better." Creek King eventually broke the silence. Her voice seemed sincere with no hint of anger. This earned her some points from the crowd. She didn't try to avoid responsibility in the slightest. "It's no big deal. I won't bother taking it out on your Purification Creek." Xueqi smiled and turned his sight towards the continent. This naturally relieved the crowd. A battle between progenitors probably wouldn't happen then. "Thank you, young noble Li." She thanked him in good faith. "Don't be so fast to thank me. Do so after you save everyone here." Xueqi said. What do you mean, young noble? She didn't expect this response. The crowd felt the same way. The conversation went as if the feud between them was gone after the Marvel's death. Because I've taken a liking to this land. That's why all of you here need to scram. Li Qie nonchalantly declared to the astonishment of the crowd. Chapter 31:11. Creek King, the army of immortal bronze, and luminous masters Tao protector Zhelong were present. Li Qie still told all of them to scram. This was the same as telling luminous master to scram as well. Who else in immortal lineage would dare to do so right now? No one with the exception of Fiercest. At first, many thought that they have misheard, but this was certainly not the case. Those around him had the same shocked reaction. This is too much, right? One person regained his wits and said. Creek King wasn't at the progenitorial level, but a far Tao everlasting like Zhelong shouldn't be weaker than Luminous Master or Orchid Sage. In the crowd's opinion, someone like Zhelong should be in the top 5 in immortal lineage, perhaps the top 3. Thus, most considered Li Qie to be overly arrogant and domineering right now. After all, he was showing zero respect to 2 of his peers in public. Fiercest doesn't understand modesty. A few experts became dissatisfied. Modesty? The guy has zero ideas about politeness. A big shot shook his head. Have you ever seen him treat anyone as anything but ants? Emperors, everlacings, now a Fadao too. I've seen plenty of egotistical people that consider everyone else beneath them, just not to the level of Fiercest. A sect master let out a forced smile. Of course, no one would dare to loudly criticize him since he was too strong. This level of rampant arrogance was tolerable. Luminous Master and Zhelong should be unbeatable together. They can take down all of 3 immortals. Does Fiercest really think he can fight them alone? An ancestor analyzed. Creek King is too nice. I would have been furious. Another said with indignation. Meanwhile, Creek King was pondering in her carriage. It took her a while before answering. Young noble Li, the profundity here is virtually boundless. Why not share it? Creek King clearly gave a concession, wanting to share the continent with Li Qie. Some found this surprising, but the ancestors understood the reason why. A progenitorial battle was too unsafe. She didn't want to underestimate him due to the potential risks. Share? Why should I when I have the bigger fist? Li Qie smiled in response. Everyone felt as if he had just punched them despite the casualness of the remark. It was barbaric and overbearing, but sure enough, this was an unchanging creed in the world of cultivation. Might makes right. Reason stands with whoever has the bigger fist. Wasn't this the same case for Creek King's group earlier? They took over the continent and chased off everyone else. Li Qie simply did the same again. Of course, he was far more blatant while they tried to be relatively polite. There's no trying to understand Fiercest. One everlasting shook his head. No one refuted the truth behind his comment, but in history, those in charge would never directly state this. He could have refined his statement and added some fake righteousness to it like other people. However, he chose to be blunt. If another had said the same line to Creek King, the crowd would laugh at him for overestimating himself. As for Fiercest, a few thought that he was being too overbearing, but none dared to laugh. He really had the power to fight Luminous Master or anyone else for that matter. Young noble Li, this place has special significance to my husband and immortal bronze cauldron. If you are willing to work with us, anything is negotiable. She eventually said, trying to negotiate in good faith. There's nothing to negotiate. Li Qie shook his head, clearly not interested. Young noble Li, we don't want much, only one thing in there, that's all. We're also willing to trade anything for it. She didn't give up. The crowd thought that she was being very generous to state these unfavorable conditions. Remember, they were here first. You can't give me what I want. Li Qie refused with haste. She fell into silence. Fiercest is pushing them too far. One spectator said. I don't see you standing up for anyone else when Immortal Bronze Cauldron chased them away from the continent. An older expert gave the guy the side eye. This spectator turned red and couldn't muster up a response. The young ones didn't like Li Qie's aggressive style, but the older ancestors thought that this was karma. They kept these conversations as quiet and private as possible. No one really wanted to invite the wrath from either side. Young noble Li, we have no choice but to resort to tough measures, Creek King said. Wanting to negotiate and making concessions didn't mean that she was afraid of him. Nothing's tough about this. You're thinking too highly of yourself. This will be nothing more than throwing an egg at a rock. Though I have a good impression of you, I will still kill you if you continue to stand in my way. Li Qie chuckled and said. The negotiations seemed to be failing, so the crowd braced themselves for a potential storm. Fellow Taoist, your demand is imperious to say the least. An old voice finally came from the depth of the continent. It was as if it came from the firmaments above. Though people couldn't see the person, they still couldn't help feeling reverence towards the guy. Zhelong. They all knew who it was. A Fardao everlasting was worthy of respect regardless of the era. The true gods, in particular, respected him even more. His power was definitely unquestionable, so all eyes were on Li Qie. Could a fight break out between these two first before Luminous Master gets here? Chapter 31:12. If you don't like what I'm doing, come and seek death. I don't mind another massacre. Li Qie smiled at Zhelong. The air suddenly became tense after this statement. People exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Fiercest always conducted himself in a straightforward and aggressive manner, as if he didn't have a single bone of tactfulness and cordiality in him. Can't Fiercest be a little more likable? Being polite allows for more options. Now, everyone feels as if they're forced to save face and have to do this the hard way. An expert said. Everyone has skin and face, especially the top masters who especially cared about the latter. In fact, some wouldn't mind dying just to save some face. Thus, what Li Qie had essentially done was rendering it impossible for the other side to back off and breaking all pretense of civility. For example, both true Emperor Bachi and Creek King spoke with grace and propriety after carefully choosing their words. On the other hand, Li Qie was overly blunt, to say the least, easily offending others. This fella, did he come from the wild with no sect to teach him? One sect master smiled wryly. Idiot. An ancestor disagreed. It's because he doesn't bother with trite formality. Do you ever show respect to an ant? But he's talking to Zhelong and facing Luminous Master. Another expert said. Well, Fiercest has never given a damn about anyone since his debut. Not a single person. The ancestor stared at Li Qie with a profound gaze. The crowd thought about it, and this was indeed the case. He has always been domineering and haughty ever since his first appearance. The succeeding waves will overwhelm the first. Zhelong said sentimentally. Our bones are old now, no longer as fierce as before. He paused for a bit and continued. However, I'm still ready for a fight if you insist on provoking us, fellow Taoist. The politeness remained, but one could see a hint of aggressiveness. It felt as if one could see Zhelong in his prime once more. A fight it is then. Li Qie smiled. This had confirmed a battle for the crowd. They didn't expect for Li Qie to fight Zhelong first before Luminous Master. As a Fardao everlasting, Zhelong might actually be stronger than Luminous Master. This place is special to me, Zhelong said. Thus we won't hesitate from using any means necessary in this battle. Please excuse us, fellow Taoist. Nothing's wrong with that. If I were to lose, it means that I'm not skillful enough. Go ahead and use everything in your arsenal before it's too late. Li Qie didn't mind at all. I see. I haven't seen this level of confidence in a long time. Good. Zhelong laughed in response. His laughter made the stars above tremble. The sun and moon became afraid and dimmed down. Everyone else turned pale as a result. Everyone could tell the fury contained in this laughter and sympathized with Zhelong. As such an important character, the world always treated him with respect. But now, Li Qie didn't think much of him. In fact, Zhelong was doing a great job at keeping calm. I will also overestimate myself and join in. Please excuse me, young noble Li. Creek King spoke. That's fine. I already said that I would sweep through this place if you all don't leave. I don't mind how many of you come together. Li Qie smiled. Thank you, young noble. Creek King remained polite to her opponent. Zhelong didn't say anything either, clearly giving tacit approval. Many took a deep breath. This meant that Zhelong, Creek King, and the rest of Immortal Bronze Mountain had no plan of fighting Li Qie in a one-on-one situation. At the progenitorial level, they normally enjoyed fighting on an even footing instead of getting help. Plus, weaker cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything. They would only be in the way at best. That's why it was surprising for Zhelong to accept help from Creek King. She was definitely strong, but that's relative to the other experts in the world. She certainly wasn't at the progenitorial level like Zhelong. Even if she went all out, she wouldn't be able to help Zhelong at all. The two of you sound quite confident right now. I'm sure an intelligent woman like you will not do something foolish. Li Qiye became amused. Your vision is far superior compared to us. I only have a little technique, nothing that impressive. She said. It was difficult to dislike Creek King. Just listening to her talk was an enjoyable matter. My progenitor was trapped in a forbidden ground and eventually comprehended something new with the help of Jiao Hang. This Tao is different from his original, so he didn't cultivate it. Same with his descendants. I, on the other hand, have tried to learn it despite being so incapable. This was the first time anyone had heard of this particular story. The common tale told that Jiao Hang sold White Ash progenitor to a devil. This didn't seem to match her story. Or did Jiao Hang help the progenitor after selling him off? Or maybe it was part of their ruse to trick this so-called devil. The intricacies of this story remained a mystery to everyone. However, it was certainly more complex than it seemed. So I'll be used as a touchstone. Li Qiye smiled. Of course not. I'm simply overestimating myself. She said humbly. Very well. Li Qiye didn't mind at all. I want to see what Jiao Hang and your progenitor have created. After all, he is the heaven's favorite, far above all other geniuses in the world. The crowd didn't expect to hear such praises from Li Qiye. He seemed to hold Jiao Hang in high esteem. Jiao Hang has been gone for a long time now, but Fiercest still liked the guy so much? This felt quite strange to the listeners. Isn't Jiao Hang that one dishonest merchant? One of them didn't agree with Li Qiye's assessment. The merchant that created the monstrous arrogance enterprise had a bad reputation. Back during his era, many Dao systems suffered from his ploys. That's why everyone in the contemporary world didn't hold a good opinion of him and found Li Qiye's praise confusing. I'll be starting. Creek King interrupted their train of thoughts. This made everyone watch with full attention, waiting to see her ultimate move. Her strength was at the level where someone like Metalkin War God would think twice before provoking her. It had nothing to do with her being Luminous Master's wife. Chapter 31:13. I'm starting. Zhelong's ancient voice pierced through the myriad realms as the first to initiate the battle. Just his voice alone was enough to deter anyone. They knew that he was serious and treated Li Qiye as a mighty foe. Poof! A heat wave emerged along with a three-legged golden crow before anyone could react. It looked magnificent, seemingly cast from gold from top to bottom. It was resplendent just like the sun itself. Its flashing legs could crush the ground with one stomp. Poof! It spread its wings and added more flames to the sky. Zzz. The forests on the continent immediately turned to ashes. The water in the rivers evaporated. This is Zhelong's avatar. I believe he has 7 before showing his true form. One ancestor became startled. His avatars have threatened the ages because they consisted of the strongest divine beasts. Thus, he normally didn't need to do anything. Just his avatars were enough to take down the mightiest foes. He didn't start with his true form because he wished to gauge Li Qiye's true strength. He chose to be cautious because one mistake could end with death against someone so strong. Screech! The bird opened its mouth and spewed out endless sunfire towards Li Qiye. This refined sunfire was immensely terrifying. Smoke started appearing everywhere since the ground was melting. However, Li Qiye had a faint glow around him, rendering him invulnerable to the fire. He stood there nonchalantly and the waves of flame couldn't break his light, let alone touch him. Boom! The bird became furious. Its light erupted to the point where no one could open their eyes, not even with their heavenly gaze. Its wings became massive enough to blot out the 9 firmaments. Numerous suns began to float behind the bird, a total of 10. Zzz. The continent started burning and drying up even before the sun sent down their flames. All the trees couldn't survive. Boom! The gathering of the fire finally erupted. Flames poured down and drowned out this area. No existences were lucky enough to survive if caught. The spectators shuddered at this sight since just one drop of flame would be enough to kill them. The ground finally melted in full, turning into gushing lava. The place became hellish as a result. Such a monstrous flame. Numerous big shots became afraid. Li Qiye reacted by opening his mouth and actually devouring the incoming fiery tsunami. The crow was obviously infuriated by Li Qiye's attempt. It sent out more and more, doubting his ability to absorb so much refined sun fire. Rumble. Unfortunately, his mouth seemed to be a bottomless abyss. This didn't seem to be enough to fill him up. This is possible? Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. This sunfire could incinerate the firmament, yet Li Qiye treated it as a delicacy. The two sides went at it for a long while, the crow exuding boundless flame while Li Qiye didn't waste a single spark. If this continues, it would have released enough fire to drown all of immortal lineage. A spectator eventually said. The golden crow found it hard to keep this going, running out of refined sun fire. My turn. Li Qiye took note of this and said. His mouth became blinding as if 1,000 suns were about to come out. Boom! He shot out a solar pulse. All other lights felt like darkness in comparison. The only light left in the world right now was this pulsing ray. The crow immediately shifted its wings to the front in order to stop the pulse while erecting a barrier of fire as well. Boom! These two defensive lines were useless before the pulse. It instantly penetrated the defense and the bird's body. Oh! The massive bird instantly turned to ashes from the heat, scattering to the wind. The pulse coming from Li Qiye's mouth slowly disintegrated after a successful takedown. The crowd couldn't believe it and fell into a stupor. They knew that a three-legged golden crow was a sun god. Its refined sun fire was beyond imagination. This divine beast had reached the limit of the fire Tao, but now, it was destroyed by its own flame. This was akin to a fire god dying to fire. Utterly unbelievable. Alas, they all saw it with their own eyes. Li Qiye took down the bird by just opening his mouth. Nothing more. A few everlastings became afraid. They wouldn't be able to stop that crow avatar just now. That thing was enough to destroy their systems. This only made Li Qiye look even more frightening. Incredible, the future generation will surpass us. There's no need to worry about being defeated with a grand Tao like that. Zhelong himself sighed and said, You're getting old. Li Qiye smiled. Indeed, but I'm not afraid just yet. Let's go again. Zhelong laughed in response. Chapter 31:14. Meanwhile, Creek King remained inactive as if she didn't see the fight at all. Perhaps she was biding her time until the best possible opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This wouldn't be considered an ambush either because she had already expressed her intention prior instead of attacking from the shadows. At the same time, Li Qiye seemed to be in no hurry to attack her. Sooner or later, the result would still be the same in his eyes. The crowd was still shaken to see him destroying the three-legged golden crow so easily. His power continued to surpass expectations. Of course, Zhelong wasn't going all out either since he didn't resort to his true form. Nonetheless, something told them that Zhelong was a heavy underdog. This intuition was hard to believe because Zhelong was a famous Far Dao everlasting. On the other hand, Li Qiye was a late newcomer. He shouldn't have an advantage in any category. Fellow Daoist, for this next round, any wound will potentially become fatal. Be careful now. Zhelong spoke, wielding the proper manner of a dignified senior. I'm eagerly waiting. Li Qiye smiled. Boom! Another divine beast arrived and made the ground tremble, seemingly unable to withstand its weight. This was a qilin standing not far away from Li Qiye. It emitted a sparkling radiance, seemingly made from a perfectly polished crystal. Its radiance looked like particles flying around the sky, seemingly a manifestation of time. Strange, looks like the flow of time. One ancestor murmured while looking at the crystal qilin. Everyone else took a closer look and came to the same conclusion. They found that the light and the particles were flowing towards one particular direction. This might be the flow of time turning into various streams and strands inside the qilin's body. When it took one step forward, the ground immediately suffered extreme weathering akin to the passing of millions of years. Yes, this is the temporal affinity. The ancestor shuddered. In the next moment, the qilin moved its other foot forward and touched the ground. The seeds buried deep below suddenly bloomed with an unbelievable speed. A lush lotus grew and raised the qilin into the air. It should have required thousands of years to bloom to this level. One death, one life? Many experts exchanged glances. Each foot of the qilin seemed to represent two completely different powers, life and death. No, it's still just one. An everlasting disagreed and revealed. It's the power of time from this avatar of Zhelong named Crystal Qilin. It's not the best but definitely among the top 3. Many shuddered and held their breath after hearing this, eagerly awaiting the power of this top avatar from Zhelong. The crystal Qilin slowly walked towards Li Qie, creating a duality of life and death in its wake. Flowers and foliage blossomed in one go then withered the next second. Quite a magical scene. It's beautiful beyond words. This is time. Li Qie praised while looking at the Qilin. Yes, nothing else is more beautiful than time or makes people long for it more. Zhelong sentimentally said. The young ones didn't think about time as much. Only the existences that have lived for years like Zhelong understood the preciousness of time. This is not time control yet, but you are not letting down the title of Far Dao to be able to understand its profundity to this level. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Fellow Daoist, you're too kind. I'm actually embarrassed that this is all I have learned after 5 full generations. My foolish aptitude can't compare to the great sages. Zhelong humbly revealed. The crowd couldn't believe it. The mighty Zhelong took 5 generations but only learned a bit about the temporal affinity? Just how difficult was it then? Of course, most believed that he was only being humble with his words. How could a Far Dao be foolish in any way? Let me see your temporal power then. Li Qie seemed interested for once. Be careful, fellow Daoist. Zhelong spoke seriously because a wound caused by temporal power would be difficult to reverse. This particular exchange was very important to Zhelong. If his Qilin couldn't injure Li Qie, he would need to increase his assessment of the guy's power even further. Meanwhile, the crowd could see that Li Qie appreciated the Qilin while Zhelong respected having such a powerful foe. The Qilin moved forward, looking quite beautiful. In terms of appearance, people felt as if it wouldn't be that much offensive potential. It looked cute more than anything. Plus, it was walking towards Li Qie like a docile pet, devoid of any aggression. Nonetheless, the crowd took it very seriously, especially the mighty Everlastings. The latter had a good understanding of the temporal affinity's potential. This was one of the most terrible forces in existence, extremely hard to defend against. The Qilin didn't attack after arriving. It simply circled around him like a cute beast wanting to make him its master. Appearance can be deceiving. The Qilin was actually leaving behind temporal strands with the rotations. Most importantly, space ceased to exist in the vicinity. This meant that no longer where one tried to run off to, they wouldn't be able to escape their own timeline, forever trapped by the Qilin. Thus, the only thing around Li Qie right now was the fabrics of time. The fabrics of space were no longer present. More and more temporal strands were being piled up in this unique dimension. Nothing's happening to him. A few disciples murmured. Idiot, this is because Li Qie is too strong. Any of you kids would have been turned to ashes after one rotation. Look at the spatial fabrics. A senior immediately scolded them. These disciples took a closer look and sure enough, chaos began to fill the area due to the spatial damage. The Qilin wasn't disrupting space but simply withering it. The area experienced millions of years and became aged. Space started flowing away. Time can wither down anything. One expert trembled after seeing the spatial degradation. The temporal affinity. Perhaps this force was strong enough to make even the high heaven older. Chapter 31:15. Who. As the Qilin moved faster, so did the temporal flow. Everything around Li Qie became bright. More temporal affinities piled around him and he started to change. His robe began to disintegrate, seemingly from the passage of time. Wrinkles appeared on his face, the regular aging process of a mortal. His body became older as well. His hair grew white. He should be around 70 to 80-year-old now in mortal age. The crowd took a deep breath. They all knew that Li Qie had the power of a progenitor. Most importantly, he was extremely young and full of vitality. His lifespan should be evaluated at around several 100,000 years. His vitality as vast as an ocean. It wasn't easy for someone like him to grow old. Moreover, due to his cultivation level, his physical constitution was insane. Not even a progenitorial weapon might be able to hurt him. Thus, this aging phenomenon meant that he was losing considerable vitality, the same with his lifespan. So this is the power of time. One everlasting shuddered. If old men like them were in his shoes, they would be nothing more than bones right now. First, they weren't as strong as Li Qie. Second, they didn't have the same vitality stemming from youthfulness. This was an invisible way to kill, no need for techniques and merit laws. A Far Dao can do something like this. The Everlastings realized the gap between them and the Far Dao realm. Just Zhalong's avatar alone could easily annihilate them. A little worth seeing indeed. Time is one of my favorite domains. The old Lichia smiled, seemingly in no hurry. Buzz. He posed with both hands behind his back before activating something. A light instantly engulfed him while issuing loud rumbles. A sea of blood was churning deep inside his body and releasing vitality strands, adding vitality to every inch of him. People could feel this life force, akin to standing in a primal forest filled with life. He had enough vitality to support the life forms on 3,000 worlds at this moment. Buzz. He turned young again, hair becoming black and skin becoming smooth once more. He used a mighty life force to overcome the withering of time just now. That's a progenitor for you, anyone else would be dead. All were impressed with this show. Injuries caused by time were extremely hard to reverse. Only a progenitor like Lichia could do so. Meanwhile, the Qilin has been rotating the entire time. It became a maelstrom made of crystal, fully trapping him. ZZZ. The influx of temporal power was weakening and aging Lichia's radiance. Nonetheless, the latter remained effective as a shield. In the next second, the time strands accumulated around him started surging like a river. Remember, the Qilin has done numerous circles around him, resulting in a timeline spanning for millions of years. It finally let this timeline go free. The result was obviously terrifying. This meant that someone with the longest lifespan and most majestic vitality still wouldn't be able to handle the millions of years passing by. Pop! The radiance around him instantly crumbled and time assaulted him, causing his back to bend. He reverted back to the appearance of an old mortal. Damn! Numerous masters felt their legs trembling. Being bathed by that timeline would instantly turn them to dust. Their Dao systems would separate and eventually collapse. Not a single soul could survive for this long. Even the mountains and oceans would change. Rumble! However, boundless life continued to rush out from deep inside him. His vitality billowed like an ocean of blood and changed him back to his young self. It became a competition between two affinities, life and time. The spectators gasped while imagining the power necessary to gestate so much life force. This rendered Lichia virtually unkillable. He could stand still and let them assault him non-stop. A million slashes probably weren't enough to take him down. He seemed like the legendary laurel tree, eternal and impossible to take down. One could try for 10,000 years and still fail to chop it down. It would just grow back again. Suddenly, a flute could be heard from inside Creek King's carriage. She finally decided to join the battle. Woo dash, the first sound made numerous spectators in the distance fall down, deep asleep. The fallen ones included a few Everlastings. Leave. The powerful Everlastings instantly retreated with insane speed back to Sky Pass after this first note. It didn't take long before virtually all spectators were unconscious on the ground. Some Everlastings and Emperors couldn't handle it. Those who were far enough away or fast enough to escape felt a chill coursing down their spine after seeing this. Chapter 31:16. The flute rendered all opposition meaningless, causing them to sleep on the ground. Fully covering one's ears was useless. Even a deaf person was no exception. The sound of this flute wasn't actually an audible one. It aimed directly at the brain and soul. Thus, even a deaf person could hear it and be affected. Upon hearing this sound in their mind, their heart would soften as if something was rekindling their most beautiful memory. They could have a heart as cold as stone surrounded by numerous layers of emotionlessness. They could have buried all of their memories, never letting them see the sun again. However, the flute sound bypassed all of this. A heinous devil and brutal butcher would still have a special memory or a moment of weakness. Such memories were precious and worthy of remembrance. It could be their life's greatest or most beautiful moment, rendering them unable to let go of this comforting and warm feeling. They would rather be forever lost in this moment instead of waking up. The flute allowed them to live in this moment, the apex of their life. That's why thousands of people fell into a deep slumber after hearing one sound. What type of Dao is this? Meanwhile, even back in Sky Pass, some were still affected by this faint nose, nearly dropping on the ground. They knew that this flute harbored zero evil affinity. This wasn't a heretical Dao but rather, as righteous and orthodoxical as can be. The unknown Dao created by White Ash Progenitor with the help of Jiao Heng. People recalled her statement earlier. This Dao created by the duo has never been cultivated successfully in Purification Creek until now. Just one flute from this terrifying Grand Dao was enough to subdue her opponents. However, this was its first appearance in the world, so no one knew its name. Gentle Home. This Dao's name is Gentle Home. An old ancestor had deep ties with Purification Creek and knew the name of this Dao. Gentle Home. Many murmured this name, thinking that it was quite fitting for the effect of this Dao. Creek King's actual Dao wasn't aimed at the spectators. However, the majority still faltered. Her main target naturally suffered the brunt of it. Liqia's figure was shaking back and forth, seemingly unable to stand straight. Look, he's listening to the flute. A big shot became startled. Liqia seemed drunk right now, slowly becoming intoxicated with gentle tunes. Maybe he can't withstand it. Another said after seeing the progenitor tumbling back and forth. Even progenitors can't handle this musical attack? An ancestor took a deep breath and wondered. An old everlasting put on a serious expression and said, all living beings have a moment that they cherish, no exception, not even someone as powerful as Fiercest. It's about whether he is willing to recall it or not. People exchanged glances, then stared at Fiercest. He was clearly willing to recall this memory. They began to ponder the implications of being so powerful. The top experts have experienced plenty of things and should have a higher standard for what can be construed as their best memories. An invincible being wasn't devoid of emotions, contrary to the popular phrase. It's just that at their height, the world seemed crueler and they shouldered greater responsibilities. Thus, those good memories during the early days weren't coming back. Thus, it seemed obvious that he was amidst remembrance due to his instability. Beautiful, really beautiful. He sighed and enjoyed the flute like a drunkard, on the verge of falling down at any moment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. He seemed to be like the others, falling into a dream state. He's falling down. Someone shouted, thinking that no one in the world could resist this flute. Boom! The earth quaked and the sky turned dark with the appearance of another gigantic beast. Everyone saw a creature with one leg blotting out the sun. It had enough presence to shoulder the firmaments. Boom! Boom! Lightning currents flowed on its body. A Xueqi! An ancestor shouted in astonishment. This avatar might be stronger than the crystal Qilin, one of the strongest. An everlasting revealed. The Xueqi wasted no time in sending terrifying lightning bolts, enough to drown Liqia. They turned into chains and fully immobilized him. Clank! It gathered more energy to create a lightning spear capable of piercing all beings. Boom! The spear swung him up high before pinning him onto the ground. Damn! Many shouted after seeing this. However, the Xueqi moved with a speed too fast for anyone to react. It slammed its foot down on him with ample force to crush any emperor or everlasting. They would never be able to get up again. Boom! The ground sank down as a result and Liqia disappeared into the massive crater. The world became quiet, the spectators speechless. The flute stopped as a result, but its victim still remained unconscious. The question became whether Fiercest was alive or not beneath the Xueqi. Creek King didn't say anything either and patiently waited. This was also the case for Zhelong. He showed no sign of complacency or arrogance after taking Liqia down. Chapter 31:17. The Xueqi's foot could imprison the gods and devils for an eternity. However, even an unbeatable progenitor like Liqia too? The spectators shuddered for two reasons: Zhelong's power and the more important reason, Creek King's terrifying abilities. Herb Gentlehome was simply too effective with no need for fighting or techniques. It was beautiful. Too beautiful. People couldn't help but fall into the trap. Those on the ground were still sleeping right now. They could also see that Zhelong's Xueqi avatar alone wasn't enough. It might be able to injure him, but completely suppressing him was a different story. The real ace card here was still the flute from Creek King. Zhelong took advantage of this to deliver a potentially fatal blow. Is he dead? No one could see through the crater beneath. This wouldn't even be a question if it was anyone else, but Fiercest deserved the benefit of the doubt. Most believed he wouldn't die so easily. He has to be. One expert found it illogical for anyone to survive that. He was lost in a dream and couldn't resist. Struck by the lightning spear first, then stomped into the ground into a meat paste. This was logical as well. It wouldn't make sense for someone to survive the combination attacks, progenitor or otherwise. Creek King's Tao is so scary. The spectators maintained a far distance since thousands of people were still sleeping. Among them were sect masters, kings, ancestors, and even a few everlastings. Many stared at the carriage with respect in their eyes. They thought that she was the perfect match for Creek King. Rumble. The ground started shaking violently with increasing intensity. The Xueqi's foot started moving as if something beneath was resisting it. Fiercest is still alive. A spectator shouted right away. Boom, boom. The Xueqi channeled all of the lightning flowing on its body downward like a waterfall, fully activating its power. Bam! The foot pressed down again, increasing the size of the crater. This sudden eruption of force still didn't amount to anything. Cracks appeared along with loud detonations on the ground. The area was on the verge of collapsing, then the entire continent. The Xueqi eventually got lifted off the ground by an unimaginable force. See, he's still alive, I told you. One expert shouted. Countless spectators took a deep breath after this sight. How is he still alive? Is he indestructible? Another murmured with fear. The Xueqi got lifted high enough to reveal the crater beneath. Boulders were falling down as more cracks appeared. Everyone saw lightning currents flowing around a tiny figure beneath. That's him. They finally got a clear look at this figure. Fiercest was still surrounded by lightning chains that wanted to devour him. However, he didn't give a damn, not even about the lightning spear piercing through his body. Moreover, he seemed to still be in deep slumber with his eyes closed. He simply used one hand to lift the Xueqi while floating upward. The Xueqi was mustering all of its might but couldn't push down at all. He had no difficulty raising the divine creature as if it was as light as a feather. The sudden reversal naturally shocked the crowd. He's not human. One spectator got chills all over. The others felt fear, speechless. Xueqi's power had surpassed their highest expectations. What a beautiful feeling. His voice contained satisfaction, akin to someone waking up from a wondrous dream. He slowly opened his eyes, looking quite pleased and not minding the Xueqi above him. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time and the dream is truly worth remembering. Thank you. Xueqi glanced over at the carriage. Creek King paused for a bit before finding her words. It has nothing to do with me since you already had the beautiful experiences but chose to bury them deep in your memory. I simply dragged some of it out. If you didn't wish to remember, my tune wouldn't have done anything. She knew that Xueqi didn't lose to her Tao but he purposely chose to fall under its effect. Chapter 31:18. The past wafts away like mist. Xueqi sighed and continued. I don't remember many things and try not to remember others. You need warmth while embarking on the wintry Tao. Creek King said. The higher, the colder, you need to turn around in order to remember the important things. True. But that's all they are, just the past. Now is the time to fight. Xueqi smiled. Boom! All the lightning chains around him immediately crumbled. He reached up and grabbed the Xueqi's massive leg. Oh! The Xueqi tried to get out but struggling was useless, unable to break free from his firm grip. Rumble! Xueqi slammed the Xueqi on the ground repeatedly before the awed spectators. The mountains nearby got smashed to pieces by this continuous violent storm. The Xueqi became bloodied, groaning quietly and was on the verge of death. This divine beast had no chance of stopping him, looking just like a fish on the chopping board. Crack! He then tore the Xueqi's leg off, causing blood to gush out. This scene of carnage naturally frightened the spectators. Those unused to it started vomiting. Here's a present in return. He threw the leg at Creek King while smiling. Boom! The lightning bolts around him suddenly became far brighter. A while ago, these lightning bolts drowned Xueqi but now, they were far stronger and gathered into a pulsing ray that shot towards Creek King with overwhelming might. Rumble! This tsunami of lightning could destroy everything. Numerous mountains in its path became dust. Crack! The destructive force actually destroyed the carriage even before the ray itself. Remember, this carriage belonged to Luminous Master and had an insane defense. However, the lightning pulse was something else and easily dismantled it. It continued to surround Creek King, seemingly as hungry as a primordial beast. It's not looking good for Creek King. An expert shouted. Many felt that she might not be able to withstand it regardless of how strong she was. Death seemed to be the most likely outcome. Fiercest is just too strong. someone said. He showed no mercy against a beauty, still as brutal as before. Poof! Golden light descended from above and turned into a curtain blocking in front of Creek King. This magnificent and beautiful curtain released golden particles. Each seemed to be alive, jumping and playing before taking roots on the ground. Boom! The contact between the light curtain and the lightning pulse resulted in both dispersing away. However, the golden radiance remained. The world seemed to be livelier with these jumping particles. A figure appeared and slowly walked out of the radiance as if he came from a higher world. Boom! Everyone felt an explosive Tao resonation within them. Rumble! The myriad Tao in harmonization was a scene to behold. A progenitorial aura struck the area like a tsunami, wiping away the dark clouds above along with all darkness. A youth stood there, not as tall and sturdy as his aura would suggest. However, his shadow stretched for an eternity on the ground, making him look majestic. The spectators thought that he was as tall as heaven itself. People couldn't help looking up to see him. He was the source of the golden particles, the origin of life in this world. Luminous Master! Numerous spectators yelled. We finally see him! The youths couldn't contain their excitement. He was a legend in immortal lineage. The young generation in particular viewed him as their role model, all aspiring to reach his height. Luminous Master stood there, not trying to exude his aura. However, just one remnant strand could still crush the sky vault. Many bowed to show their respect, finally able to see their idol in person. Handsome would be a strong word to describe him. However, his facial lines exuded determination and power. He had a bright glow around him and seemed more charismatic than anyone else. Dear, go back first. His voice was soft and magnetic. So many women in the audience swooned over his voice. Of course, they knew that only Creek King was worthy of someone like him. Be careful, young noble, he might be too strong for you. Creek King nodded before disappearing from sight. Everyone thought that this was really a pair made in heaven and became envious. Luminous Master stepped forward. His eyes also contained flowing light of a golden hue. Tao brotherly, I have heard stories of your exploit. It is my pleasure. He spoke without any animosity. I have also heard of you many times. Li Qie smiled. Brother Orchid said that you are unbeatable. He has nothing but respect for you. Luminous Master continued with a dignified expression. You're stronger than him, but he has boundless potential. Li Qie, on the other hand, looked quite leisurely. I respect Brother Orchid the most because he lives his life freely yet still possesses such incredible mastery of the Tao. His wisdom and intelligence are superior to mine. Luminous Master praised. This conversation surprised the crowd. All along, they assumed Orchid Sage and Luminous Master were rivals. Now they seemed like two friends. Chapter 31:19. They also didn't expect for Luminous Master to admit inferior versus Orchid Sage's innate talents. In their mind, Luminous Master was superior, whether it be his cultivation or talents. It didn't sound like empty words of humility either. It seemed that they have been underestimating Orchid Sage all this time, at least relative to his peers. This might be a result of him always keeping a low profile. Well, very few people can be called a sage. The world just didn't know. An ancestor calmed down and stated. Many agreed with this statement. A person with this title should have impeccable talents. Alas, Luminous Master has been far more famous in this generation on top of having stronger cultivation. That's why many assumed that the Master also had better innate talents. Tao brother, you are the strongest person I have seen. Luminous Master said seriously. That's normal. Li Qie smiled with no intention of acting humbly. I'm very curious about your origin and have been looking into it to no avail. Truly confusing. The Master asked. So it turned out that the Master had been paying attention to Li Qie long ago. He even tried to calculate Li Qie's origin but came up with no result. This surprised him to no end because he had some attainments on the path of prophecy and calculation. I'm just a passerby, nothing to be curious about. That's all you need to know. Li Qie smiled. I see. Luminous Master had this guess already. This finally confirmed it. The listeners noticed the two of them speaking like old friends without any anger, let alone animosity. This type of polite conversation probably meant that a fight wasn't going to happen. All previous feuds were going to be erased. This is a treasure ground that has deep ties with our immortal bronze mountain. Luminous Master turned his gaze towards the land. More than that, it is a great fortune. Xueqi smiled. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn and everyone felt the atmosphere growing tense. Perhaps a fight would actually break out after all if the negotiation failed. A great fortune indeed. Our race can be traced back to the ancient era. We're probably one of the oldest races in immortal lineage. Luminous Master nodded. Why did he bring up his race? The crowd wondered about the shift. They certainly agreed with the content. Immortal bronze was extremely old and had plenty of tales about it. Some believed that they might be even older than the stone carvers. The wise sages of our race have tried to figure out our origin by traveling across the realms in immortal lineage. Alas, not much was found. Luminous Master continued. I know, immortal bronze is old indeed and does have some fateful ties with me. Xueqi chuckled. He wasn't trying to build a connection with immortal bronze mountain but was only stating a fact. Of course, no one else knew the stories behind it. I have been paying attention to this continent the moment it came out from uncrossable expanse. It might give us an answer regarding our origin. Luminous Master said. In the beginning, everyone thought that Luminous Master was trying to refine his own Tao system. This didn't seem to be the case now. Perhaps, but not that likely. There is one item here that can help you break the bottleneck though to become an immortal level progenitor. Xueqi nodded. This casual revelation made everyone gasp and stare at each other. It was one thing for the continent to be connected with immortal bronze. But now, there was a supreme artifact here capable of helping Luminous Master become an immortal level progenitor? It didn't take long before some people started feeling regrets, especially the ancestors who got on it earlier. If they knew that there was such an amazing artifact here, they wouldn't have wasted time on the spirit materials. They certainly benefited from the trip and harvested many grass and herbs. However, these things were not worth mentioning versus an artifact of this level. Nothing more than weeds. They should have tried to reach the depth of this land instead of wasting time. No wonder why Immortal Bronze Mountain must have this continent. That's why Zhelong is here too. One ancestor said, thinking that he should have known from the start. How could a big shot like Zhelong come here for no reason? Incredible. Dao brother. Senior Zhelong and I calculated and noticed this possibility. We weren't certain so we came to take a look. You seem to be sure of its existence. Looks like you're one step ahead of us. I'm ashamed of being inferior. Luminous Master spoke with sincerity. It's no big deal, I just know more. Xueqi said. This knowledge wasn't due to divine calculation. Because of his ties with Immortal Bronze, he had access to certain secrets. Well, a fight is definitely inevitable. One Everlasting concluded. The two were on good terms right now, but there was a priceless artifact involved. Both Fiercest and Luminous Master would never give it up for any reason. After all, becoming an immortal level progenitor meant reaching an entirely new realm, a true supreme existence. Sure, both Imperial level and Immortal level progenitors shared the same title, but there existed an immense power gap between the two. The crowd thought that these two were overwhelmed with greed right now for this artifact. The supreme artifact inside is precious indeed. Luminous Master gazed deeper into the continent. He seemed to have calculated the location of this item. That's why the experts from Immortal Bronze immediately headed there upon arrival. This comment confirmed his determination to get the item to the crowd. They became nervous since a storm was coming. 1. The initial title is Talented/Gifted Sage, but I omitted Talented for brevity. Chapter 31:20. Luminous Master withdrew his gaze and had a natural expression. He said, though the continent has deep ties with our system, it's not that we must have it. Of course, if you are willing to make concessions, we will give you whatever you need as long as it is within our capability. Many nodded approvingly after listening to this reasonable and logical response. Of course, some Everlastings thought that this so-called negotiation was only happening because of a perceived understanding of the two sides' power. If it was any other cultivator or sect, Immortal Bronze Mountain wouldn't even let them talk, let alone Luminous Master negotiating himself. They would just kick the other party out of the continent. Plus, most people wouldn't dare to compete against Luminous Master in the first place. This wasn't the case for Fiercest. He wasn't afraid of Luminous Master and Zhelong in the slightest. Therefore, Immortal Bronze would be courting death if they wanted to use force against him. No need. Li Qie shook his head and refused the peace offering right away. The crowd wasn't surprised in the slightest since Li Qie hasn't given anyone face ever since his debut. He did everything in accordance with his whim. Your true power is beyond our imagination. Luminous Master didn't become angry. I don't need this continent then. Our origin can be slowly figured out, and as for the immortal artifact, Luminous Master paused for a bit here. The crowd became anxious, waiting to hear a response. After all, an item capable of boosting someone to the immortal level was too tempting. Luminous Master should be strong enough to not give up this item, at least in the eyes of the spectators. An item that can make me reach the immortal level, but in history, how many immortal level progenitors needed external help to get there? Luminous Master let out a free smile, full of charisma and confidence. He wasn't a handsome man, but his charm exceeded all the good-looking fellas. I'm sure I can reach the immortal level without it, so I don't need it either, he concluded. The crowd simply couldn't believe it. How could someone resist wanting this great artifact? Moreover, they could see that it wasn't out of fear. He simply chose this option, thinking that it was the best one. That's why he's a progenitor. Someone praised. Li Qie also approved and clapped. Well said, the Grand Tao isn't easy. Relying on this artifact will shorten your path. You'll have potential problems later on too. I'm sure you're not here for it, Luminous Master asked, not feeling smug at all from the praise. On the contrary, I'm just an ordinary person who can't resist the item. It has uses for me. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Some believed that Luminous Master had won in this first round, at least in terms of mindset. Luminous Master was flexible and patient while Fiercest desired this artifact at all costs. The latter lost in terms of heart and magnanimity. I understand. You must have your reasons for wanting it. Luminous Master nodded. I know you won't be leaving though. Li Qie smiled. You got me. Luminous Master happily responded. Looks like you know my reason for being here then. Just about. Li Qie replied. I'm here today not to talk about the feud nor to compete for that artifact. These things are inconsequential. No need to waste time with them. Luminous Master sincerely said. The crowd didn't expect this because Li Qie had just fought against his wife and Tao protector. There should at least be some hostile feelings present. And not for the artifact either? I wish to fight you, Tao brother. Luminous Master finally revealed his intention. And that's why you're here. Li Qie wasn't surprised. Luminous finally confused the weaker participants among the crowd. There was no need for this if he was willing to give up this continent and the artifact. Why would he fight Fiercest now? However, the top masters stared at his expression and immediately understood. How can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? Ordinary people wouldn't get his domineering style. Yes, just for a fight. Please give me pointers. Luminous Master put on a respectful expression. But there's no motivation now. Li Qie actually seemed disinterested to the astonishment of the crowd. To be viewed so highly by Luminous Master should be the ultimate honor, but Fiercest didn't care at all. Don't tell me Fiercest is afraid? One youth said. No way. An expert shook his head. Afraid is a strong word, but since Luminous Master isn't contesting the continent, who would be stupid enough to fight? Fiercest already got what he wants. Many agreed with this comment. There was no need for Fiercest to fight. Please give me pointers. You won't be able to make everyone drown in despair without fighting. Luminous Master didn't give up. Your battle spirit is surging. Li Qie smiled. The spectators didn't see this at all. Luminous Master looked amicable and natural enough right now with no aura visible. It's hard to find an opponent. Brother Sage kept on praising you, so I wish to overestimate myself in order to witness the apex of the Tao. Luminous Master said. It's cold and lonely up high. Li Qie could sympathize with this progenitor and nodded. The powerful ancestors and everlastings understood the comment. In history, Luminous Master wouldn't be considered the greatest progenitor or anything. But in terms of this generation, he could be considered peerless. His only rival in the past was Orchid Sage, but unfortunately, the sage rather traveled the world instead of being competitive. The master met powerful foes during his youth, but as he grew stronger, these foes became insignificant. He was certainly unbeatable now up in his lonely peak. He looked around and found 0 suitable opponents. Chapter 31-21. Invincibility bred loneliness. Most wouldn't be able to say this without getting laughed at, but not Luminous Master. He has been unstoppable since his debut. So many have lost to him, including the most talented ones in this generation. Even the mighty Everlastings from the previous generations failed to win. All in all, calling him the number one in this generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thus, others couldn't understand his loneliness, his desire to find a worthy foe or even a stronger combatant. To have a powerful rival wasn't a threat in his mind. In fact, this could motivate him to move forward and work even harder. This goal would make his future more remarkable. That's the reason why he wanted nothing more than to fight Xueqi right now, a foe from the generation as him. The continent and immortal artifact weren't as important. Xueqi smiled while staring at Luminous Master's eyes. He couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. It had nothing to do with a love for battle, only a desire for a worthy foe. The immortal emperors he trained back then also had the same expression. I guess I can entertain you. What should I do in order to stimulate your potential to the fullest? Xueqi smiled. All out. Luminous Master pondered for a bit before seriously answering. It'll be a quick fight then. When I go all out, maybe you will turn into ashes. Xueqi smiled. Luminous Master had thought of this possibility before but was still shaken. Xueqi's casual demeanor showed that the guy had full confidence in defeating him. Existences at their level had no need for blind arrogance nor humility. Xueqi was simply stating facts. Moreover, Luminous Master was strong enough to gauge Xueqi's true power. A foe that could kill him. Just the thought made him excited. Very few could calmly face death. The ones that truly didn't care were either twisted in some ways or had no other choice. Luminous Master was neither, so his expression became austere. Meanwhile, some members of the audience became unhappy, especially Luminous Master's fans. So haughty already before the start of the fight. One of them said. The majority of Everlastings believed that Xueqi definitely had the power of a progenitor. However, his confidence right now made them question themselves. Is he really that strong? No way. They exchanged glances. Because Luminous Master's strength was well documented, these top experts found it hard to imagine fiercest easily killing him. An ephemeral radiance is still bright all the same. Luminous Master eventually made up his mind and stared at Xueqi. A rock lasting for 1,000,000 years will be nothing more than a rock, utterly meaningless. Well said, a rock can't comprehend the beauty of a bright ray. So be it, let's fight. Xueqi nodded. Thank you, Dao brother. Luminous Master cupped his fist, looking excited. The world suddenly became filled with his battle spirit. It was as if it didn't emanate from him but from heaven and earth. His battle spirit was different from Metalkin War God. The latter always put his battle spirit on display as if wanting to tell the world that he was craving for a fight and that provoking him would end with a clan massacre. In reality, Luminous Master's battle spirit far surpassed the War God. However, he had enough control over it to keep it as calm as the water in a well even during battles. He was fearless during the most perilous situation or when facing the toughest opponents, always ready to fight to the end. This disparity made him a greater cultivator than the War God. Dao brother, I will go all out. His bright expression made others think that he was brimming with life. This wasn't to say that he was dispirited a while ago. He simply transformed from a supreme existence to a hot-blooded 20-year-old youth, a return to his early years. The period of frivolous arrogance and confidence is the best time in someone's life. Xueqi commented with a smile. Very well, I will show you the apex of the Tao. The apex of the Tao. Luminous Master was shaken by this domineering comment. Xueqi sounded confident as if he was invincible across the ages. A fight between progenitors is happening soon. Don't miss it. The spectators shouted excitedly. Both the young and old couldn't contain their excitement. A battle of this level was a dream come true for many cultivators. A life worth living. As for the Everlastings and true emperors, witnessing this was extremely beneficial for their Tao search. Who would want to miss something like this? Therefore, everyone paid full attention, not wanting to miss a single detail. Of course, they were smart enough to back off from Sky Ruins and moved back to Sky Pass. The destruction from this fight would be unreal. Maybe Everlastings could die from the shockwaves. Thus, moving back to Sky Pass was the safest choice. Many systems started building temporary Tao platforms in Sky Pass, so that their disciples can have a better look. Ordinary disciples normally wouldn't be able to see a single thing. These two progenitors were too far away on top of being too fast. They needed heavenly mirrors in order to learn anything. Xueqi started floating into sky ruins with Luminous Master right behind him. They didn't wish to involve the innocent, so fighting in deep space was the best choice. Neither side exuded their invincible aura just yet during the start of this fight. Take out your weapon. You're not my match fighting barehanded. Xueqi smiled. Clank. Luminous Master took out a great hatchet and placed it on his shoulder. Just the sound alone showed just how heavy it was. Well, it would have been obvious regardless, since the hilt was as big as a mountain range. The head was as large as a continent. He was as big as an ant compared to his weapon. Chapter 31-22. Calling this hatchet gigantic wasn't enough. It was massive, enormous, and colossal. Its master looked smaller than an ant in comparison. Some spectators were actually worried about him being crushed into a meat paste by his own weapon. Fortunately, he held it on his shoulder without any issue, still looking relaxed. Remember, he didn't have a stout, muscular build. Thus, this weapon should look out of place with him. Strangely enough, people actually found the two to be a natural pair, perfect for each other. The first impression they got was one word: invincibility. Yes, it seemed that only this great weapon could be a match for Luminous Master's domination. Sky Splitter is its name, left behind by Bronze Progenitor, capable of splitting the sky and separating the earth. Luminous Master calmly said, Sky Splitter. Everyone found this name to be suitable. It was as if the hatchet was created specifically to fit this name. However, the older experts became startled. It's not just a name, this hatchet can really split the sky apart. Bronze Progenitor was born in an ancient era, too old to be assigned a particular date. He was at the immortal level. Rumor has it that he might have been a member of the Decemvirate if he had been born later. This hatchet was left behind by him. It's unknown whether he was its creator. Good weapon. Xueqi nodded approvingly. Earning such praise from Xueqi naturally wasn't easy. He wouldn't react to just any ancestral weapons. Please take out your weapon, Dao brother. Luminous Master remained respectful. Don't have any suitable one, let me see. Xueqi scratched his head before searching. Isn't he too careless? One dissatisfied spectator said. They were fans of Luminous Master and thought that Xueqi was putting up an act in an attempt to be cool. Does he want to fight barehanded against that hatchet? One expert felt the same way. Of course, a few ancestors didn't think so. Xueqi hasn't used a weapon ever since his debut. The only exception was the Sword of Repentance. Clank. Xueqi finally revealed his weapon. A spear. Not using a weapon is a little disrespectful. Xueqi smiled and took a look at his weapon. This should be okay. The crowd was surprised to hear Xueqi insinuating that he would be fine fighting without a weapon against Luminous Master and his ancestral hatchet. Such confidence was unbelievable, to say the least. Just facing Luminous Master alone was tough enough without taking Sky Splitter into account. Many began staring at his spear. It was black from top to bottom with miasma circling around, clearly born from the darkness. Even a fool could tell that this thing was dangerous. This spear is from a forbidden ground. Luminous Master became surprised as well. You know your stuff. It was born in fiendish ground, an extremely dangerous weapon. Xueqi nodded and smiled. Fiendish ground. Those who knew this place became frightened. Yes, it has to be a monster among weapons. An everlasting murmured. Fiendish ground was dangerous enough to startle people upon hearing its name. Thank you for being considerate. Let's start then. Luminous Master knew that Xueqi was being respectful by taking out this weapon. The guy was clearly confident in beating him without one. Nonetheless, he still took out something quite impressive. Go. Xueqi smiled. The ghastly miasma floating around the spear looked like specters wanting to rush out. This particular spear was taken from Solar Taoist with the name of Terra Damnation. Excuse me then. Luminous Master took a deep breath and held his hatchet with both hands. Luminous Master began exuding his progenitorial aura like the rising tides. This process lacked loud explosions and lights. However, even those back in Sky Pass became frozen because of his aura. Their throat became gripped by an invisible hand. They felt as if they were fish on a chopping board. They had no chance to resist. In fact, they couldn't even kneel down to worship him right now. Boom! The aura finally erupted in full force. He turned into the rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the sun and moon supporting 3,000 worlds. The celestials floated around him even in sky ruins. His position became the source of many galaxies. All existences needed to prostrate before him. They would lack the courage to even look straight at him. This was Luminous Master, a being capable of destroying a world or excavating boundless space. Luminous Master. A few people suddenly became emotional after looking at him, crying hot tears of joy. Die! He let out a roar that can intimidate the gods or break the courage of a true dragon. Boom! The hatchet simply slashed vertically forward. The high heavens split apart. Lightning bolts rushed out like a galaxy from above in a fascinating manner. The spectators naturally became frightened. They felt as if their body, system, and world had been torn asunder. The only thing they could do was watch. This made them realize how unbeatable the attack was. Meanwhile, Xueqi remained nonchalant and raised his spear. Boom! A world of darkness appeared with numerous fiends and ghosts, ready to devour the world of the living. The spectators became shocked once more, shuddering with fear. Boom! The hatchet immediately cut this dark realm into 2 halves, killing millions of fiends in the process and bringing light back to the world. Clank! Sky Splitter struck eternal damnation directly and sparks went flying. Each spark could crush an entire planet or melt part of the galaxy. The resulting detonation looked like the most beautiful fireworks in history. This was the most magnificent scene some have ever witnessed in their life. After the smoke and fire dispersed, they saw the spear successfully stopping the hatchet. Chapter 31-23. Skysplitter's power far exceeded regular ancestral weapons. This applied even at the immortal level. Its power in addition to the full swing from Luminous Master resulted in a cut true to its name, splitting the sky. It was enough to split a mighty system into 2 halves. In case of a direct impact, Sky Splitter should have been sharp enough to nick another ancestral weapon. However, Eternal Damnation managed to stop it without suffering any damage. One could see how tough this spear was. Just what materials was it made of? Viewed in a vacuum, one would guess that the spear was actually superior to the hatchet. People took a deep breath after seeing this. They didn't know the origin of this spear since it wasn't as famous as Sky Splitter. At the same time, they thought about how Fiercest just picked out a random weapon. How deep was his actual arsenal? On the contrary, the actual experts placed their focus on Fiercest instead of the spear. They noticed that Xueqi didn't move at all from the impact despite the destructive swing. He just stood there and leisurely blocked it. Go! Xueqi whirled his spear and pressed down on the hatchet first before thrusting it at Luminous Master. This move seemed to be without thought but still contained a mighty force. Boom! The celestial bodies surrounding Luminous Master instantly crumbled as a result of the thrust. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared all over the sky in the form of waves. Time is flowing backward. One Everlasting shouted after seeing this. Xueqi didn't perform a merit law for a temporal reversal. Just his spear alone made the temporal domain flow backward, resulting in bright flashes wherever the spear went. Activate! Luminous Master retaliated by raising his hatchet to the sky for another vertical swing towards the spear. Boom! More temporal particles crumbled from their attacks. This ended with Luminous Master being sent flying, breaking through the temporal walls. The chaotic flow poured down like a surging river wherever he went. The crowd had a hard time reacting to this scene outside of leaving their mouth wide open. Some felt suffocated, akin to having a stroke and nearly falling to the ground. A fight between progenitors was too devastating. Systems would have been destroyed if it was taking place in immortal lineage. The most shocking thing was Luminous Master being sent flying after one thrust. So many viewed him as their role model, thinking that he had achieved the most in the current generation. An unsurpassable peak. However, he had lost his first exchange. His fans themselves felt that they were the ones being sent flying. Can Fiercest already be an immortal-level progenitor? One spectator murmured in awe. This shouldn't be possible since it would be too cruel to the spectators. It has been a while since I felt this good. Luminous Master stood up among the ruins. Though his golden radiance was unstably flashing, he looked to be in great spirit. Anyone else's mental state would be affected negatively. After all, From becoming invincible their whole life to being beaten in the first move? Luminous Master, on the other hand, became more invested in the fight. His battle spirit surged. He wouldn't regret dying in battle right now after finding such a powerful foe. Not bad. Your cultivation is decent enough to put up a fight. Xueqi nodded. People would have chastised him a while ago for making these arrogant comments. Alas, they didn't say anything now since he looked unbeatable at this moment. Your power is immense. I've never seen anything like it. It would be disrespectful if I don't use my Grand Tao and an overestimation of myself. Luminous Master said. The world praises you for your brilliance. Let's have a look at your Grand Tao then. Xueqi laughed. It doesn't compare to the wise sages of the past, but I'll gladly show it to you. Luminous Master smiled. The crowd regained their wits and became excited again. He's about to use his Grand Tao. All eyes were wide open in anticipation. Luminous Master's Grand Tao was brilliant. He reached it and jumped out of the Grand Tao belonging to Immortal Bronze Mountain. He was eligible to create his own system but didn't do so yet. He became invincible after proving his Tao, so the world rarely saw it again. That's why everyone became so excited. Buzz. He recalled his auras, both his progenitorial presence and divine lights. The stars and 3,000 worlds also disappeared, the same with his laws. He seemed to be degenerating from a progenitor to a mortal. All cultivators were mortals once. They gained strength through training and cultivation. Now, cultivation atrophy was happening to Luminous Master. People would question if he was still the same person if it wasn't for his determined expression and profound eyes. Though he looked like a mortal youth, his temperament and gaze remained unchanging, still that of a progenitor. His figure slowly disintegrated like snowflakes in the sun, eventually turning into water and seeping into the soil. He was a part of this world now. The individual seemed to no longer exist. However, everyone felt something extremely magical. He seemed to be omnipresent instead of being gone. A falling leaf? Luminous Master. A strand of light? Also Luminous Master. The same with a speck of dust. People looked around and felt his presence all around. Chapter 31-24. No one could spot the real Luminous Master as if he had vanished into thin air. The area became silent. The atmosphere was replaced by a suffocating feeling. They felt as if they were living under his shadow. Whenever they looked up, they could feel a massive figure looking down. This type of invisible pressure could drive someone crazy or force them to submit. Luminous Master had returned to the origin and withdrew all of his progenitorial aura and divine might. Alas, this new state of his made it harder on the spectators. The world and all living inhabitants were living beneath his reign. Luminous origination. This is his Grand Tao, all laws returning to their origin. One Everlasting said. Those who have experienced this Grand Tao before still felt fear. They knew just how mighty this progenitor was. Among the spectators were actually invincible Everlastings that have lost to this Grand Tao before. They still remembered this Grand Tao's aura so well. Of course, they should be proud because after becoming a progenitor, he rarely needed to use his Grand Tao in a fight. The fact that they were lucky enough to lose to this Grand Tao was a testament to their strength. It had escaped the boundary of Immortal Bronze Mountain and could open a new Tao source for another system. Pop! A ray of golden light emerged out of nowhere with enough power to shoulder the various worlds. One person walked out from this ray, Luminous Master. Albeit different than normal. Previously, he was definitely a supreme progenitor. Now, the one walking out of the ray looked young and vigorous. He carried a simple temperament that could last an eternity. As he walked out of this ray, all of his time reverted back to when he was 18. Regardless of whether he came from the past or the future, he would still have this youthful form. Excuse me, Tao brother. He appeared before Xueqi and instantly unleashed a vertical palm strike, direct and simple. It felt like the attack of a mortal martial artist during a spar, lacking loud explosions and crackling. Nonetheless, this casual strike encompassed everything. 3 immortals and all of its inhabitants. Everyone felt themselves flying into the air. They and the world were being lifted up by Luminous Master. His hand and everything else became the ultimate weapon. Just imagine the force behind this swing. It had the weight of all of 3 immortals. That should be enough to crush the strongest masters into meat paste, or even specks of dust. Xueqi retaliated by swinging his spear with both hands in order to stop the incoming hand. Boom! The impact resulted in a massive earthquake everywhere. The spear slightly bent as a result while Xueqi tumbled backward. Just imagine, Skysplitter failed to damage Eternal Damnation earlier, but Luminous Master had successfully done so. After all, the entities encompassed within that strike earlier were insanely heavy. Luminous Master unleashed a flurry of punches next, acting as an unstoppable tornado. It was as if all of three immortals were slamming into Xueqi. Bam! 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 Eternal Damnation was being bent to the limit from the barrage. The spear was bent repeatedly and would morph back to its initial appearance. However, due to Luminous Master's non-stop flurry, the bending position couldn't spring back fast enough. It might actually break if this continued. The impact point has been accumulating power all of this time. Once it reached the limit, it exploded and headed straight at Xueqi. Boom! He got smashed into the empty expanse, crushing through one dimension after another. When he came out of one dimension to be in another, people saw his body being surrounded by primordial chaos. Stars were destroyed in the process too in a dazzling manner. The blow was strong enough to not only crush space but also revert it back to its origin. So strong! One spectator shouted after seeing this, thinking that just one smash would have been enough to kill him, let alone a non-stop barrage. His fans became excited enough to turn red. Yes, that's how you do it. Teach him a lesson. Luminous Master is unbeatable. One of them raised their fist into the air and applauded. That's right. You're unbeatable. The other fans joined in. Teach this arrogant man a lesson. Luminous Master will always be triumphant. They were immersed in his invincible style and crazily chanted. Luminous Master, forever triumphant. These chants echoed across Sky Pass. The experts from the previous generation and the ancestors smiled wryly after hearing this. Some could sympathize because Luminous Master has been dominating in recent years. Xueqi flew for a long time and Luminous Master took advantage of this. He caught up and swung his hand again towards Xueqi's head without showing any mercy. Xueqi had no defense while the Master was extremely fast. It's not looking good. Many blurted out. A successful strike would certainly end with death. Clank! A heavy sword hymn resounded as if numerous sword embryos were forming in the 3,000 worlds. A heavy sword Dao emerged and surrounded Xueqi like a defensive earth barrier. Boom! 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 Luminous Master didn't relent and struck the Dao several times. However, this Dao was immensely thick and tough. It flashed with a bronze shimmer, seemingly eternal. Luminous Master's flurry failed to break through. Earth's immensity! Xueqi roared and activated his sword Dao, finally launching an offensive. Chapter 31-25. Xueqi walked on his sword Dao and turned into a sword immortal. The Dao has been accumulating even before he had a sword in his hand. It felt as old as heaven and earth. Clank! All swords started resonating as a result. The experts felt their own swords waking up, seemingly possessing spirituality. Rumble! The sword users suddenly fell to the ground. This wasn't due to an external force. Their swords simply became too heavy and dragged them downward. This scared the hell out of everyone. Sword users naturally understood their sword the best out of anyone on top of possessing perfect mastery. So why did their swords become so heavy? It was as if it was no longer theirs. Clank! Xueqi finally raised both hands and swung down. This slash relied on pure weight, nothing else. Crack! The immensity of the sword crushed space and time along with the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Three Immortals' world was certainly heavy. Alas, it felt as light as a feather compared to this slash. This sword Dao surpassed everything in terms of weight. Even the most massive world started from a single point. This sword Dao was as heavy as that start and more. Luminous Master was surprised to see this incredible Dao. He roared and grasped the yin and yang, then life and death, throwing all of these affinities forward. A might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The existences in 3 immortals couldn't breathe. Boom! The slash cut through the various affinities and struck the progenitor, resulting in a destructive explosion. Blood splashed in space, looking beautiful yet sad. He got sent flying for who knows how long? An indelible scar remained in space. Luminous Master protected himself with the affinities but still suffered grievous injuries. Others would have died on the spot. The spectators naturally trembled as a result. Some became paralyzed on the ground. The weaker ones pissed in their pants after seeing this insane power. Everyone was glad that this fight was taking place in sky ruins. Numerous systems would have been destroyed otherwise. Damn. One pale ancestor regained his wits and said, "Who could actually stop that slash earlier? Not even Luminous Master and his Grand Tao." His fans became deathly white, no longer having the courage to cheer. It was hard to describe the slash with anything other than unbeatable. Luminous Master eventually returned. He coughed out blood but still looked calm. "The weight of that slash is peerless. What technique is this?" he praised. "Finality Sword, one of 9 Tao." Li Qie smiled and said, "Finality Sword, everything ends with the sword." True indeed, that slash was incredible. Luminous Master said while staring at Li Qie, "I'm not a match for you in terms of Grand Tao. Your power far exceeds mine." Many stood there in a daze after hearing him as chills ran down their spine. This was especially true for those who believed in Luminous Master and his fans. They felt quite uncomfortable and distressed, even sorrowful. They knew that Luminous Master had accepted defeat to Fiercest. They considered him to be the peerless genius in this generation, the very unreachable apex. Thus, the reality was too difficult to accept. On the contrary, Luminous Master took it quite well and wasn't affected like the spectators. After all, becoming a progenitor meant experiencing numerous trials. Losing was part of being a warrior. Plus, being defeated in a fair duel to someone stronger? There's nothing shameful about it. It's no big deal. Li Qie smiled. This nonchalant attitude of his was too much to take. Defeating a progenitor like Luminous Master was unimaginable for most people. A matchless honor and an achievement worthy of pride. However, Li Qie didn't care at all, as if it was just another day to him. If a progenitor was an easy defeat, then what about the rest of the world? From this, it made them wonder who would be a worthy foe for Li Qie. "This loss is an honor. I only regret that I still have one unused move," Luminous Master said. His fans suddenly found hope again after hearing this. Luminous Master still got something else up his sleeve? One expert became excited. "Sounds like you're very confident with this move." Li Qie became interested. "No, I don't have confidence in this move. But, I'm confident about you," Luminous Master said. "Oh, interesting," Li Qie replied. "This move is my finest creation, but it's too dangerous. I believe that no one could survive it until today," Luminous Master revealed with a serious expression. The spectators took a deep breath. Someone like Luminous Master wouldn't make baseless comments. This move should be monstrous indeed. "I would like to experience and see how magnificent it is." Li Qie smiled. "This move is not only dangerous to the opponent but to me as well," Luminous Master pondered. The spectators exchanged glances in astonishment. It sounded like the creator of the move himself would be in danger, not having complete control over it. A forbidden art that will hurt both sides? One Everlasting speculated. This wasn't unprecedented in history. Progenitors have created moves like this in order to defeat enemies stronger than them. The price was high, potentially fatal. "What a shame," Li Qie said. "But since you are willing to see it, I should have the courage too." Luminous Master's eyes flashed as his battle spirit rekindled. "If you dare to use it, I'm willing to be your target," Li Qie declared. "Very well, it's not easy to find a tough opponent, especially someone like you who can also serve as a teacher. I can't ask for more." Luminous Master laughed and made up his mind. 1. First seen in Chapter 2351. Chapter 3126. Luminous Master was in high spirits, seemingly experiencing the proudest moment of his life. Some could understand why he looked like that, akin to a mortal scholar placing number 1 on the official test. Losing shouldn't have been an exciting moment. Others would be dejected right now, but the opposite was true for the Master. As a progenitor, he had experienced numerous happy events before, but none made him feel this way. However, only the Everlastings or top cultivators present understood why. Finding a foe that could also serve as a teacher wasn't easy for an invincible progenitor like him. On the other hand, losing was no big deal at all. Furthermore, to have an ultimate art yet no worthy foe? That's a terrible feeling, similar to a master sculptor creating the finest piece yet he was forced to hide it and be the only person who could see it. Today, the sculptor could finally show it to a friend who could appreciate it. A truly joyous moment in life. A fight to the utmost of the Tao. What more can one ask for in life? The spirited master said. Everything is possible through the Tao. Go for it. Li Qie smiled. I named it Luminous Spark. Where there is life, there will be light. The master said. Luminous Spark. Li Qie murmured, carefully sensing the guy's Tao rhythm. The name actually didn't impress the surprised crowd at all. Luminous Master considered this to be his ultimate move and virtually unstoppable. In their opinion, it should have some domineering title. Just Spark alone seemed insufficient and rather common, not fitting with its prestige. Meanwhile, a few powerful ancestors and everlastings held their breath to also sense his Tao rhythm. Only those at a certain level could sense this uniqueness, a power at a higher level. Ordinary cultivators couldn't touch this realm. In the rare chance of reaching it, they would already be near death. What is this? The big shots noticed this strange Tao rhythm emanating from him. It seemed like gentle ripples in a lake permeating across the world. This magical feeling didn't seem dangerous at all. In fact, these big shots thought that this power level was incompatible to Luminous Master's might. This progenitor might not be a match for Fiercest, but he could still easily suppress the firmaments or cause incredible devastation. Now, this Tao rhythm seemed as gentle as can be. Wait, I can't move. One ancestor shouted in astonishment. This made everyone else notice that they couldn't move either. What is going on? Even the powerful everlastings were immobilized. They utilized their strongest merit laws in order to escape to no avail. Normally, this type of imprisonment was oppressive and obvious. In this case, the power at work was intangible. People didn't even notice that they were imprisoned until it was too late. The ripples worked in a gentle and mysterious manner. Moreover, it was capable of trapping everlastings and everyone else. Why do I feel like I'm a scandal right now? One everlasting said. The thing burning is your hope. Luminous Master said softly, but still made everyone shudder and become extremely afraid. Quite magical. As long as there is hope, there is desire, and that's the fuel for binding. Li Qie was also immobilized. He's not the one trapping us. We're trapping ourselves. One ancestor understood Li Qie's point and took a deep breath. Some big shots, upon hearing this, immediately tried various methods to break it. Unfortunately, these methods seemed useless. Why? Because there was no opponent to resist. Everything came from oneself. For example, a muscular warrior could lift anything but not himself. That's the scariest thing about this Tao. Burn away without regrets. The same with my desires. Thank you for fighting me, Tao brother. Luminous Master sighed. Poof. He seemed to be incinerated to nothingness, only leaving behind a flashing radiance. Buzz. Li Qie instantly lit up, entering a powerful defensive state. Luminous Master no longer existed by this point. Only a flickering light around the size of a soybean and on the verge of extinguishing in any second. Despite its feeble nature, it still strangely looked eternal while burning away all desires in this world. Heart, hope, and desire, all existed together and were being burned. Spare us! One everlasting felt the threat and shouted. Poof! Others heard a fire-starting sound and saw themselves being lit on fire. Not good. They activated their strong merit laws but couldn't do anything to stop or avoid the burning process. Why is it like this? Some were scared out of their mind after failing to extinguish the fire. Each inch of their flesh was burning, eventually spreading to their muscles and bones, Tao foundation, then true fate while they could only watch. Power and invincible treasures were useless here. Even the imperious ancestors started panicking as pieces of ashes fell off their body. Our various desires and emotions are burning. Ambition, survival instinct, love, hate, kindness. Even a little bit is enough to fuel this fire. Your heart needs to be as cold as ashes, devoid of hope and desires. Otherwise, it'll burn you to nothingness. One Eternal realized the flame's property. The experts realized that it had nothing to do with power and laws or even the Grand Tao. One needed to be a rock or be emotionless. Otherwise, death seemed inevitable. No, this can't be true. Some started yelling while watching their body being burned away. Chapter 31:27. No! Screams bellowed across the realms, filled with despair and unwillingness. It was one thing to be crushed by an ultimate technique or killed by an unbeatable treasure. At least they lost against absolute force. However, there was no chance to even resist this flame. They felt like fish on the chopping board, powerless and hopeless. Even the powerful ancestors and peerless everlastings were subjected to this torment. This scene was magnificent. Virtually every cultivator was experiencing this. No one could move an inch while dying to their own desires. It sounded unbelievable, but all of this was unfolding in real time. A hush fell upon the land as if all of its inhabitants had been burnt to ashes. This lasted for a long time before being interrupted by a loud exhale. All of the dead finally leaned forward slightly. This sensation was bizarre. They thought they were dead earlier, but now, it seemed like a dream. I'm okay. They instantly looked down and saw that their body was still intact. We're alive. Someone yelled excitedly. To come back to life was an incredible feeling, inferior to none. They realized that they weren't ashes now. However, then what was that experience before? They clearly felt it deep to their bones. It's because Luminous Master is merciful. One everlasting quietly said. He didn't ignite us. We were only experiencing an illusion beneath his power. The crowd took a deep breath in response. This meant that Luminous Master could have repeated the same thing on a whim, except for real. Peerless everlastings and emperors would still die without being able to fight back. Their lives were completely in someone else's grasp. This was a scary thought. They turned their attention towards the battle, and Luminous Master was still in the form of a tiny light. Luminous Spark. The spectators quietly repeated this name, something that they would never forget. This rather common name was more domineering and impressive than anything else in their mind. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly dazed all of them. Fiercest is still burning. They saw a pulsing light coming from Fiercest deep in sky ruins. Each inch of his body was on fire just like everyone else earlier. He was using a supreme technique and various merit laws, but they didn't stop the flame. Even a monster like Fiercest couldn't stop this technique, let alone them. It's unavoidable if one has hope and desires. One ancestor sentimentally said. Luminous Master only served as a catalyst. Hopes and desires were the things fueling the flame. They were the ones killing themselves, not Luminous Master. Someone as strong as Fiercest should have an ambitious desire and pursuit. Thus, this technique became even more effective. What a terrifying move. People finally realized why Luminous Master was so confident in this technique. It had jumped out of the boundary of power and Grand Tao. This was a historically great invention. Moreover, they also knew why he hesitated. In order to use this technique, he needed to lit himself up as well. Poof! The fire on Fiercest eventually reached its limit, culminating in him fully turning to ashes. He's dead. One spectator concluded. Fiercest is dead. An ancestor couldn't believe it. This technique is insane. Even Fiercest couldn't handle it. Some of the crowd gasped, thinking that this was the greatest technique they had ever seen. Boom! Bright radiance suddenly came from his ashes and multiple palaces flew out. Look, his palaces, he's still alive. Someone commented. How can this be? He was reduced to ashes. Even the ancestors were astounded. All of them have experienced this technique and failed to overcome it, albeit in an illusory state. Boom! The palaces suppressed the firmaments, stopping all techniques and forbidden arts. What the hell, are you guys seeing this? One spectator screamed. 13 palaces. Jaws dropped to the ground in disbelief. 13 palaces really exist? A supreme everlasting became frozen. First a terrifying technique, now a miracle like having 13 palaces? The crowd couldn't take much more. Everyone knew that 12 palaces were the limit regardless of how strong a cultivator might be. So many brilliant progenitors have appeared in history. Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, 5-element progenitor. These peerless beings only had 12 palaces. Now, Fiercest had broken this conventional wisdom and a limit in cultivation. Alas, this was not a dream. 13 palaces, as real as can be, were floating in the sky right now. Chapter 31-28. The 13 palaces horrified the world, causing people to become empty-headed. So many said to never think about obtaining the 13th one. Sure enough, this was indeed the case. None has ever surpassed the hard limit of 12 palaces. not the top emperors or the brilliant progenitors. This was true at least in the historical records. Today, an existence with 13 had broken everyone's understanding regarding the palaces. 13, the crowd remained stunned, unable to accept this fact. This is impossible, one person said despite witnessing it in person. The floating palaces were just too much to take. Numerous figures have attempted to break this limit to no avail. Thus, what Fiercest has done was simply unbelievable. No one knew how he achieved this miraculous feat. Fiercest, is he also the number one in history? And Everlasting felt nothing but respect. From now on, he would have a long section written about him on the River of Time. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him Prime, meaning that he was the greatest of all time. Fiercest should be a member of the Decemvirate, one true emperor said softly. No, this achievement is enough to earn him the number one spot. A time-worn Supreme Everlasting said. Some actually became emotional and contemplated. They eventually nodded and conceded, thinking that this evaluation was about right. The Decemvirate was a list of the most peerless cultivators and biggest contributors in 3 Immortals. Only the best of the best made it here. For example, Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, and Fire Ancestor. Today, no one would really object listing Fiercest among them. A few actually believed that he deserved the number one spot for having something as unprecedented as 13 palaces. Boom! The palaces lit up and turned into a matchless sky filled with primordial chaos. Time reversed for the sake of creation. The palaces could do whatever they wanted, allowing Li Qie to be the lord of all. Many felt as if he had transcended everything, even standing above the high heaven. They watched this vast expanse in awe. The incinerated Fiercest began reforming his body, but this process was completely different than others. Time was reversing, allowing him to have a clean start without any problem. Fiercest appeared before the crowd again. The flame on him was no longer there. Not even a strand of hair was missing. Meanwhile, the 13 palaces floated above his head, looking quite peaceful. No one dared to breathe loudly, thinking that they might bother him. He stood there without exerting divinity or aura. He had no defensive barriers either, looking like a regular mortal that could be found anywhere. Of course, one couldn't use the word regular or common to describe him when the floating palaces were up there. This alone made him extraordinary. A supreme existence commanding respect and fear. He was the master of 3 Immortals in the universe right now. Fiercest didn't need to say anything. Everyone already knew that Luminous Master had lost. However, losing to Fiercest and his 13 palaces was an honor, nothing to be ashamed of. Just being able to fight him was indicative of one's might. Fiercest has become a sort of test for all cultivators, similar to a tribulation. Reaching this level alone proved one's worth. Boom! The palaces started flying outward with enough force to pierce even the eternal high heaven. They surrounded the flashing golden radiance that was Luminous Master. Poof! The light stabilized and everyone could hear a fiery ignition. Luminous Master appeared again, surrounded by progenitorial laws and flames. He was clearly burning himself too. More than half of his body had turned to ashes by this point. This double-edged technique was outside of his control now. He could no longer extinguish this flame and it wouldn't take long before death. Many shuddered at this sight. A brilliant progenitor was going to die to his own technique. Quite a sad ending. Sadness took over some members of the crowd because Luminous Master was worthy of respect. 13 palaces. The progenitor had an astonished expression. This was obviously his first time seeing 13 palaces. I have no regrets in life after seeing this miracle. Losing to you is an honor. Same with dying to these palaces. He seemed cool and collected without fear despite knocking on death's door. How many people could face death in this manner? Strangely enough, a few twisted minds in the crowd actually became envious of him. After all, everyone would eventually die. Being killed by these palaces would be a heroic and impressive way to go. 1. The GOAT, just like Kobe Bryant. I know, some of you will be commenting furiously about Michael Jordan and LeBron. Chapter 31-29. Various emotions struck the silent spectators. Luminous Master had plenty of future potentials. So many respected and viewed him as a role model in immortal lineage. Alas, he was about to die in battle today. Nonetheless, this was as good as it could get. Dying to Fiercest. Any last words? Lichia smiled and stared at him. The tense crowd held their breath and stared at him, waiting to listen. Death was inevitable. It's just that Luminous Master was still too young. He had plenty of things left to do in life. The initially calm Luminous Master knew that he didn't have much time left, so he sighed with a sad expression. He turned towards the direction of Creek King, the kingdom-toppling beauty with few peers. I have no regrets in life. Being lucky enough to marry you is the greatest happiness and honor. He looked at his wife and said softly with love-filled eyes. Becoming your wife is the proudest thing I've done in life. Creek King's eyes were also filled with love as she gently responded. The two of them stared at each other and time came to a halt. Meanwhile, the crowd became sentimental and said, "This couple was a match made in heaven. Perfect for each other and made everyone else envious." What more could a man ask for after marrying someone like Creek King? The same applied to any woman and Luminous Master. This tender moment seemed to be lasting for an eternity. No one dared to make a sound and interrupt the love between these two. They didn't need words to express their feeling. Just one glance was enough. A long time later, Luminous Master eventually withdrew his gaze and looked over at Zhelong. "Thank you, Senior, for protecting me all this time. I apologize for letting you down," he said. "No, you are my most excellent student, my pride," Zhelong said. "I apologize for letting all of you down as well." Luminous Master then told the members of Immortal Bronze Mountain. They kneeled and bowed towards their worthy leader. Words weren't necessary for them to show him the greatest reverence. The ancestors and everlastings felt sad too. They have been watching this young progenitor all this time. "As I am near death, may I make a request, Dao brother?" Luminous Master solemnly asked Lichia. The flame was about to burn his entire being. Only ashes would be left soon enough. "What is it?" Lichia smiled. "I'm not afraid of death, but I do wish to go out in a certain way if you are willing. Help me by using the power of the 13 palaces to destroy me," Luminous Master said. The crowd stared at Lichia, aware that Luminous Master wished to go out in a different manner. Dying to his own flame seemed tasteless versus an honorable death to the 13 palaces. "It's too early to talk about dying." Lichia chuckled and shook his head. Luminous Master froze for a moment before smiling wryly. "I know how terrible my creation is. Only death awaits me once ignited. Not even an immortal can save me. I might not be an immortal and there might not be one in this world, but I do have 13 palaces," Lichia calmly said. "You can save me?" Luminous Master became surprised. The same with all the spectators. First, putting aside his ability to do so, Luminous Master was still his enemy. There was no need for Fiercest to save him when he's dying to his own forbidden technique. They probably wouldn't save him if they were in Fiercest's shoes. "I've killed plenty, so saving one is no big deal. Plus, there are a lot of people in the world but only a few are interesting," Lichia leisurely responded. Many took a deep breath and found Lichia worthy of respect. He was powerful but also had plenty of haters. However, even this group found him slightly more tolerable. Boom! The 13 palaces suddenly oozed out a light bright enough to illuminate the entire world. This dazzling radiance enveloped the progenitor and stabilized the flame burning him. Zzz. The palaces then exuded light particles that successfully extinguished the flames. "He's actually doing it. It's working." Thunderous applause resounded. Luminous Master couldn't believe it, just like everyone else. His devouring flame was subsiding. Boom! The palaces then poured down primordial chaos and forcefully reversed time while adding life affinity. This chaotic expanse began reconstructing Luminous Master's body. This gave a clear answer as to whether Lichia could save the Master or not, so everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Incredible. 13 palaces are special indeed," one everlasting commented. Those at their level knew just how impossible it was to stop that flame. Treasures and merit laws were useless. However, Fiercest extinguished the flame on top of helping Luminous Master create a new body. One and only in history. A miracle of the ages. "I think we shouldn't be surprised that it can create more miracles," another ancestor said. Others nodded in agreement. 13 palaces should be far more magical and profound compared to 12 palaces. Thus, they became curious. What else could these palaces do? 1. The word for immortal here is actually Grand Firmament Golden Immortal. You can say that this is a classical cultivation level for original CN mythos, the one in divine investiture or journey to the west. This doesn't exist in ED. Maybe the mortal realm has myths about it, but ED never really started at the mortal realm, only the cultivation world. The author has done this several times in the past. The Chinese readers that know the myth wouldn't really have a problem with it. Nowadays, it is used colloquially to describe something impossible. For example, in a modern urban novel, not even a grand firmament golden immortal can save you. That's a typical usage. It's just a little weird to see it in ED, and it becomes even weirder for English readers lacking the context. So I'm reducing it to immortal. Chapter 3130. The recreated luminous master was still the same, a peerless progenitor. He didn't show signs of pessimism nor dejection after losing. His temperament and style were still as dominating as ever. Cheers, shouts, and other emotional exclamations could be heard. Some were in awe at the 13 Palaces' abilities and fiercest magnanimity in this case. Only someone like this was worthy of being considered number one. Fiercest has the heart of a peerless progenitor. He's suitable to take charge. One ancestor said. Well, there are great aspects of him that should be imitated. Those who didn't like him before had to admit that he had made a good choice. Many considered Fiercest to be invincible right now, on top of showing mercy and compassion when applicable. Luminous Master would never kneel to anyone, but today was an exception. He got on his knees and said, "My gratitude is boundless since you have given me a second life. If you ever need me or Immortal Bronze Mountain's help in the future, just say the words." Creek King and the members of Immortal Bronze also bowed towards Xueqi, a magnificent and enviable scene. A progenitor had pledged his allegiance, the same with his sect, truly a mighty and useful force. Fiercest alone was unbeatable enough, but he had plenty of supporters too. Academy of Light, True Dragon Court, Longevity Hall, and Immortal Bronze as well. He would have no problem ruling Immortal Lineage and the two other worlds at the moment. 3 Immortals has a new ruler now. One spectator quietly said. The ones here believed that no one would try to stop Xueqi from taking over. They were powerless anyway. Fiercest didn't need to conquer the individual realms because he had become a crownless king with total authority. No one would dare to disobey him. Back in Sky Pass, many experts and even the ancestors also got on their knees. Those who didn't like him still lowered their head to show subservience. Fiercest stood there calmly as others paid their respect. He didn't exert any pressure on the crowd since it wasn't necessary. They wholeheartedly respected an existence with 13 palaces that can defeat progenitors. Rise, no need for this. Xueqi glanced around before nodding. We can have peace of mind now that there is a master like you in charge of 3 immortals. It's time to retire for me. Luminous Master stood up and said, slightly emotional. The comment garnered decent support. Because Fiercest was so powerful, everyone else in this generation paled in comparison. No wonder why Luminous Master felt an urge to be reclusive. I'm only a passerby, coming here in a hurry and will be leaving just as quickly. I won't leave anything or do anything for this world. It is still yours and it requires your effort and protection. Xueqi shook his head. Dao brother, this normal world can't hold you. If there are immortals, ascension is only a matter of time for you. Luminous Master understood Xueqi and eventually said. Some everlastings jolted after hearing this. It was a topic rarely discussed in public. There are limits to their growth. What was next after reaching this point? Many sages and progenitors chose to enter uncrossable expanse, hoping that there was a path towards ascension. Of course, this was nothing more than mere speculation. There are no immortals. Xueqi refrained from delving into this topic since there was no need. The progenitor carefully thought about it before nodding. He let out a sigh and said, You're right, this world still needs us. Yes. Xueqi smiled. A conversation with a smart man was so easy. He turned his attention towards the depth of the continent with a gaze profound enough to pierce through the entire thing. What kind of artifact is it? Luminous Master stared in the same direction. It came from an ancient age. Xueqi smiled and said, As you said, this thing has a deep connection to your sect. Take a look later. See if you can benefit from it. I'll try. Luminous Master didn't dare to be careless at this mysterious continent. Xueqi finally started moving deeper into this place, the master right behind him. Fiercest is going to take that immortal artifact. One spectator enviously said. What is it? A grass that can give immortality? Or an immortal fruit? Discussions sprung up all around. People surely desired this artifact capable of boosting a progenitor to the next level. However, the competition was fiercest right now. To provoke him right now meant courting death regardless of one's backing and power. So if this continent has deep ties with immortal bronze, it must be extremely old. Immortal bronze is one of the oldest races in our world. Some believe that they were around during the era of the three immortals. One person speculated. This made people exchange glances because this era belonged only in myths and speculations. No one denied that the immortal bronze race was old, but the exact timeline remained unknown. The members of this race themselves had no idea. I'm so damn curious. Another said while patiently waiting. Xueqi and Creek King became tense as well. They have analyzed and understood this continent more than the others. However, numerous unsolvable mysteries remained. They couldn't open certain places, hence the lack of harvest. However, they believed that Xueqi should know how to unlock these secrets, having absolute confidence in him. This was especially true for Luminous Master. He watched Xueqi's entry and noticed something, slightly raising his brows, and his expression became dignified. Others noticed the change in his expression but didn't see anything special. Chapter 31-31. Only reticent breathing could be heard after Xueqi entered the area. No one knew how long he had been in there. They didn't care about the passing time either. Boom! An explosion caught them off guard and the continent instantly collapsed. What? Xueqi couldn't believe it. He had tried this method a while ago, but this landmass exceeded imagination. Alas, this was fiercest, a person who had 13 palaces. There was no point in being surprised by his success. Many could see that this wasn't an ordinary collapse. Xueqi didn't punch it into smithereens or anything. The pieces fell in a particular manner, making it seem that the continent was assembled from numerous pieces placed together. They were simply falling apart right now. Each piece was special and possessed its own laws. The continent looked like a perfect work of art made by a devilish master. Look at that. A gigantic entity emerged and floated in space. People saw that it was a colossal bronze humanoid, larger than any other statue in the world. Of course, this thing was a living entity, not a statue. He seemed to be born in an ancient era. His eyes were close, seemingly asleep with a peaceful expression. A faint glow surrounded him. This slumber could last until the world becomes old. The impressive size understandably astounded the spectators. They then turned towards Luminous Master and the members of Bronze Immortal. Their race was the same, born with a body made of bronze instead of flesh and blood. However, they would change after cultivating. For example, Luminous Master gained a regular body. Of course, keeping their bronze body was another potential path. Everyone instantly thought that this bronze giant might be a member of this race. Alas, the knowledgeable ancestors have never read anything that would indicate that this race could grow to this size. In fact, the ancestors from Bronze Immortal couldn't think of a forefather of this size either, at least not in the records and legends. Now, everyone knew why Luminous Master said that the continent had something to do with their race. Even if this giant wasn't from this race, he should be related to them in some ways. What a miracle! Xueqi became emotional and shocked. So many Bronze Immortals kneeled and bowed towards this giant. Though they didn't know his origin, their instinct forced them to do so. Some started crying tears of joy as well. Luminous Master shot out 2 rays towards the giant, wanting to see some clues. May I climb up there, Dao brother? He asked because the giant belonged to Xueqi. Why not? A harvest is up to your own fortune. Xueqi smiled. Thank you. Luminous Master bowed before landing on the giant. He rubbed the body while becoming emotional. He was gentle as if he was caressing a lover. Xueqi headed straight for the chest area since he had a pretty good understanding of this giant. He had seen one before back in the 9 worlds. In fact, the primordial will consisting of 12 laws was taken from a chest held by that bronze giant. What's that? Some spectators noticed that the giant seemed to be sleeping with both hands placed on its chest. However, there was a bronze bottle in its hands upon closer inspection. This bottle was actually massive, but because of the giant's size, it was easy to miss it. They started thinking that it might contain the immortal artifact desired by Luminous Master's group. That has to be it. Everyone held their breath as Xueqi was approaching the bottle. They were naturally tempted, just too scared to do anything about it. Luminous Master didn't look at the bottle. All of his attention was focused on the giant. Another gift, I won't hold back then. Li Qie stared at the bottle and smiled before grabbing the bottle. Taking this bottle should be impossible, but Li Qie had reached the apex. Boom! His 13 palaces began suppressing and transcending everything again. Impossibilities became possibilities. The crowd felt an unfathomable might and couldn't stand up straight. Rumble! Li Qie seemed to be pulling on the world itself. If the world had a physical handle, Li Qie could easily lift it up with one hand. Everyone felt themselves being lifted up to the air during this process. Boom! He successfully took the bottle in no time at all. He got it. One spectator blurted out. Some started fantasizing that it was them who got the bottle. It would be amazing since they would soar towards greatness. Good stuff. Li Qie looked at the content and praised. Everyone couldn't help stretching their neck up a bit while wishing to see what was inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Many wanted to ask him as well, but the words returned to their throat. They didn't dare to ask, plus he might not tell them anyway. Rumble! The bronze giant became dazzling and started shaking at an increasing intensity. Time to go. Li Qie put away the bottle and glanced over at Luminous Master before jumping off. Luminous Master continued caressing the giant, not wanting to leave. This moment seemed too short, but he had no choice. Rumble! The shaking became violent by this point, so Luminous Master leaped to the sky. Boom! The bronze giant broke through the void and traveled through numerous domains, disappearing from the astonished spectator's sight. Chapter 31-32. The bronze giant broke through the void and disappeared as everyone watched in a daze. They didn't know who this figure was, but he should have great significance. Just think about it. He came out of uncrossable expanse on top of still being alive and not turned evil. There must be something special going on in the background. What a shame. Luminous Master regretted not having enough time to learn since the giant left too quickly. If he had more time, he would be able to learn more mysteries about it along with the origin of his race. He only managed to learn a tiny bit. Alas, he also knew that given his power, he had no chance of holding the giant back. Its power and profundity were beyond his control, so the only thing he could do was watch. Thank you, Dao brother. He calmed down and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. Li Qie was the one who gave him this chance. Though his harvest was limited, it was still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No big deal. Li Qie said before looking at the sky. It's getting late though, time for me to leave. You're leaving? Luminous Master became startled, aware that Li Qie was talking about 3 immortals, not just this place. Maybe I can stay a little longer. Leave it up to fate. Li Qie said. Luminous Master's heart sank a little after hearing this. Anyone else would be happy because it wasn't a good feeling to have someone so strong looming above them. However, the Master viewed it as a great loss for both immortal lineage and him. It meant that he would lose his role model and an opponent who could serve as a teacher. As for immortal lineage, it would lose another layer of protection. In my opinion, it's coming soon, very soon. Li Qie read his expression and stared towards the direction of uncrossable expanse. The Master also did the same, becoming more and more dejected. He had stayed by the shore of that place for a bit but couldn't calculate an exact date. Now, Li Qie confirmed his suspicion. A progenitor like him was considered invincible in 3 immortals. Alas, he had zero confidence to face the incoming calamity. What was coming? Perhaps a thing that 3 immortals didn't want to face the most? Are you prepared? Li Qie asked the silent progenitor. I will try my best because it is my responsibility. Luminous Master took a deep breath and replied. So duty-bound. Li Qie casually said. Dao brother, please be merciful and aid us. Luminous Master said with respect, asking for help. Li Qie's involvement would give more hope for 3 immortals. I'm just a passerby, so it's not my responsibility. Li Qie said softly. However, I do need to exercise more. If it comes during this period, I will warm up before my journey to build more enthusiasm. This was the same as accepting Luminous Master's request. The Master happily bowed towards Li Qie and didn't say anything else. Go get ready then. Li Qie glanced at him and said. See you soon, Dao brother. The Master bowed to say goodbye. The same with all the experts from Immortal Bronze. In fact, Even the spectators in Sky Pass bowed because he had proven his worth with his 13 palaces. Everyone watched his departure in silence. He had become a legendary figure, almost like a real deity. Withdraw. Luminous Master shouted out the order to his sect. The army of immortal bronze hurriedly marched away, following their progenitor. Many also bowed respectfully towards Luminous Master. The two parties were gone from Sky Ruins now, leaving behind a creepy expanse. It's finally over. One spectator murmured. The outcome of the battle betrayed many's expectations. Nonetheless, most felt an unprecedented satisfaction after receiving the benefits. They got to witness a fight between progenitors that left a lasting impression. They saw Luminous Master's spark technique, but most importantly, the one and only 13 palaces in history, a true miracle. Maybe we're the luckiest in history, to be born in the same generation as Fiercest. This is the only generation that has 13 palaces. One cultivator reflected. It's also a source of despair. Another ancestor smiled wryly. The most brilliant and peerless geniuses will have to play the role of a side character from now on because of Fiercest. Others put on a bitter smile as well since he made too much sense. Fiercest was unreasonably powerful and unsurpassable. Everyone would pale versus his dazzling radiance. So can cultivators really create 13 palaces? A Supreme Everlasting began discussing this issue. Now that this possibility has been proven, these top masters still didn't know how to get one. What's the actual method? People racked their brains to no avail. I think regular people like us will never be able to have it. Even the Supreme Everlastings became dejected. It's nothing to be ashamed about. So many greater beings than us in history with incredible achievements, progenitors and Fardao Everlastings, they couldn't do it either. A friend consoled. You're right. The crowd felt much better. After all, even the brilliant ones like Gao Yang and Fire Ancestor couldn't do it. There was a big gap between them compared to these beings. Thus, so what if they couldn't get the final palace? What Fiercest had done is really the miracle of the ages. The failed experiments made people respect Li Chia even more, realizing how peerless he was. He was the only exception in history, the only person with the 13th palace. I think he should be the leader of the Decemvirate now. One ancestor suggested. No one refuted this claim since Li Chia was truly qualified for the position. Chapter 31-33. An illusory space with flashing stars, a dreamlike location. This place was deep in Ascension Pond, a place where no one has been before outside of Li Chia. He was refining a weapon brimming with the power of the high heaven, majestic and mighty beyond imagination. You're entering the expanse to kill? An ethereal voice sounded. Not necessarily, just going with the flow. I do hope he's smart enough to back off, but the opposite is more than fine too. I'll see how sharp my blade is. Li Chia looked up and smiled before glancing at his weapon. For what reason are you actually going? Those three old men? The pond clearly questioned Li Chia's motives. It seemed capable of seeing the end of the world. There's a potential shortcut there. If there's a way in, there's a way out. Li Chia smiled. You're courting death, bringing a fat sheep straight to the tiger's jaws. The voice didn't hold back at all. Is that so? Why not? That's one way to bait the tiger, no? Li Chia chuckled. You're not strong enough. The voice eventually said. You might think you're strong and amazing, same with your Dao heart, but once you go in there, only eternal damnation awaits. I must be hearing things because it sounds like you're worried about me. Makes me a little scared from being loved so much. Li Chia joked. You're bringing a streak of tigers here. A calamity will turn everything to ashes. The voice snorted. I'm aware, you're afraid that once broken, 3 immortals is such a fat piece of meat. You'll be the same. Li Chia said. It's unclear in this last line whether Li Chia is saying that the pond will join in and feast on 3 immortals or it'll become a target too. Die if you want, but don't drag the entire world down with you. The voice coldly uttered. Who says I want to do that? Stagnation is the most fatal choice. Nothing stays the same forever. Not in the past, present, and future. 3 immortals are certainly impregnable right now. This might not be true later. Li Chia said. The 3 geezers screwed it up, humph. The voice scowled. Maybe, but even without this issue, you don't think something else will happen in the future? Li Chia said. Nothing is unbreakable nor eternal. You and they are ancient enough to know this logic more than me. The voice didn't respond this time. A lull took over. Of course, if you are willing to help me, I'm sure it'll be good. This is the best opportunity. Li Qie leisurely said. No, I have no interest in falling down together with you. The voice refused right away. Then you can keep on hiding in your shell like a cowardly turtle until you're found, and that's inevitable. Li Qie smiled. Hiding and fighting, the result is the same. You can't change anything, the same with me. The voice said. Not necessarily. There are many unknowns in the world. Li Qie said. None. I know more and they know more than you. The voice said. I won't deny that. Li Qie nodded. But I am me and they are they, there's a clear difference. All the same. Some had the same thoughts as you in the past. What happened in the end? They still became lackeys. The voice responded. Yes, it's not surprising at all. Nothing is scarier than the heart of men. Li Qie agreed. Truly terrifying. The voice emphasized. But you're not men, we are. Because of this difference, you all will never be able to become true immortals, but we still can. See, now that's the difference, one superior to the other. Li Qie smiled. Humph, insects, after all is said and done, are still insects. The voice scowled. Then you need to be careful and avoid being bitten by them. Insects might be small but they can multiply, you all can't. When you die your kind will end. Li Qie said. Look at this world and history. So many epochs have ended, but in the present day, the so-called insects are still alive. People have changed, same with the methods, but they keep on struggling beneath the sky. Li Qie paused for a bit before continuing. On the other hand, when one of you dies, that's one fewer, so you tell me, who is the real ruler of this world? The voice also understood this particular train of thought and didn't respond. Have you thought of the day when you become a fat piece of meat? It's not unprecedented. Li Qie went on. And, the voice said, I can see that you do not wish to take action, but there are other ways. For example, me. Don't you think someone as handsome as me will always win? Do it right and I'll become the only true immortal. Li Qie smiled. Stop fantasizing. The voice coldly uttered. That's one way to put it, but think about the possibility. What if I become a true immortal? Or we can take one step back and assume that I'll fail. Nevertheless, my going all out is still a good thing for all of you. You reap all the rewards without doing anything, able to live and see the sun again. Li Qie continued. Are you threatening me? The voice questioned. Feel free to see it however you want, but calling it a threat is rather shallow for people like us. It's more of an investment. I'm definitely worth it. Li Qie smiled. You'll die. The voice said with absolute certainty. But if I don't? Li Qie put on a serious expression. The same with his voice. What do you want? The voice paused for a bit before asking. I know you all still have some good stuff. Li Qie let out a satisfied grin. No, I don't, my resources are limited. The voice became vigilant. No, I said you all, not just you, you all. Just you alone is not enough. I might be poor but not that poor. Li Qie smiled. Humph, don't win an inch and want a foot. Being too greedy will only result in trouble. The voice didn't like this. False, if this is considered greedy, then how are you going to invest in me? We're considered big shots, right? So if we're going to play, then do it big. Don't be so small-minded now. Li Qie said. Even if I agree, it doesn't mean the others will. The voice contemplated for a bit before speaking. You can tell them my intent. As you can see, I'm quite busy. I don't have time to go visit each one. Trust me, don't miss this great investment, there won't be another. Li Qie said flatly. I understand. The voice replied. It's a deal then. One day, you will all be joyous, for this will be the most fruitful investment of your life. Li Qie smirked. The voice scowled but didn't bother to retort this time around. However, right at this second, a pair of eyes seemed to be opening in this deep space. It gazed towards uncrossable ocean. It's coming. The voice said. Li Qie stopped refining his weapon and stood up, also gazing towards the expanse. Yes. His eyes turned cold after penetrating the void. Chapter 31-34. The title of fiercest once again echoed across immortal lineage after the battle. Everyone knew him and how strong he was by this point. They believed that he was the strongest and most brilliant progenitor in this generation. Some took it a step further and thought that he would be the greatest progenitor in history. Serenity returned to immortal lineage. All geniuses immersed themselves in training. A while ago, these top cultivators would like to go outside to show off their achievements. Alas, watching that battle made them realize the gap between themselves and the apex. Because of this, the prideful and arrogant ones no longer dared to act haughty or cause trouble. Fiercest aside, even Luminous Master was far superior to them. Thus they began to cultivate without giving up, hoping to catch up to these two. Unfortunately, this peaceful period didn't last long. Something happened in uncrossable expanse again today. Something flashed brightly on the ocean and moved with great speed across. It pulsed from the rotation between submerging and emerging. Each jump left behind bright spots on the ocean that would last for a long time, akin to heavenly scars. Remember, heavenly scars were caused by a supreme power, virtually indelible. Now, this jumping light had this destructive capability as well. What's that? As the light moved closer to the shore, it was finally spotted by a master. He reported this to the others. The news spread quickly. It didn't take long before the people in Sky Ruins, Sky Pass, and the rest of immortal lineage heard about it. The spotlight returned to uncrossable expanse and the jumping light. Too many things have been happening in this once quiet expanse. Definitely not a good thing. An ancestor felt something ominous happening. The mighty emperors and everlasting sensed the sky being surrounded with thick, black clouds. A terrible darkness has begun engulfing immortal lineage. The jumping light finally made it out of the ocean and landed on the sandy beach. Buzz! The light emanated into a large circular formation with loud detonations. Numerous stone pillars merged and assembled something akin to a large fortress, enough to accommodate a great army. At the same time, the spots left behind on the ocean also lit up and formed their own formations, resulting in what looks like numerous connecting bridges. What's going on? Even a fool by this point knew that something strange was happening. Spatial leap at the ultimate level. An everlasting noticed this and took a deep breath. A terrible character wants to open a traveling path using coordinates there. They want to return. There have been numerous legends regarding the expanse. One constant remained. No one who went there had returned or sent any message back. People speculated that returning was very difficult. Why? Because the space there was extremely chaotic and always changing. Even a progenitor would find this prohibitive. Incredible, creating multiple coordinate points on that ocean. This is an enormous project that must have taken hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. Because the coordinates there are always changing, making a path required consolidation after each step. This meant spending immense resources and manpower. Now, someone had just opened so many at the same time to complete this spatial leap. But who? A supreme existence deep in Five-Element Mountain wondered. Not even the members of the Decemvirate can do this. Another invincible everlasting got chills in an ancient abyss. These reclusive supremes haven't shown themselves for a long time. They were virtually unstoppable but still felt dread after seeing the wondrous spatial leap. The person capable of doing this far exceeded their imagination. Someone's returning from the expanse. This shocking news spread across immortal lineage. The world erupted with clamors. So many inhabitants were shaken. A progenitor? An ancestor said. Maybe it's our progenitor, that would be great. One youth became excited and loudly said. Don't be so quick to celebrate. The ancestor had a more pessimistic approach. Even a progenitor returning might not be a good thing. Who knows what had happened in the long period of time? His group found this chilling statement reasonable. Their progenitor had entered the expanse for so long. Why return now? Who knows what happened in the expanse to cause this? The floating ships a while ago showed something bad happening there. Thus, the excited youths felt as if someone had just poured cold water over their head. I hope it's not something evil. One expert quietly prayed. It didn't take long before most became dejected from the ominous development. Oh! A war horn sounded in Sky Pass and echoed across the entire sky moat. It traveled far enough to reach the shore of the expanse and Sky Ruins. Cultivators outside of Sky Pass need to return now. Sky Pass will close in one day and will not allow entry. Be aware of the consequences by staying out. Inchi declared. The Legion of Sky Pass mobilized with haste, entering a state of battle. The soldiers returned to their post and various gates. Let's go back now. The experts outside immediately retreated. They knew that this wasn't a joke. Something earth-shattering was about to happen. They wouldn't be able to return to immortal lineage once the sky moat closed. Thus, they moved with their fastest possible speed to return. It's really coming. All the systems in immortal lineage knew the gravity of the situation, since it has been years since the Legion of Sky Pass entered a state of battle. Chapter 31-35. Many systems prepared by ordering all of their disciples to return and entering a state of battle. Rumble. Deep and low explosions came from deeper inside the expanse. The entire place seemed to be quaking. Many felt that immortal lineage was quaking along as well. I don't like the looks of this. One guy was afraid of immortal lineage toppling over, resulting in immense destruction. Fortunately, this state didn't last long and eventually halted. Look now! One frightened spectator shouted. Of course, numerous masters all over immortal lineage were already looking. Black dots appeared all over the vast ocean, seemingly coming from the depth. No one knew how they got there before the entire sky was blotted out. Buzz! The dots followed the bright coordinates and started leaping, gradually drawing closer towards the shore. The powerful masters became slack-jawed as a result. That's a legion, right? One ancestor shuddered. These black dots were none other than numerous battleships shrouded in black fog, perhaps originating from a realm of death. Thousands of ships floated on the water and continued moving through the existing coordinates. A while ago, the ships coming out of the expanse were damaged from fierce battles. Now these ones were as new as can be. Their sheer amount and close vicinity made the whole thing look like a continent covered in a black fog. Boom! They eventually made it to the shore but didn't immediately head for immortal lineage. They camped near the existing fortress as more and more ships docked. This great army painted the beach black. The ships didn't exude any powerful aura, but one could still sense that this army could destroy a world. What kind of military strength is this? Many felt their legs trembling with fear. These spectators couldn't get a good view of the armies, only the ships. However, the content of the ship should be obvious. Sky Moat activate. Inchi shouted, knowing that retreat wasn't an option. Rumble. The Sky Moat became resplendent enough to illuminate all of immortal lineage and the space above Sky Pass. Countless ancient runes of varying sizes appeared on the walls. Some were as big as mountains, others as small as boulders. Boom! These heavy runes stacked on top of each other and assembled a great barrier. This barrier was 100 times taller than the actual physical walls that make up the Sky Moat. Thus, this immediately separated immortal lineage from the outside world, a perfect seal of sorts. Boom! A boundless power emanated from the ground of the moat and all of immortal lineage. It seeped into every corner of the barriers, firmly stabilizing each rune and brick. Both the physical and energy walls seemed to be one. An impregnable defense without a single gap. Visual phenomena emerged as a result. Golden dragons were on top of the walls. Phoenixes guarded the sides and other primordial beasts guarded the gates. The moat had a majestic aura and became the toughest defense possible for immortal lineage. True to its name. Those seeing this for the first time became amazed. As long as this barrier was activated, no one inside could come out and no one outside could come in. Is it really unbreakable? One cultivator asked. In theory, not even a progenitor can break it. Who knows if there's a way? An ancestor solemnly said. Then we don't need to worry about anything. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. We don't know what's over there in the expanse. An everlasting saw more ships gathering by that black fortress and became nervous. Activate our defenses. The kingdoms and sects back in immortal lineage also activated their Dao sources to start the barriers. Though Sky Pass was fully activated, they didn't know who they were facing or what might happen. Open a communication line with all Dao systems, keep it on. These systems began working together. Some even had Dao portals at the ready. Systems who once fought against each other temporarily put aside their difference, choosing to become allies when necessary to face the disaster together. Rumble. Meanwhile, more ships still gathered by the beach. The fortress had plenty of pavilions and encampments, becoming a world of war with a majestic aura that could be sensed from immortal lineage. The world became silent after the great army had fully gathered. The bowstring has been drawn, the swords unsheathed. Everyone held their breath, aware that a war was about to start. "There's someone at last," someone shouted while looking at the beach encampment. One man finally showed up from that camp. The first. His face remained shrouded by black fog and darkness, just like a messenger of death. His pace remained leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll. People could feel that he was unfathomable despite not exerting any aura, as vast as an ocean with no end in sight. No, it would be more accurate to view him as a bottomless abyss, capable of pulling anything or anyone down there. One fallen, it would be eternal damnation, never to see the sun again. Chapter 31-36. From the east came a floating figure shrouded in black fog, seemingly a part of the darkness and capable of devouring everything. Strangely enough, he didn't give off an evil presence but rather an independent and transcending temperament. He seemed to come from an outer realm and unstained by the mortal coil, an independent existence from everything else. Even if he were a devil king, the first impression one would get was not of his evil affinity but how special he was, a crane among a flock of chicken. This was a strange feeling, to say the least. Theoretically, a being coming from the darkness or representing evil should be vile and frightening. This person didn't give off that feeling in the slightest. He seemed exceptional wherever he went, and the fog didn't affect his aura. This feeling was ridiculous but still manifested before everyone. Definitely an incredible character. Even the powerful Everlastings didn't dare to look down on this opponent. The guy remained unfathomable, but just this unique aura alone spoke plenty of his might. Who is he? Definitely not an unknown if he came from 3 immortals. An ancestor began speculating. No one dared to throw out a name since it would be disrespectful to accuse the wise sages and progenitors of the past. Thus, they could only think about it. This person went to Sky Pass and stood before the gate with great patience and calmness. "Who might you be?" Xueqi asked. "A friend returning from abroad. Are you the guardian of the sky moat?" This person slightly bowed and asked. "Returning." This made it clear that he came from 3 immortals. His actual identity remained unknown. Everyone started hoping that their ancestors could recognize this person. "I am the commander of Sky Pass Legion, responsible for protecting the sky moat. May I have your name?" Xueqi narrowed his eyes, focusing on figuring out this person. Unfortunately, his piercing heavenly gaze couldn't even see the person clearly, let alone finding out anything. Remember, he was a supreme everlasting. Very few people in immortal lineage were above him in power, yet he still failed. This made him shudder because he knew that this guy was far stronger than him. That's the only reason why he couldn't guess his power. "No need to be so polite, I am only a speck of dust, completely insignificant and can't reach the apex. I'm merely here as a messenger, so my name doesn't matter," the person said. He spoke with sincere humility. This didn't seem like an act at all. This made people take a deep breath. People this strong usually weren't humble unless they were forced to act this way from experience. "Then what is your message?" Xueqi said with a solemn expression. So many ancestors in immortal lineage were watching this conversation at the moment. The messenger glanced over at Sky Pass and immortal lineage right behind it, seemingly immersed in reflection, and forgot to answer. Xueqi patiently waited. After a while, the messenger withdrew his gaze and said, "Some friends wish to return to this beloved land. Please open the gate and welcome them." The listeners became shaken while exchanging glances with those nearby. They then shifted their attention towards the fortress by the beach. They understood that their wise sages were returning, and not just 1 or 2. Numerous were on those ships right now. So many progenitors, everlastings, and emperors have entered the expanse in the past. Some of them were definitely back along with their followers. A while ago, the cultivators in immortal lineage would find this exciting and celebrate. After all, these men included their old ancestors or even their system's progenitor. This was worthy of celebration, to say the least. This was no longer the case. A terrible feeling struck the listeners after hearing about these friends returning. To be perfectly blunt, many didn't wish to see this at all. They actually hoped that these wise sages have died in expanse rather than returning. They feared for the worst, that the darkness has taken over these progenitors and wise sages. Just think about it, the descendants had nothing but pride in their progenitors and ancestors. If one day, these men were no longer worthy of this, these descendants would instantly lose their totem of hope. Tai Inchi knew this long ago, but while actually facing this moment of truth, his heart grew heavy. After all, he wasn't facing primordial beasts or devils from the darkness but rather, the well-respected seniors of the past. Sky Pass pertains to the safety of immortal lineage, and I bear a heavy burden. It's different today. I and the rest of immortal lineage naturally welcome old friends returning. However, in order to enter Sky Pass, they must undergo a thorough investigation. I hope you understand and forgive us, Senior. Tai Inchi spoke with as much civility as possible since he was talking to the old sages. And if we refuse? The messenger said softly. Then I'm afraid that no one will be able to enter Sky Pass. My apology. Tai Inchi said. I get it. The messenger nodded without becoming angry. Just know that it doesn't matter how tall and thick these walls are, they won't be able to stop the inevitable. This wasn't a blatant threat, but the meaning was as clear as can be. The listeners back in immortal lineage felt their hair standing on end with dread. The thing they worried about has finally happened. Senior, forgive me for being presumptuous, but I must ask, is it really just a visit, or do you have other plans? Tai Inchi remained firm with a cold gaze. It's all the same. We illuminated this world in the past and we are returning to give it hope. The messenger said. This casual comment frightened the crowd. It seemed to indicate that these men were certain progenitors coming back. Who knows which ones and how many? They then thought about the terrible prophecy years ago and became even more dejected. What kind of hope are you talking about, Senior? Tai Inchi said. Embrace an entirely new world and break new ground for a vaster horizon. The messenger said. Chapter 31-37. Everyone held their breath after listening to the messenger. What new world do you speak of? Tai Inchi asked. An eternal world originating from the deepest part of your heart, from a desire to build this world. It will let you see the true source. The messenger spoke in a flowery manner. Many everlastings shuddered. There was temptation in such words to them. This eternal world you speak of is the darkness? Tai Inchi naturally understood. He had more knowledge of this than others. It's just a name, a word, nothing more. The messenger said, light and darkness are classifications of ordinary men. There's no right and wrong, no justice and evil. They're both just a form of power coming from the heart. The affinity itself has no morality. It is dependent on the user. The messenger said. This confirmed the existence of the darkness and shattered many people's hope. Some ancestors had a pretty good idea of what was going on, but they still held on to a sliver of hope that this might not be the case. Alas, the messenger destroyed this little hope. The worst had happened. Their most respected progenitors might have fallen to the darkness. Darkness is darkness. No excuses. Those who fall to the darkness are no longer one of us and certainly harbor treacherous thoughts. They deserve death. Tai Inchi coldly uttered. Since he was in charge of the first line of defense, his attitude, to a certain extent, also represented immortal lineage's stance. People have different perspectives, there's no forcing it. The messenger calmly said. If you won't obey, then let's settle this with force. I'm afraid you won't like the outcome though. The powerful listeners trembled again. They might have to fight against their own ancestors until death. I don't understand something. Senior. You are a progenitor and I'm sure your side has more capable combatants. You all have become unbeatable and dominated your eras, even contributing long-lasting achievements. You have seen everything, all the trials and tribulations. What made your Dao heart wavered? Tai Inchi put it tactfully. The others wanted to ask the same question. In their era, progenitors were the top existences that have done it all. In fact, becoming a progenitor showed how firm one's Dao heart was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone so far on the path towards the Dao. Alas, these determined progenitors have fallen to the darkness and now, they were here to attack their own world. How did it come to this? The world is too vast. There is always a better man and a higher mountain. We're nothing more than regular people, no insects. The messenger said. He spoke with neither happiness nor sadness, only stating a mere fact. Unfortunately, the listeners didn't take it well. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. If progenitors were mere insects, then what about them? No one knew what these progenitors have experienced in the expanse, but it must have been something unimaginable. Senior, I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but a vaster world and more powerful enemies still can't conquer our three immortals. We had experts appearing in waves, brilliant progenitors and mighty masters, the Decemvirate and 10 Radiants. Tai Inchi wasn't intimidated. Some of the listeners nodded in agreement. 3 immortals had produced so many masters and could handle any disaster. Yes, we had some brilliant geniuses indeed, the golden age of men and competition, always surging forward with great momentum. The messenger became slightly emotional again, seemingly recalling his high-spirited past. His expression said it all, so everyone, including Tai Inchi, became startled. This messenger was clearly a progenitor and a top one at that. The group immediately had an assessment of the guy's cultivation level. Maybe an immortal-level progenitor. An immortal-level progenitor becoming a Hound of Darkness was a terrible thing to think about. Some Everlastings felt their legs shaking after finding this out. No one could stop an immortal-level progenitor in their world. Moreover, there were more than just one. All of them started praying and hoping for the sky moat to stay strong. Otherwise, all of 3 immortals were done for. But so what? The world is larger than your imagination. A supreme everlasting like you is impressive in immortal lineage, but in that vast world, you're nothing more than a speck of dust. When that day comes, our 3 immortals is nothing more than a fat piece of meat. The messenger stopped reminiscing and said. He paused for a bit before finishing. Instead of struggling in futility, it is not too late to surrender. This is the only way out for our world. The listeners fell into silence. A progenitor falling into darkness should be spurned. This still didn't change the grim reality that such a powerful being was converted. Some felt despair as a result. I might be a speck of dust, but I still won't give up. I, the commander of Sky Pass and a member of 3 immortals, will protect my home instead of letting invaders trample on it. I will die fighting without taking half a step back. Tai Inchi took a deep breath and powerfully responded. This declaration woke the ancestors drowning in despair up like the morning bell, driving away their confusion. He's right, this is our home. We can't let evil trample on it. Many ancestors and everlastings agreed. We can't yield or we'll have no place to go, our descendants won't be able to live. Others clenched their fists. Let's fight to the very last man. Don't let the future generations become slaves to the darkness. Their battle spirits surged. Their opponents might be powerful and dangerous. Some might be their progenitors and forefathers. However, they had no other choice but to fight for the sake of future generations. Very courageous, I'm proud of you all. The messenger nodded slightly. Then let's fight. I hope you can persevere till the end. Chapter 31-38. The messenger didn't linger after speaking his part and returned to the beach fortress. Maintain your guard, men, be ready to fight. Tai Inchi gave the order afterward. The soldiers received the order and let out an echoing battle chant. They unsheathed their weapons, ready for the battle. It's happening. The spectating ancestors knew that the storm was coming. We're joining too when necessary to aid Sky Pass. Some ancestors also prepared. Numerous Dao systems began mobilizing in order to help Sky Pass whenever necessary. They have put aside personal interests by this point. Even a fool could see that the destruction of Sky Pass would leave immortal lineage vulnerable to the invaders. Moreover, no systems had a better defensive line than Sky Pass. That's why as long as Sky Pass was there was still hope for all of immortal lineage. Rumble! The ships back at the shore began flying towards Sky Pass, blotting out the sky and intimidating the spectators. The dark clouds of war have engulfed immortal lineage. Its inhabitants cowered in fear, not knowing how long it would last nor how it would end. However, they knew that the wails of lamentation would echo across the land. Many sects and kingdoms would turn to ashes. No one was lucky enough to avoid this disaster. The only path right now was to unite and fight. As the ships approached, an austere air took over. They didn't directly attack Sky Pass right away or try to catch it off guard. They simply declared war first before marching. This clearly showed how confident they were in their own strength. It didn't matter how powerful immortal lineage was, the same with its defenses. Thousands of ships have arrived, but this was less than half of their full force. The rest continued to stay at the fortress. This perplexed many ancestors and everlastings. Why did they only mobilize half of their troops? Were they confident in conquering immortal lineage without going all out? If that's the case, What's the point of mobilizing so many troops in the first place? What were they meant for? Boom! The warships have completely surrounded the airspace above Sky Pass in numerous layers. Immortal lineage suddenly turned into a chilling prison in hell. However, the massive and impregnable walls still gave everyone solace and hope. One last warning: surrender or you will be shown no mercy. A powerful voice came from one of the ships. Just his voice alone resembled millions of lightning bolts exploding, fully frightening the listeners. Everyone could tell that he was a progenitor. At least 2 progenitors. One ancestor shuddered and said. The messenger earlier was one. Now another had shown up on that ship. However, more than just 2 were returning. Everyone knew this much. The soldiers of Sky Pass Legion gripped their weapon tightly while gazing at the battalions of ships. Some started sweating but maintained their post. They knew that they were the first line of defense and also the most important one. It would be a lie claiming to be fearless at this moment since they were about to face their forefathers and perhaps several progenitors. Most knew that this would be their last battle. Alas, behind them was their home. Yielding was not an option. Tai Inchi felt the same way and was prepared to die. We'll never surrender regardless of how many waves of us fall down. Sky Pass will still stand strong after our death. Tai Inchi said with resolution. So be it. The voice spoke again. Buzz. One of the ships lit up and out came a monstrous creature. This was a gigantic dragon that looked like a lizard with fleshy thorns protruding on its back. It had thick armor on top of possessing a hammer-like tail. It was as tall as several dozen mountains stacked on top of each other. Its eyes looked like 2 suns brimming with lightning. One could hear continuous crackles from the lightning bolts moving across its body. This lightning was comparable to that of a heavenly tribulation. This is a power at the progenitorial level. Everyone became afraid. A Light Lord dragon, a hybrid offspring of a true dragon and a thunder lizard in the primordial era, a true monster. One everlasting recognized it and took a deep breath. Boom! The dragon swung its tail hammer on the wall with the force of 3,000 worlds. Countless lightning currents came together to form a beam as well. These 2 separate attacks ravaged this particular section. This magnificent scene intimidated all spectators. The explosions temporarily deafened them. No. So many cultivators fell to the ground since all of immortal lineage was shaking. Is it down? They were scared out of their mind after witnessing this incredible power. Once the dust settled, that lightning attack couldn't break the barrier, only managing to disrupt the light ever so slightly. It's fine. They heaved a sigh of relief. The sky moat lives up to its fame. Most were in awe after seeing the toughness of this defensive line. Boom! Unfortunately, another monster teleported out of a ship. A massive armadillo, slightly smaller than the Light Lord dragon. It seemed to be wearing the sharpest armor. Its scales flashed with a frightening glint. Its head looked just like a large drill that could pierce through anything in existence. The area became filled with the stench of blood. Its red eyes were nightmarish to say the least. This creature must have killed numerous beings to have this aura. A heavenly armadillo, a legendary beast that can kill the gods and devils. A knowledgeable ancestor shouted in horror. Chapter 31-39. This heavenly armadillo was another ferocious ancient beast also possessing the power similar to a progenitor. Its aura made heaven and earth tremble. Rumble! Its drill-like head began rotating and instantly struck the wall. Sparks went flying like waterfalls with enough power to destroy the world. Boom! 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 Everyone felt the sky moat being pushed back by this devastating drill. This was also the case for immortal lineage. The ground beneath was being pushed downward. Everyone felt nervous at this development. Even their energy was churning from the chaos. Meanwhile, the dragon continued smashing the wall without taking any break, using both its body and tail. These ancient beasts have robbed the peace from immortal lineage. Remember, they were as strong as progenitors, so this offense was as devastating as can be. The inhabitants below turned pale as a result, as if doomsday was incoming. Many have lost hope because the progenitors and the army on the other side haven't even attacked yet. No one in immortal lineage could stop them. They started praying for the sky moat to miraculously stop the enemies. This was the only way. Rumble! The light of the sky moat continued to disperse in the impact areas, but the runes on the bricks would gather again. They condensed into layers to stop the drill and the dragon. preventing the crystal barrier from being damaged while rebuilding as well. Thus, the actual walls remained untouched. In short, the sky moat had two lines of defense, the actual walls then the crystal barriers made from the power underground. It was extremely tough to take down the crystal barriers due to its regenerative property. Rumble. The two beasts continued their onslaught to no avail, so everyone started relaxing a bit. We're so lucky that the sky moat is there. Many placed their palms together and quietly prayed. The consequences would have been unimaginable without these walls. Just these two beasts alone would have been enough to destroy systems. The forefathers were so wise to create the sky moat. Some experts became grateful, on the verge of crying. On the other hand, they felt that there was something wrong with this statement. The sky moat was created by their forefathers, but now, their forefathers were also the ones attacking immortal lineage. Not all ancestors have fallen to the darkness. One insightful spectator said, "The peace we have today is still thanks to our ancestors. Maybe they're still fighting the darkness right now back in uncrossable expanse. That's our actual first line of defense." Many suddenly became spirited and found hope again after hearing this. It was quite a blow at the start to know that their well-respected ancestors were their enemies. If these great men fell to the darkness, how were they going to stop it? Now, just thinking about the possibility of some ancestors still fighting back and potentially risking their lives gave everyone courage and determination. Their battle spirit surged once more. Rumble. Meanwhile, the two beasts still didn't accomplish anything. Nonetheless, the soldiers in Sky Pass didn't dare to be careless. They maintained their post and added their power to the important areas of the wall. Tai Inchi still had a serious expression despite seeing the beast's failure. He knew that this was only the beginning. The worst was yet to come. He didn't know how much longer the walls would last. He was certainly very confident in the sky moat, but also knew that there was no such thing as an unbreakable defense. Unbreakable only applied when the enemies were weak. However, they were facing progenitors. These men would eventually find the weak spots. Suddenly, one ship left the rank and started flying towards the sky moat. No one noticed any potential danger outside of Tai Inchi. It was drifting on the barrier as if searching for something. Since the two beasts were attacking, various runes were rippling and moving in order to replenish the crystal barrier. Thus, the ship was following the movement of the runes in order to find something. Damn! Inchi immediately thought of one problem. The ship stopped right after his shout by a section of the wall. Buzz! A large platform appeared on top of the ship. Resplendent light emerged with a pure and terrible power. It eventually created a mirror with a convex surface. The protruding part of this mirror was set against a tiny gap on the wall. Shit! We didn't fix that hole? Tai Inchi shouted. Sir, we couldn't fix the last brick. The last batch of materials is en route. A vice-general's expression soured. Tai Inchi knew that this was a terrible development but couldn't do anything about it. Li Chia had told him about the numerous flaws in the walls before. He also listed the positions and methods of fixing them. Moreover, five-element goddess Hui Qingxian gave her support and her system gave him numerous resources. Alas, the sky moat was an insane project. Just fixing one hole required immense expensive resources. Their legion couldn't have finished without the help of Five-Element Mountain. They have tried their very best during this period of time to fix all the holes except this final one. The materials were still on the way. The enemies clearly didn't rely on the two beasts to break the wall. They only needed strong enough destruction to force the runes to move. These returning forefathers clearly knew about these flaws, and this was how they were going to break down this defensive line. Buzz! The mirror gathered the brightest light in existence and illuminated all of space. This light eventually came together to form the most terrible beam. Chapter 3140. What is it doing? Those capable of seeing the assault wondered. This isn't good. An ancestor who had participated in the fixing effort became alarmed. Sky Pass won't be able to stop it. The knowledgeable ancestors understood the enemy's intention right away. Boom! A frightening beam instantly shot straight towards the wall. It felt as if the wall was being flipped over by this terrible force. So many people back in immortal lineage got swept off their feet and fell on the ground. This particular section of the crystal wall couldn't stop the beam and instantly crumbled. Remember, on the actual wall itself was a missing spot. That's why the beam also shot through the wall and entered immortal lineage. This was akin to a wall having a tiny hole with light passing through. Not like this. One ancestor bellowed. Paled. Buzz. The beam instantly sent back the right coordinates and opened a Dao portal. A massive gate instantly floated above the sky of immortal lineage. Enter. The powerful voice from one of the ships spoke again. Rumble. Explosions detonated without pause before anyone could react. The thousands of ships entered the mirror, including the massive Light Lord Dragon and Heavenly Armadillo. Boom! Sure enough, they appeared on the other side, immortal lineage. These ships blotted out the sky and instilled fear into the natives. They have successfully made it through Sky Pass. Alert! Activate our defenses. The members of many systems became scared out of their mind. One could hear gong clanking all over the world as all systems entered a defensive state. Boom! Divine light soared to the sky and became barriers. Panic and anxiety overwhelmed the land since the enemies appeared too quickly. A while ago, these systems have made preparation, but this still caught them off guard. The battalion of ships separated into 4 groups and rushed towards their destination. East, south, west, and north. They wished to outflank all defenders by extending and making sure that their firepower could reach any place in immortal lineage. They're trying to overwhelm us. Many ancestors could read their intention. Allowing them to spread out would result in utter defeat for immortal lineage. There would be no place to hide or to consolidate a retaliation. Everyone assumed that Sky Pass would bear the brunt of the assault. Who would have thought that the enemies could skip through it with such ease? Of course, some everlastings weren't too surprised at this. Taking down the sky moat would require immense resources and power. Thus, focusing on immortal lineage first was the right choice. They could take their time with the wall later. It wasn't going anywhere in the first place. Commander, are we mobilizing to assist the systems? One general asked for guidance. No, we're staying in Sky Pass. Give the orders to expedite the material transportation. We need to repair that last brick. Tai Inchi refused since his focus was still on the expanse. Though thousands of ships have made it to immortal lineage, there were still more back on that shore. This majority has yet to act. Who knows what they were trying to do? Thus, Tai Inchi believed that this remnant force was even stronger than the vanguard. He simply wanted to fix the hole while preserving his men. This would allow the sky moat to be effective again, or immortal lineage would be done for. The next step after that would be to prevent any reinforcement from entering immortal lineage. Rumble! The ships flew towards the various directions with insane speed, crushing space in the process. Cultivators and mortals cowered in fear as the ships were flying through their systems. They prayed that their system wasn't the first target. Though they knew that a broken nest wouldn't have unbroken eggs, the ones targeted first wouldn't even have the chance to run. The more time, the better. At the very least, they would be able to run away. Boom! The southbound ships finally stopped and picked a system. Metalkin Divine Court. The spectators shuddered after seeing this. Metalkin Divine Court wasn't only a system. It was also the headquarters of the Metalkins. Billions and billions of this race lived there. The court itself was only one part of this system. The previous battle with Fiercest weakened them since they lost Metalkin War God and an army. However, in the grand scheme of things, this wasn't too big of a deal for their race. It consisted of tens of thousands of lineages. The War God and his group were only the current representatives. It's not too late to surrender to me. A supreme voice came from one of the ships, enough to make others tremble. Boom! Golden pillars flew out of the ground from the divine court. Beast totems were carved on the pillars and exuded immense strength. At the same time, their ancestral hall also sent out a massive totem. When this figure appeared, a murderous aura instantly took over the realm. The heavenly pillars and the soaring cicada Dao source. Some said softly, feeling a little bit of hope. These pillars were the ultimate ace card of the Metalkins. They have been around since the start of this race and allowed it to prosper by protecting them. As for the Dao source, it was left behind by their soaring cicada progenitor and was their strongest entity. I know the pillars and the Dao source more than any of you. They are useless against me. Surrender is your only path or prepare to die. The voice sternly said. It paused for a bit before declaring, You have the time of 3 incense sticks to figure it out. The ships have surrounded the divine court by this point. It would be difficult for anyone to escape. Boom! Meanwhile, the northbound ships have also chosen a target. a system filled with treasure lights of various colors. It seemed easy to find precious stones and metals here. 8 treasures. Many became startled because this was also one of the strongest systems in immortal lineage. They were the best at creating treasures, rumored to possess the most treasures in the world. Chapter 3141. Many treasures in immortal lineage originated from 8 treasure system. The ancestors here didn't expect to be the first target. Clank, clank, clank. The alarm bells rang. Regular disciples and mortals became drowned in confusion and chaos. However, the masters and ancestors remained relatively calm. Boom! The system became resplendent and seemingly turned into a gigantic treasure. More rumbles could be heard as 8 treasures flew out from 8 different spots. Progenitorial auras emerged as if there were 8 progenitors present. This made the system seem impregnable. Sure enough, they were indeed treasures left behind by 8 progenitors. They have been protecting this system all along. A gigantic sword specialized in offense, a divine tripod meant for defense, a celestial spear meant for piercing through the enemies. They created a gigantic momentum, virtually unstoppable. This was the system's true ace card. The experts here started praying after seeing the activation, hoping that their system could last for a while. This is futile. We're welcoming a new era. Surrendering is the wise choice. A tough voice came from a ship. No, 8 treasure system only has proud warriors who die on the battlefield. No cowards who surrender. A cold response came from the system. An old man wearing a regal robe appeared, looking as old as can be. Nonetheless, he still had a peerless imperial aura around him. 8 treasures ancient emperor, he's still alive. Some ancestors were pleasantly surprised to see this old man. The grandson of 8 treasures progenitor. Looks like there is still hope for 8 treasures. They'll be able to stop the enemies for a long period. Others rejoiced. The ancient emperor was quite mighty, already a 12-palace emperor back in his era. He stopped appearing later and was mistakenly presumed dead. He and their 8 treasures together should be enough to put up a good fight. It's not easy for you to live so long. The tough voice spoke again. You should be wise after all the years, make the right choice. Think about the inhabitants of your system, not just yourself. The speaker sounded gentler this time compared to before. Who are you? The ancient emperor's eyes lit up like 2 divine lamps, wanting to see the person inside the ship. You have the time of 3 incense sticks. No mercy will be shown after that. The voice ignored the question. Rumble. The emperor's system became dazzling. Numerous divine swords formed a great formation around their Tao source. This was as direct as can be. 8 treasures had refused to surrender. The ships have also stopped to the east after crushing through the spatial fabrics. Academy of Light. Everyone in immortal lineage took a deep breath after seeing their target. They naturally became nervous. In terms of system, Academy of Light was definitely top 5, perhaps even top 3. Very few systems had the same resources, foundation, and power as the Academy. Now it was still targeted first. This wasn't a good development. If the Academy were to fall, then no other system should be able to stop the invaders. The destruction of this system meant that it wouldn't be long until the rest of the world is done for as well. Can the Academy handle this? This question popped up. It had a pivotal role, serving as the symbol of light. Losing this spiritual leader would cripple immortal lineage's morale. Should we help them? An ancestor asked. This wasn't the case when Metalkin Divine Court and 8 treasure system were surrounded. No one wanted to mobilize to help these 2 systems. Outside of relationships and ties, the 2 just weren't that special in the grand scheme of things. Their destruction wouldn't have a huge impact on immortal lineage. On the other hand, everyone's mentality would be shot after the Academy went down. It represented the light. As long as it was around, the guiding torch was still there for immortal lineage. This spiritual torch being extinguished was akin to a total loss of hope. Moreover, numerous masters from the other systems were students once at the Academy. That's why they felt the urge to help. Alas, they still hesitated because helping the Academy meant weakening the defenses of their own system. What if the enemies attacked their systems instead? Academy of Light, surrender and be spared. A majestic voice echoed from a ship. It was as if there was a great ocean of sounds appearing in the sky. Fuck your sister. A domineering and rather vulgar response came from the academy. A huge black bull appeared on Sacred Mountain and shouted, "Goddamn, are you blind to not know where this place is? It is my territory, yet you're foolish enough to want and take it? Your group of bastards must be tired of living." All along, it said that it would be the first to run when the calamity came. It showed nothing but contempt for Desolate Saint and the academy, the same with all the students from there. It viewed them as hypocrites and fake gentlemen. Yet, it was the first to respond to the invaders. Boom! Boom! Two monstrous creatures landed from above, causing the entire academy to tremble. The Light Lord Dragon and Heavenly Armadillo. The spectators became afraid. The invaders have assigned these two powerful ancient beasts to deal with the academy. It clearly showed how serious they were about taking down the academy. Rumble! The armadillo didn't waste time before drilling into the ground and disappearing from sight. Boom! In the next second, it drilled back out and sent the bull flying. Bang! 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 The bull smashed several mountains along the way before getting back up. "Asshole, you dare to ambush me? You're courting death." The furious bull roared and shook its body to reveal its true form. Boom! It became massive, enough to crush the entire academy. Its black hair looked like heavenly waterfalls. Just one body slam from it was enough to rend the earth. Rumble! The Light Lord Dragon began running forward while dragging its tail on the ground with surging currents. Chapter 3142. Rumble. Rivers and mountains fell victims along with countless living beings. The massive dragon simply crushed everything in its path, killing numerous cultivators, mortals, and animals in the process. Its hammer tail released a wave of lightning, enough to drown the 8 directions. The ground became scorched in the process. So many turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. This dragon was simply too strong. Although the academy was releasing light energy from the ground, it still wasn't enough to protect the land. Its defense cracked from the tail. Activate! Someone finally came out to stop the dragon. The light erupted and illuminated the world, refining the myriad creations. This majestic force oozed out of the ground in resonation. A woman descended from above, wielding a light shield with her wings spread wide. Her aim was to protect the escaping victims. "Holy Frost, true Emperor!" one ancestor shouted. "Great Emperor!" The people in the vicinity saw her descending and rejoiced. Boom! The lightning tail smashed down again on her holy shield. The latter emitted a progenitorial aura. This was an ancestral artifact left behind by Desolate Saint. She bathed in this ocean of light, and the power of the land was solely meant for her. Her power surged with the help of the Tao system. Alas, this still wasn't enough to take on the Light Lord Dragon. Boom! Her lower half got pushed into the mud. Boom! The tail came down again along with a torrent of lightning bolts. Though the Emperor's shield was fully activated with the light affinity, she still vomited blood from the impact. Both the people from the academy and experts from the other systems gasped in astonishment. The Emperor, with the help of her system, still wasn't enough to take on the dragon. Enough! A voice came from a remote region of the academy, Repentant City. Boom! A supreme light resembling an ultimate dragon tore apart the sky vault. The light affinity erupted to an insane level. It was filled with progenitorial aura, as pure as can be. Each strand was filled with boundless life force. This new power was purer and more powerful than Holy Frost's. Who is it? Many didn't recognize the figure appearing in this light. Clank! An ancestral sword left its scabbard and let its murderous intensity loose. This judgment of light was enough to make the gods shudder. Repentance sword. People might not know the sword users, but many ancestors recognized the sword. Do one Rue. Someone finally called out the name of the user. The Dean of Repentance Institution. The sin is mine. The voice of a progenitor echoed across the realm. A mighty figure emerged, Desolate Saint, ready to unleash a slash to threaten the myriad realms. Even the strongest ancestors took a deep breath after seeing a progenitor using his personal sword. Rah! The dragon roared and swung its long tail again. Deafening blasts of thunder sounded as numerous lightning bolts came forward. Go! Another combatant joined the battle at this moment. A man rode a tiger-eagle hybrid with lightning detonations around him, looking just like a god capable of controlling the elements. His light was also capable of saving all existences. The Sacred Director. Many students shouted. This normally stern and harsh director chose to fight during this perilous moment. Boom! The power of the system continued to support Holy Frost, Du Wan Rue, and the Sacred Director. Armors made out of light wrapped around them. This majestic force successfully stopped the Light Lord Dragon. This was their home territory, so they had the empowerment of the Tao Source and the protection of their progenitor. Thus, their light affinity became several times stronger. Alas, they could only stop the dragon at best, unable to inflict any substantial damage. On the other side, the terrains were still being ravaged despite defensive runes stemming from the system. The bull and the armadillo were too much for the Tao land, resulting in devastating destruction. The armadillo's drill could pierce through everything. It could leave a gigantic abyss in the academy in a single second. The bull didn't relent at all, using its resources and vitality to the limit. Its horns could peel the land like two divine sabers. They continuously slashed the armadillo's head without break. The watchers were naturally scared out of their mind. Many knew the bull or had suffered to it in the past. However, they didn't expect the bull to be so strong once it went all out, contending evenly against something like the armadillo. It normally acted arrogant and imperious. Now, this seemed completely justified since it possessed such terrible power. Others simply didn't know. Boom! While the two beasts were causing chaos, the entrances to the ships above opened and numerous black figures jumped off. These powerful beings were shrouded in black fog and brimming with darkness. They spread out to the various sects and academies in the system. Thousands of powers were being attacked at the same time. The victims' blood stained the ground. The enemies were just too fast and powerful. A few academies couldn't last a single round before being annihilated. Boom! A grand formation of light emerged in the sky and imprinted itself on the system. One could see several hundred gray-haired ancestors standing in the center. The deans and elders from the 4 great academies. Many recognized them. The imprinting process from the seal stemming from the formation didn't negatively affect the land. On the other hand, the light affinity in the soil immediately surged. This resulted in a suppression coming from both the sky and the ground. ZZZ. The invaders suddenly had smoke coming out of them. The power of light was burning them. Light and darkness were mortal enemies. The former had the home court advantage and began judging these dark entities. Nonetheless, some of these dark invaders raised their weapons and roared against the grand formation of light. The mightiest combatants were strong enough to resist and make the arrays tremble. Chapter 3143. Academy of Light was a top system in immortal lineage. They successfully stopped the invaders for now. However, not all were as lucky. The Eastern group had picked their target and fully surrounded one particular system. Baz. The system naturally activated a crystallized barrier in order to halt the intruders. Sky High system. Many became dejected after seeing the Western target. Sky High was an exceptional system. Always on the move. Most couldn't find its location. However, this battalion managed to spot it quickly and stopped it from escaping. The enemies clearly had a good idea of the system's movement. It wasn't lucky enough to have a waiting period like the Divine Court and 8 treasures either. Boom! An extremely thick root stretched out of a ship. It was the size of a mountain and easily crushed the crystallized barrier. This root was also covered with dark energy while pouring out primordial chaos. It seemed to have been growing for millions and millions of years. Each branch of this root had a progenitorial presence. After successfully infiltrating the system, it instantly dug into the ground and absorbed the energy there. 10,000 miles of land and forests instantly withered. Hair-sized tentacles came out from the ground and attached themselves onto the living beings there. The animals, mortals, and cultivators were drained and became dried corpses. Even the mighty true gods weren't spared. The land started cracking. Nothing was left but countless corpses. This became a scene of hell or something even more terrifying. Poof! The root finally showed itself, a black lotus tree growing on top of Sky High. It blotted out the sun, still shrouded with black fog. Most importantly, the progenitorial energy strands emanating from it could crush anything. This bamboo, its bamboo progenitor. One everlasting recognized it and blurted out. So many shuddered after figuring out the origin of this black bamboo. This was a progenitor ravaging an entire system. The same agony spread across 10 million miles of land. Screams could be heard everywhere. Thousands of bamboo trees began growing and sucking the land and its inhabitants dry. The entire system was drained at an insane pace. The greenness of life disappeared in no time at all. Buzz! Numerous portals and divine bridges were summoned around the system. Run, run! The lucky survivors and ancestors no longer cared about protecting their system. Why? They couldn't stop this progenitor in the first place. Their Dao land was already lost. That's why escaping seemed like the best choice right now. Unfortunately, black figures descended from the ships. Rumble! The ancestors had no choice but to fight the mysterious invaders. Ah! More screams resounded. The fleeing ancestors had no plans to speak of and were caught off guard. The majority got massacred in just a short time. It's over for Sky High. The spectators from the other systems watched in horror. No one could help the system now. Time's up. Both the southern and northern regions were warned. Metalkin Divine Court and 8 Treasure System needed to make a choice now. We're not surrendering even when there's only one of us left. 8 Treasure's ancient emperor firmly answered. So be it. A snort could be heard. Buzz. The ships opened their portals and black figures rained down again all over the system. Die. The emperor himself personally used the strongest of the 8 treasures. A divine tripod. Inside the Tao source, this tripod shot out a blinding light with the force of 1,000,000 volcanoes erupting. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 ancestors worked together to control the other 7 treasures, using them against the dark figures. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of war and explosions pervaded the system. Its inhabitants were ready to fight to the death by offering their energy to the 8 treasures. Dazzling lights and explosions drowned out the place along with splashing blood and screams. The flames of war reached every corner of this system. Someone emerged on top of a heavenly pillar back in Metalkin Divine Court. He coldly uttered, "Bring it on. Till death." Another figure pulsing with solar fire next to the court's Tao source declared, "Ice Nether God and Solar Mad God." The morale of the members of the system rose after seeing these 2 ancestors. Ice Nether God wasn't a member of the Divine Court but was still a Metalkin. He was another powerful lord of this race. Solar Mad God was considered the strongest ancestor of this system. He was lucky enough to survive the encounter with Li Chie since he didn't participate in the last fight. A very long time ago, these 2 competed over the system. Finally, Ice Nether God lost to the Solar God by a single move. One of them was Yang and the other Een. They were natural-born enemies, always fighting on sight. Today, they let go of their personal feud in order to fight against the foreign invaders. The Ice God led the Metalkin experts to activate their heavenly pillars while the Solar God and the ancestors of the Divine Court focused on using their cicada totem and Tao source. "You're courting death." A cold, murderous voice came from the ship. People could smell the stench of blood after listening to it. "Kill them all." Thousands of dark figures leaped out of the floating ships. Their dark energy could consume everything. They aimed for the various powers and sects all around Metalkin Divine Court. The same terrible fate occurred here. Wails of lamentation traveled across the realms. The heavenly pillars and the cicada totem were finally activated. A metallic storm took form in the Divine Court and started flying towards the Dark Masters. "It's useless," the cold voice said, undeterred. More and more Dark Masters fearlessly jumped out of the ships. Strangely enough, the initial defensive barriers of the system couldn't hinder these invaders at all, seemingly ineffective. 1. There are 2 words here: to hear, news, well-known; famous, reputation; fame, to smell; to sniff at, plus, bamboo. The former doesn't matter too much. I'm guessing it's famous. Famous bamboo doesn't sound that great. Just omitting that part. Chapter 3144. The invaders had no problem landing on Metalkin Divine Court and were teleported to various regions. The defensive barriers of the system were fully activated. Both spatial coordinates and portals shouldn't be working at this moment. However, they were all useless against the invaders. The latter could move freely after leaving the ships. The ancestors from the Divine Court didn't know what the hell was going on. What nullified their defenses? Alas, it didn't take long before 100 sects or so were destroyed after the attacks. The 2 gods were occupied with using their pillar and Tao source, unable to fight in other places. Thus, They had a disadvantage of passiveness and could only watch the destruction. Moreover, the enemies moved so quickly as well. The two gods and other ancestors wouldn't have been able to help in time. Millions and millions have died to the dark invaders. The thick stench of blood engulfed the air and wouldn't disperse. Rivers of blood and mountains of bones were formed in the system. Many sects have been annihilated and reduced to ruins. However, this wasn't as bad as the current state of Sky High. Bamboo Progenitor had created countless bamboo trees, completely taking over the system. The floating system had turned into a dark forest, fully occupied by the bamboo trees. The massive progenitor poured down dark laws, the same with the trees. The whole place was shrouded in dark fog. The land itself had withered with dried corpses everywhere. The cultivators and mortals were dead. The animals and birds weren't spared. Even the tiny ants had been killed. Anything with life was drained of their vitality by the progenitor. This place became a tragic sight, one even worse than hell. The powerful ancestors shuddered at this sight and stopped thinking about helping since it was too late. Sky High was as dead as can be. Moreover, this progenitor was too terrible. Sending any legion, regardless of how powerful they were, seemed suicidal. Boom! The large tree dragged out the Tao source from deep inside the system. This source was still pulsing with majestic Tao power. Boom! The thick root pierced through the Tao source's defense and started draining its essences. Sky High is finished. An everlasting turned pale. There was always hope for a system as long as the Tao source was still around. The descendants could always inherit the system again, even after a complete massacre. However, the destruction of the Tao source spelled doom. From now on, everyone knew that Sky High was no more. This was a mighty system, yet it couldn't stop a progenitor at all. Alas, this shouldn't be surprising. A progenitor could create a system so they could also destroy one with ease. Crack! The floating continent started crumbling and separated into numerous pieces. These remnant pieces would be the only thing left of Sky High henceforth. Boom! Blood rained down in 8 treasures. This system was a sanguine mess now with chaos and flames everywhere. The majority of the sects and kingdoms here have been massacred. One could hear cries of despair and unwillingness everywhere. Boom! Dark entities exploded with blood splashing everywhere like the waves. The only person left struggling was 8 Treasure's ancient emperor. He was powerful indeed, being such an old existence with 12 palaces. Before losing to the dark entities, he chose to go all out and fuse with the Tao source. This gave him a power boost enough to control all 8 treasures by himself. He started sweeping through the area and killed everyone in his way, enough to make the gods and devils lament. Heaven fell and the earth broke down from his attacks. Unfortunately, he wasn't faring too well despite taking down many enemies with bloody wounds from top to bottom, nearly being dismembered in some spots. Alas, the power of the Tao source kept him moving. The reason why he could withstand the Tao source was simply that he was the progenitor's grandson. The spectators admired his tenacity and willpower. They saw some hope with his prowess as he dealt with waves after waves of fighters. After all, a 12-palace emperor with the help of the Tao source should be able to reach the power of the progenitor. Enough! The tough voice in the ship lost patience after seeing their failure to take down the emperor. Bam! Space was crushed as this person came out of the ship, hovering above 8 treasures. His progenitorial aura filled the land along with a proud dark affinity. Flames oozed out like the sun itself. He looked like the lord of all realms, virtually undefeatable. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate. No, no! The frenzied emperor staggered backward as if he had just seen a ghost. He fought fearlessly despite the insurmountable odds. Alas, he turned pale after seeing this newcomer, unable to believe his own eyes. What? The spectators became confused. The emperor shouldn't be afraid of a progenitor at this point. In fact, it became abundantly clear now that every battalion should have a progenitor there in charge. That's why the appearance of one now wasn't that surprising. That's 8 treasures progenitor. A time-worn everlasting pointed out, also becoming shocked. This revelation struck everyone hard like a hammer smashing down on one's chest. They became frozen at this development. Chapter 3145. 8 Treasures progenitor built this system on the ground up. He expended immense effort and time in order to do so. It became the home of his descendants as well. In a sense, the members of the system had some ties with him. For example, the emperor was his actual grandson. Today, he brought these dark experts here in order to destroy his own system that he worked so hard to build? To kill his own descendants? This cruel reality did a number on the spectators, causing them to gasp. No wonder why the emperor had such a strong reaction after seeing his grandfather. He wasn't afraid of a progenitor but couldn't accept the fact that his grandfather was attacking his own system. Impossible! The emperor shouted in disbelief despite having thought of this possibility previously. His numerous experiences in life weren't enough to prepare him for this. "Grandpa, is it really you? Are you still my grandpa?" he asked. The spectators knew that according to the legends and records, this progenitor truly loved his grandson. Now, he wanted to kill his own grandson. This is too much. One spectator shuddered with fear. Just think about it, the emperor's role model, the one he looked up to the most, has become a devil. No one would want to face this grim reality. "Yes, it's me." The progenitor stared at the emperor with a calm expression. There was no sense of shame. This can't be." The emperor roared. Tears still streamed down his cheek despite his age and experience. He didn't fear death but to see his idol like this? He spent his whole life idolizing his grandfather and took pride in being his grandson. Now, his grandfather has become an abomination worthy of contempt. This was too painful for the emperor. The observers could sympathize with him since they viewed their progenitor with the same pride. They would crumble if put in his shoes. It's true. The progenitor wasn't muddle-headed nor being under someone else's influence. He simply made a different choice. Why did you do this?" The emperor sounded like a disappointed child. "The times have changed. This is my choice. Death is not that scary compared to what awaits in the future. That's why I'm sending you all away ahead of time." The progenitor said, "I always saw you in my dream but I don't want to see you right now." The emperor bellowed. He could withstand the worst injuries without letting out a single groan. Alas, this made him scream in agony. In the past, the emperor had always thought about his grandfather after the latter entered uncrossable expanse. Now, his grandfather was the last person he wanted to see. This was naturally the case for everyone in immortal lineage. They definitely did not want to see their progenitor again. To not see them today would be the luckiest blessing ever. "Surrender, this is the only way," the progenitor said. "No. I'd rather die than surrender to you. Die." The emperor furiously roared like an injured beast, his voice filled with indignation and rage. He became resplendent as he added all of the Tao source power onto his body. This made his physical form begin to crumble. After all, even a 12-palace emperor couldn't handle the full power of a Tao source. He simply didn't give a damn by this point and performed his strongest merit law. Boom! All 8 treasures flew out at the same time. Numerous ships in the sky blew up from the incoming force. The system itself broke into multiple sections and started to disintegrate. He still didn't give a damn, ready to bury the whole system. He was hell-bent on one thing only: killing his grandfather. The stars above shattered. The system turned into hell. Meteors fell down and ravaged what's left of the land. The progenitor was instantly swallowed by the lights of the treasures. All of immortal lineage felt a great detonation. The shockwaves emanated far enough to affect the nearby systems. This was a last-ditch attempt, a world-destroying blow delivered by an emperor ready to die. Unfortunately, he didn't get the result he wanted. The 8 treasures were created by the progenitor, the same with the system. There was no way these things would be able to kill him. He understood the Tao source's power and the treasures more than the emperor. After the loud detonation and once the light dispersed, the progenitor still stood there, untouched. "How can my own creations kill me?" the progenitor said softly. Everyone expected this. After all, who could better control a system than its progenitor? And, using his own weapons to kill him was impossible. Buzz! The progenitor raised his hand and the 8 treasures returned to his control. The emperor couldn't regain control despite trying numerous times. "I'll see you off, may you have peace." The progenitor had a gentle expression. "Die!" The broken emperor turned ablaze before exploding. He chose to blow himself and the DOA source up and deliver a terrible force towards the progenitor. Unfortunately, the 8 treasures blocked before him and exuded a mighty aura. Boom! The emperor and the Tao system turned to ashes while the progenitor remained standing, still untouched. Some spectators forgot to breathe while watching the climax of this battle. 8 Treasure's ancient emperor died an honorable death. Also, his foe was extremely strong. However, the thing that robbed everyone's breath was the possibility of them experiencing the same fate. What if their progenitors were to return and attack their own system? What choice would these spectators make? Most believed that they would rather fight to the bitter end just like the emperor instead of yielding. Chapter 3146. 8 Treasure's ancient emperor fell in battle. The Tao source exploded and that signaled the end of his system. The destruction of 8 Treasures was more magnificent and tragic than Sky High's. Sky High couldn't put up a fight. It was a complete massacre. On the other hand, 8 Treasures lasted a while. Its emperor also went wild and would have destroyed many ships if it wasn't for the appearance of 8 Treasure's progenitor. Of course, the battle between this duo also struck the crowd hard, leaving them with anxiety and sorrow. Boom! An explosion from another part of the world woke the crowd up from their rumination. The ships above the Divine Court started exploding like fireworks at night. Rumble! A large cicada made from divine metal had wings large enough to blot out the area. Their thinness only made them sharper. Just a slight movement left behind spatial scars. Blood splashed everywhere it went. Numerous dark invaders were taken down and their corpses fell. This cicada could open its mouth and devour heaven and earth on top of possessing a frightening progenitorial aura. This was the totem of the Divine Court cicada progenitor. It had fused with the Tao source on top of being harmonized with tens of thousand ancestors. Virtually all the top experts in the Divine Court have become a part of this metal cicada. This was the amazing aspect of this race. They could instantly disassemble into something as small as powders. Next, the individuals could rebuild into one entity. In this case, the metal cicada. The body of the Metalkins was extremely tough. Thus, the accumulation of all these experts created a wondrous weapon. The cicada possessed a power infinitely close to a progenitor, capable of breaking through several ships in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a metallic storm was also tearing numerous ships into little pieces. Many invaders got unlucky and were caught in its wake. This storm was made from the heavenly pillars under the control of the ice god. He and the other powerful Metalkins utilized the pillars in order to turn into this devastating storm. The ice and solar gods didn't care about the invaders attacking the various sects in the system. They were focusing on the ships instead. There would still be hope for their system if they could break down the blockade. Some of their disciples would be able to escape and live on. They knew that the dark enemies were simply too strong. Their utmost effort wasn't enough to stop the invasion. More than half of the sects and kingdoms in the Divine Court have been annihilated already. Thus, recklessly focusing on attacking the ships was the only choice. Boom! The cicada and the storm from 2 different directions took down a dozen ships or so, successfully breaking a part of the spatial blockade. This gave them a sliver of hope. Of course, they paid a great price. Thousands of them have fused fully into the cicada and the storm. They would never be able to return to their initial form. This was a type of death. Alas, they didn't have time to mourn the fallen combatants. The only thing on their mind was to bring some lucky survivors out of here. The spectators saw this and became ecstatic. Maybe there is hope for the Divine Court. One ancestor murmured. Boom! Unfortunately, a progenitorial aura ravaged the escape path and stopped them. Both the cicada and the storm were blown backward as a result. This gave the ships enough time to reform the blockade. One person stood there now to stop the escapees. A cicada with a humanoid form with numerous wings that seemed to belong to the gods. Their metallic shimmer looked as murderous as can be. What's that? People shuddered while looking at this figure with 99 wings. Those wings, the ice and solar god nearly lost their mind as they staggered backward in disbelief. The two of them shared the same thought about one particular figure. Cicada progenitor. Only one man in the legends possessed these wings, their progenitor. Cicada progenitor. One ancestor revealed. No, it must be someone else. The solar god shouted, unable to face reality. They knew exactly who it was but denied it in order to not go insane. Only one Metalkin in history possessed wings like these, the person who created their Divine Court. I created the Divine Court, so I shall be the one to destroy it today. The man with the 99 wings said. The ancestors and everlastings in immortal lineage took a deep breath, feeling a chill coursing through them. They already thought about this possibility the moment 8 treasures' progenitor appeared. These progenitors have returned and wanted to destroy their own systems. Why? The ice god bellowed with bloodshot eyes. His voice was filled with rage and despair. You all won't accept the new era, so I must cross you over. The progenitor slowly said. Perish! The solar god furiously roared and the cicada turned into a heavenly saber, slashing downward to sever everything. Boom! The ice god also ordered the raging storm forward. It's over. The progenitor spread his wings and also unleashed a perfect, snow-white slash. This slash was immaculate, a flawless work of art. Chapter 31:47. Clank. The perfect slash separated both the storm and the cicada into 2 halves. Cicada progenitor was at the immortal level, so he was simply too strong. The 2 gods had no chance of stopping a single move. Moreover, he just had perfect knowledge regarding the moves of his own system. That's why the cicada and the storm were mere moths rushing towards their death. Blood and corpses rained down from the sky, including the 2 gods. The duo's eyes were filled with despair and hatred along with tears as they were on the verge of death, never expecting to die to their progenitor. Their pride had become a butcher that massacred the entire system. They still didn't understand up to their last moment why their progenitor raised his sword against his own people. Why did this supreme and invincible being fall to the darkness? In their mind, he should have been able to deal with all dangers and powerful foes. Nothing could ever force him to submit. They had no idea why the progenitor willingly chose the darkness. Alas, they wouldn't be able to get an answer anyway. Everyone became silent while watching the 2 gods' corpses fall from the sky. This was truly traumatizing. 8 treasures was first, then Metalkin Divine Court. What would be next? Which progenitor would personally destroy their system? The most powerful ancestors in immortal lineage no longer dared to entertain this thought, afraid that their system might be next, and that they would need to face their progenitors. Alas, they knew that this was only the beginning of the nightmare. There was still a long way to go. They could only hope that these tragic and dark days would end soon. Rumble. Academy of Light was the only system out of the 4 successfully resisting. The bull was furious while fighting against the armadillo and became even stronger. It had the advantage and showed the world its abilities. On the other hand, Holy Frost's group barely managed to stop the dragon. They wouldn't be able to last longer. Fortunately, the combined efforts of the Academy's ancestors and the powerful light formation stopped the dark invaders. After all, light had a purifying effect against the darkness. Thus, these invaders experienced immense pressure. Desolate Saint's light was something else, managing to repel one enemy after another. The Academy is our only chance of victory. The ancestors who wanted to help the Academy prior further had this thought. Boom! A legion of beasts arrived from the horizon and rushed towards the dark invaders like a tsunami. Myriad Beast Monarch is here. A beast king raised his axe and took the vanguard. Clank! A sword god led more than 10,000 swordsmen. They unleashed an ocean of sword energies towards the common enemies. I will fight to the end with the Academy. The sword god landed next to a group of disciples from the Academy. The reinforcement is here. Many ancestors felt their blood boiling, wanting to rush there as well. We'll turn to ashes too if the Academy falls. Other systems began preparing their troops. They knew that losing the Academy would be a fatal blow for immortal lineage. Academy of Light never disappoints. A torrential voice suddenly came from one of the ships. In the next second, his progenitorial aura engulfed the area above the Academy. Boom! The Celestials trembled. All existences needed to bow. This progenitor attacked right away with a palm strike, creating a tidal wave of energy. Rumble! Layers of defenses crumbled in no time at all. Ah! Numerous cultivators were crushed into meat paste by this attack. Their screams echoed across the Academy. Shit! A progenitor! Now, the systems that wanted to help change their mind. The power of this progenitor could instantly reduce a true emperor into a bloody mist. Screw you! The bull roared and became resplendent. A spirit bell emerged. Ring! The sound of this bell surpassed the temporal affinity. Time came to a stop. The tidal wave from the progenitor also stagnated as a result. At the same time, everyone in the Academy felt themselves being lifted up into the air. In the next second, They landed and heard a deafening blast. They looked behind and saw the tidal waves exploding past them. This was thanks to the bull utilizing its strongest weapon, the spirit bell born with it. This took a lot out of the bull. It staggered backward and gasped for breath. God damn it, I'm at my prime, there's no way I'll go down so fast. The bull looked quite heroic right now despite its vulgarity. Senior, your style is greater than before. A voice answered. A progenitor floated in the air. His robe fluttered to the wind while waves emanated from him. He looked like the shore of salvation while the rest of the world was a boundless ocean. No one could reach him nor hope to get past him. The bull's eyes lit up as it looked at this progenitor. It eventually recognized the guy and laughed. And here I thought a big shot was returning. Hee hee, little brat Xua, you're back to show off today? Yes, it's Xuan. Please excuse me today. The progenitor remained polite. Left bank progenitor. Many ancestors took a deep breath. This was a progenitor from imperial lineage. Not bad. An immortal level progenitor now. The bull glared at the progenitor. When I entered Sacred Mountain back then, the answer was clear, yet I was too blind and foolish to see. Later on, I broke through my bottleneck thanks to the guidance of my lord. The progenitor said. Two different thoughts surprised the crowd right now. First, the bull's actual power. Second, this progenitor reached the immortal level because someone else taught him? This lord must be the dark existence behind all of this. Seems like you have found a good master. It still doesn't change the fact that you have no moral backbone. The bull laughed. You're right, senior. I am shallow indeed. The progenitor didn't become angry. It's just that this is a new era. You're an insightful and experienced master. You should know that there is no changing the outcome. Otherwise, I and the other Dao brothers wouldn't be here right now. Is that so? Don't be so quick to assume. The bull snorted. Chapter 3148. There's nothing else I can say to convince you, senior. However, we will capture the academy today. Left bank progenitor said. A being of this level wouldn't bluster baselessly. The academy would really fall if it had no other ace cards. Quite confident, aren't you? I'll give you one piece of advice. Leave along with your ruffians before it's too late. The bull uttered coldly. Senior, I know just how unfathomable you are, but one tree alone can't build a pavilion. Even if you gather everyone against us, you won't be able to stop me and the other Dao brothers. The progenitor glanced over at the direction of the other 3 battalions. The ancestors from the academy and all observers took a deep breath after hearing this. The academy was mighty and could actually stop left bank progenitor. However, 8 treasures progenitor, cicada progenitor, and bamboo progenitor have destroyed 3 systems so far. If they were to come here to assist left bank progenitor, the academy wouldn't be able to stop these 4 groups regardless of their foundation. Destruction seemed inevitable. We have to help now, right? Even the ancestors who had no ties with the academy said. The academy served as the bulwark of immortal lineage at the moment. They couldn't let it fall. Yes, we should mobilize. Many Dao systems started discussing mobilization. Come try and see. Remember, I've warned you once. Don't blame me when you die. The bull snorted. Thank you, senior. I still remember your guidance back then. It's a shame that I was too foolish to understand. Today, I'm also ashamed of attacking my own benefactor. Unfortunately, orders must be obeyed. Left bank progenitor cupped his fist. There's no way to save the suicidal. The bull said with contempt. The crowd thought that this progenitor was ungrateful for attacking his own benefactor. However, this was no big deal compared to the other 3 progenitors who personally destroyed their own system and descendants. Forgive me, senior. I'll overestimate myself today and fight you. The progenitor said. Everyone watched with bated breath. They understood that as long as the bull survives, there was still hope for the academy. Thus, this battle became the key. Though the bull had taught the progenitor before, the latter was at the immortal level now. He was qualified to challenge anyone. Bring it, the bull arrogantly said. Let's see what amazing things you have learned from the hellhole. The bull stood on top of a peak in Sacred Mountain, brimming with power. This was its home, so it could exert its top form. Very well. The progenitor cupped his fist first before taking action. Boom! He clenched his fists and everyone felt as if they were within his grasp. The same with all of immortal lineage. The bull acted disrespectfully to this progenitor, but it didn't underestimate the guy at all. He knew how serious it was to fight against an immortal-level progenitor. Its chest lit up just like a seal. This seal spread and it became filled with Tao runes in the form of crystallized lines. Sacred Mountain lit up as well with Tao runes coursing through the mountains and rivers. People could see that the Tao runes from the bull and the land were exactly identical. The light from the runes eventually converged on the bull as it became one with Sacred Mountain. Rumble. Tao laws from the ground shot to the sky next. These laws were ancient and surrounded by chaos. They emitted a mysterious and time-worn presence. Each inch of this land seemed to have been blessed by immortals in the archaic era. These laws also wrapped around the bull, eventually culminating in a full set of armors. It looked so gallant and peerless with an immortal aura, like a divine beast hailing from a world of immortals. People quickly forgot how foul-mouthed it was and viewed it as a wondrous being. Mo. The bull's roar echoed across the realms. "Forgive me," the progenitor said before unleashing 2 punches. Boom! His aura erupted into the sky and surpassed everything. This alone was enough to force people down on their knees. Tsunami Fist. He roared the name of his technique. The world itself seemed to be lifted up. Both time and space squeezed together into a chaotic mess from the impact. The tidal punches drowned out space itself. Numerous stars turned to dust to the horror of the crowd. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this single move could destroy a system. The bull remained fearless. Its 2 horns became as shiny as can be, like 2 divine sabers leaving their scabbards. Their snow-white light illuminated the whole world. These were clearly 2 horns, but everyone felt as if they were looking at 2 blades. They could even hear the clanking of sabers. They instantly tore space apart, reducing the spatial fabrics into primordial chaos. Boom! The tsunami was instantly split into 2 halves in a magnificent manner. Some unfortunate spectators close by couldn't handle the impact of this move. Their body violently shook before exploding into bloody mists. The initial explosion had finished. Now, it became a stalemate between the progenitor and the bull. The former's hands were pushing against the horns. Thump! Thump! The bull staggered backward from the pressure exerted by the progenitor. It couldn't stand straight while leaving 4 deep lines on the ground, caused by its hooves. Still not enough? The spectators gasped at this sight. Chapter 3149. Just when everyone thought that the bull couldn't make it, Sacred Mountain became even brighter and exuded endless light. The Tao runes turned into a series of words that drowned out the entire area. The bull started flashing with immortal light as if it was shouldering a supreme immortal Tao. This seemingly immortal form of the bull astonished the crowd. No wonder why it kept saying that it had the bloodline of the immortals. A while ago, they assumed that the bull was just bragging for fun. This no longer appeared to be the case. Boom! The empowerment turned the bull into something divine. Clank! The horns exuded endless saber energy and stopped the punches from the progenitor. It actually moved several steps backward while the progenitor was forced back. Of course, Sacred Mountain was trembling from their duel. It did it. Everyone's mouth was wide open in disbelief since an immortal-level progenitor was stopped. A supreme immortal land. Left Bank progenitor praised after seeing the unending brilliance coming out of Sacred Mountain. He could obviously see through the great mysteries in this place. Even progenitors covet a treasure of this level. Rumble! During this stalemate, the heavenly armadillo roared, jerking back and forth to gather momentum. Numerous mountain ranges got crushed as a result. Boom! It aimed its drill towards the bull again while piercing through the spatial fabrics. However, the runes from the mountain instantly formed a massive barrier around the bull. The drill hitting the barrier caused fiery sparks to destroy the surrounding areas. At the same time, the Light Lord Dragon abandoned attacking Holyfrost's group and instantly rushed over to slam its thunderous tail on the barrier. The ground beneath instantly sank while lightning bolts continuously struck the barriers. Both the bull's radiance and the barrier pulsed unstably while dimming down because of this powerful attack. Activate! Left Bank progenitor roared and grew larger in size, gathering power in his fists. The sheer pressure around them caused various affinities to crumble right away. Crack! Though Sacred Mountain was mighty, the barrier still couldn't handle the attacks from the trio. Cracks appeared everywhere on the barrier. The ground beneath the bull was also crumbling despite being empowered and blessed. This isn't good. Everyone became nervous after seeing this. No one could come to help him because this was a battle at the progenitorial level. They would just turn to dust from the remnant shockwaves. Senior, I apologize for this. Left bank progenitor said seriously. Crack. The barrier was on the verge of crumbling. The same with the ground beneath. Everyone could see that the bull wouldn't be able to handle the trio right now. Geezer, I'm screwed if you don't come out. It shouted. Boom. The barrier finally collapsed into bright particles that scatter away. The bull got hit by the explosion and continuously staggered backward, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood and becoming heavily wounded. Rah! Both the dragon and the armadillo didn't let up, leaping forward in order to finish the deed. The progenitor, on the other hand, simply watched. He felt very confident about victory. It's all over. Numerous members of the academy cried out. The light suddenly erupted in this crucial moment and blinded everyone. The world fell into momentary darkness before light took reign again. It illuminated the 3,000 worlds and became omnipresent. Boom! A massive light force emerged and blew the two gigantic beasts away. What? Left bank progenitor was astounded and took out a peerless treasure to protect himself. Laws poured down around him like multiple waterfalls for a full protective barrier. Nonetheless, he still got blown flying for very far before stabilizing. Who is it? A powerful progenitor back on the shore of the expanse looked towards the academy, shocked. So strong. Everyone couldn't believe it. This was their first time sensing such a powerful force. Every corner of 3 immortals was affected by this light. It felt like mercury, able to seep to the nooks and crevices. This soft light felt like the most comforting thing in existence. Truly an enjoyable moment. How beautiful! Many praised the wondrous light. The invasion of the darkness and the progenitors have left everyone in fear. However, this light chased away the darkness in their heart along with all negative thoughts. They were willing to bathe in this light forever. Ah! The invaders around the academy were screaming in pain. Those who aren't as strong as left bank progenitor were being purified. Smoke appeared all around them, a result of darkness being eradicated. Gah! The survivors instantly fled back to their ships, not daring to linger in the academy. Just who is it? By this point, people could tell that the source of this light originated from deeper in Sacred Mountain. They eventually saw an old man slowly walking out from the brightest location. He wore a hemp robe, face full of wrinkles. Time had done a number on him. However, his eyes were still as bright as ever. Millions of years didn't seem to do a thing to them. Chapter 3150. A pair of unfathomable and profound eyes, full of insight. Brighter than the stars above, older than time itself. The old man stood within the light at the top of Sacred Mountain looking like the Lord of all. Everyone took a deep breath and felt great admiration. Even the immortal-level progenitors became serious. 8 treasures, cicada, and bamboo progenitors along with the others back on the shore all gazed at this old man. They have swept through their era yet still took this new foe very seriously. So strong. 3-eyed prodigy murmured. He has seen this old man before but didn't expect him to be strong enough to blow a progenitor flying. This was the old tree demon always brought up by the bull, the Real Lord of the Academy. The rumor is true. Left bank progenitor quietly said. He heard stories back in his era about a supreme existence staying in Sacred Mountain. Alas, this being was so reclusive and mysterious, never showing himself to others. Today had confirmed the rumors. His strength wasn't an exaggeration either. The guy was truly mighty and terrifying. Of course, other regular people had no idea about this old man. Is that Desolate Saint? One ancestor even speculated. His seemingly liquid light had reached all of 3 immortals. This made people think of Desolate Saint right away. In history, Desolate Saint was the only person possessing a light affinity of this level. I don't think so, he looks different. An old everlasting wasn't too sure. Many have seen the portrait of Desolate Saint and it didn't match this person. Then who is it? Since when did the Academy have such a terrifying being? Everyone wondered. How did the world not know of this great existence? The Academy was truly unfathomable. Not to mention the outsiders, even the students and experts of the Academy thought that their progenitor was still around. Progenitor. Many, including the ancestors, got on their knees. The older ones, on the contrary, were stunned due to the old tree demon's power. They have heard about the legends of Sacred Mountain before, but this surpassed their expectations. They started questioning themselves, thinking that this has to be their progenitor. How should I address you, senior? Left bank progenitor cupped his fist respectfully. He assumed the role of a junior since the bull had taught him before, and this being looked even older. I'm only an old tree taking root in this world. I've long forgotten my name. The tree demon shook his head. I see. Your mentality is far above mine. The progenitor responded. Withdraw your troops, don't cause needless trouble and sadness. The tree demon waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't listen to you, senior. I'm under command, either to die in battle or defeat the enemy. Please excuse me. The progenitor shook his head. You're not my match. The tree demon nonchalantly said. He's incredible. This earned him some points from the crowd. He acted so leisurely even when facing an immortal-level progenitor. You're right. The progenitor said, I can't last long given your cultivation, but you won't be able to stop the waves regardless of your might. 3 immortals' fate has been determined. Really now? Looks like you're very confident in your expedition. The old demon smiled. Of course not, I'm simply telling the truth. 4 millions of years now, so many people have planned only to fail. So many brilliant progenitors couldn't pull against the unceasing tides. The progenitor earnestly responded. He paused for a bit before continuing. I am nothing more than a firefly on this path. I once shined in the darkness. Unfortunately. He stopped there without finishing. Those who don't understand the implications didn't think much of it. However, the powerful everlastings shuddered. They could imagine the terrible battles he must have faced and the cruel developments. These progenitors didn't fall to the darkness in the beginning. They must have struggled only to lose in the end. No weakling could become a progenitor. The same with those possessing a feeble Tao heart. These progenitors have experienced everything, and eventually won to reach their current level. Alas, they eventually made a choice. Now they even brought a dark legion back to invade a mortal lineage, going as far as destroying their own systems. No one could imagine what they have seen or the terrible foes they have fought. Your Tao heart just wasn't firm enough, that's all. The tree demon remained unperturbed. You're right, senior. Our Tao heart really wasn't strong enough. The progenitor nodded. We once hoped that someone would be able to stop the tides. Unfortunately, tomorrow has been determined. Not to mention you, senior, but even someone stronger than you won't be able to change anything. Right now, you still aren't the strongest cultivator around. He continued. The tree demon's appearance gave everyone hope. They believed that the academy could stop the Dark Legion. Only he could defeat these immortal-level progenitors. However, Left Bank's comment instilled fear into them again. He clearly implied that there was someone stronger than the tree demon in their Dark Legion. Many looked over towards uncrossable expanse. A stronger progenitor was still waiting there? Just who could it be? They immediately thought about the members of the Decemvirate. As for Holy Frost Emperor and the others with more information, they knew that Fire Ancestor had fallen to the darkness and was dead now. So, a master stronger than the tree demon must also be a part of the Decemvirate. But which one? The group got cold sweat all over. This meant that at least 2 members of the Decemvirate have fallen to the darkness. This was a terrible and shocking piece of information. I'm indeed not the top expert. My little arts aren't worth mentioning. However, the top one right now isn't in your group either. He nodded before glancing over at the expanse and smiling. Someone in the fortress narrowed their eyes right away after hearing this. Left Bank progenitor couldn't believe it either. He thought that no one else in immortal lineage could be stronger than this tree demon. But now, the tree demon said that they didn't have the strongest cultivator either? Who else could it be? Chapter 3151. I have made up my mind and will not withdraw, no matter what. Left Bank progenitor said with a solemn expression. Make your move then. The old demon became serious and gathered the light from all of 3 immortals to his fingertip. It eventually turned into a pulsing ray. The entire process happened so quickly and effortlessly. On guard. Left Bank progenitor's expression soured after seeing this light ray. In the next second, His aura erupted and a tsunami appeared again, ready to drown out the world. A massive and ancient gate emerged from the bottom of this tsunami to block in front of him. It was created from numerous turtle shells. The surface had the Tao of the stars. Profound shell divine gate. He roared and the gate exuded boundless light. One could hear the cry of a black divine tortoise guarding there. The presence of this divine beast engulfed the area. When the two auras combined, the gate became unbreakable and able to stop any offense. It appeared just in time to stop the pulse unaffected by time and space. Boom! Everything seemed to be exploding. Numerous cultivators were forced to the ground from the pressure. When they looked up, they saw the progenitor being blown away. His unbreakable gate was penetrated by the pulse. The progenitor flew for a while before stabilizing. He then vomited a mouthful of blood. Good! The astonished crowd eventually shouted. Many became ecstatic. Pushing back a progenitor with just one finger strike? This old man must be unbeatable. I am lost in admiration for your power, Senior. Left Bank said while wiping away the blood on his lips. Can't reach the apex. This is just the accumulation of power from the Academy. The tree demon calmly said. Sure, this pulse came from the Academy indeed. However, he was the only one qualified to control this power. Left Bank then blew his battle horn. In fact, the other progenitors have been watching the whole time. Thus, the three instantly ordered their battalions to fly towards the Academy to answer Left Bank progenitor's call for reinforcement. Shit, they're meeting up. The crowd became nervous. Sirens could be heard all over the Academy. Their members once again grouped up and entered a state of battle. Defense barriers emerged once more. There's no way the Academy can handle this. The world lamented with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Tai Inchi back in Sky Pass has been paying attention to the enemies at the fortress. Though they have yet to make a move, he still didn't let down his guard. Another wave was definitely coming if these 4 battalions were to fail. Commander, the immortal material is here. A general came in to report this good news. Hurry, let the elders fix this last brick. Tai Inchi excitedly said. This was the best news he heard so far since the Dark Invasion. If they could fix this last brick, then maybe they would be able to stop the rest of the army from coming into immortal lineage. Thus, as long as all the systems back there could work together to destroy these 4 battalions, they wouldn't need to worry about dealing with any reinforcement. Rumble! Space trembled from numerous explosions. It didn't take long before the other 3 battalions appeared above the Academy. Though they were immensely far away, these ships led by progenitors could move at an insane speed. The sheer number of ships blotted out the sky and instilled fear to those below. Fortunately, the Academy was filled with the light right now, so the atmosphere didn't become as oppressive. 8 treasures, cicada, and bamboo progenitor joined up with Left Bank progenitor. They surrounded the tree demon in the center and sealed off any possible escape path. These progenitorial auras ravaged the firmaments. All the living beings at the Academy cowered in fear. Just think about it. One progenitor alone was frightening enough. Now, 4 of them were here. The grand Tao of the Academy's cultivators became suppressed. They were powerless to resist. This included the mighty ancestors. The systems who wanted to help started thinking otherwise. Just the 4 progenitors were enough to kill all reinforcements. This was before taking into account the dark invaders from the ships. Is there no hope? Despair overwhelmed everyone. No one could come up with a way to overcome this dilemma. With faith in our heart, let there be light. Suddenly, an ancient ancestor from the Academy roared. The living beings here woke up from their despair and thought about this method. With faith in our heart, let there be light. All the mortals and cultivators, even the beasts with sentience, started chanting. This was an elementary chant of the light Tao. It has been carved in this Tao land. Even a 3-year-old knew this chant. Buzz, strands of light emanated from the land and its inhabitants, culminating in a bright ocean. This boundless power eventually entered the old tree demon like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. He wasn't the one absorbing the light from these entities. They actively chose to give their light in order to empower him since he was their only hope. Rumble. The light continued to flow into him. Just imagine, all of the living beings at the Academy bathed in the light since their birth, possessing the power of this affinity. Now, all of this was flowing into the demon. This was quite a magnificent scene. Chapter 3152. Four progenitors surrounded the old demon shrouded in radiance. His light could illuminate all of three immortals, purify all living beings, and chase away the darkness. The demon showed no sign of apprehension. He seemed nonchalant as if he was eternal as long as the light was around. Fellow Taoist, your accomplishments are nothing but admirable. Cicada progenitor still acted with caution despite it being a 4-on-1. The old demon was unreasonably powerful. None of them stood a chance against him in a fair fight. Suppressing or killing him required all four of them. It's no big deal. There are plenty of people stronger than me. The old demon said with a calm expression. People felt suffocated. In their mind, progenitors were invincible. Just one of them was enough to destroy a system, as shown today. This old demon was even stronger, above these four progenitors. It was hard to imagine people stronger than him. Cicada progenitor's group stood at the apex, but the old demon stood at the apex of the apex. What kind of existence would be stronger than him? Even the decemvirate should be about the same as him. Probably immortals? You're right, fellow Taoist. Eight Treasures progenitor nodded and said, the world is too vast. There are things beyond our imagination above the firmament. We're only specks of dust, far from being lords. This wasn't a casual comment. The four of them have seen terrible beings in uncrossable expanse, resulting in them succumbing to the darkness. If these progenitors considered themselves as specks of dust, then what would a real overlord look like? The listeners couldn't come up with anything. The path towards the Tao is long and arduous. The old demon said, the enemies are strong? Let them be. You just need to never yield and stay true to one's Tao heart. The calm words struck people differently. The four progenitors were more affected than the others and exchanged glances. Everyone makes a different choice. Bamboo progenitor said, there are thousands of grand Tao, the same with people. No need to talk anymore. Let's find out who is stronger. Very well, till death then. The tree demon said. When these words came out, the air became murderous right away all around immortal lineage. These five combatants have shown their fangs and battle spirits. There was no conceding today. One side must die. The old demon must defend the academy while his opponents needed to take it down in order to take over immortal lineage. The other systems would definitely surrender after the destruction of the academy. Till death. Cicada progenitor said. His murderous aura felt like divine swords pricking the heart. A truly painful sensation. All living beings in immortal lineage cowered in fear after sensing these auras. That's all they could do, completely unable to move. Senior, we know that we can't take you on alone, so the four of us will have to team up. Left bank progenitor cupped his fist and said, excuse us for this transgression. This admission was rather shameful, but the progenitor still expressed it. Normally, progenitors would never need to utilize this tactic, but they had no other choice. The old demon was just too strong. It's a fight to the death anyway. Do whatever you want. Go. The old demon didn't mind. Yes. His opponents roared in unison to build morale. Boom! Everyone felt something extremely heavy pushing down on all of immortal lineage. The first to take out his weapon was Eight Treasures, the thing exerting this immense pressure on the world. It looked like a square-shaped seal, not that large in size. However, it seemed to be the heaviest thing in existence. Just its weight alone could devastate the land. It was black like the night sky with faint flashes, almost like the stars deep in the universe. Celestial Seal. One ancestor murmured after seeing this weapon. Those who have heard of this name before shuddered right away. Eight Treasures progenitor was a gifted and renowned blacksmith. His artifacts and weapons might not be the strongest in history, but in terms of blacksmithing, very few were on the same level as him. This celestial seal was one of his best works. According to the legends, he refined an entire universe into this seal. Eight Treasures progenitor didn't need to use weapons to destroy his own system. Alas, he needed to be prudent when dealing with a foe like the tree demon. Rustle. Bamboo progenitor turned into a gigantic tree. The trunk was already large enough, but once he spread his branches, nothing else could be seen behind him. Just this one tree alone was enough to cover the entire world. Beneath the trunk were numerous intertwining roots. The oldest one was shiny with the glint of a sword. This progenitor was unique in that his body was a weapon, and an extremely magical one at that. The main root was there at birth, and it was just as strong as any progenitorial weapon, virtually impossible to destroy. I suppose it's my turn to show my meager skill. Cicada progenitor humbly said while taking out his weapon, a cauldron with 9 legs, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The light emanating from this cauldron made everyone feel their soul being dragged away from their body, even though he has yet to activate it. Heaven refining cauldron. One everlasting blurted out. This was another famous weapon known for its lethality. Back in his era, his foes were dead whenever he took this weapon out. It wasn't a pretty death either. He would destroy his enemies then the system they came from, turning it into energy for his cauldron. Several systems fell victim to this, so his cauldron contained numerous fallen souls. This was the reason why the spectators became afraid. Since my Tao is shallow, our Lord created a weapon for me. Please don't laugh. Left bank progenitor sighed and said. Chapter 3153. Left bank progenitor summoned 2 long sabers with a crescent curve. Dark energy emerged after he unsheathed them. This terrible energy seemingly originated from the deepest crevices of the darkness, brimming with this affinity's power. They looked like 2 roaring dark dragons. The pulsing rays from them could corrode all living beings. Their oppressive property felt different, unlike the all-crushing celestial seal or the all-devouring heaven-refining cauldron. Nonetheless, people were still afraid of them. They viewed it as 2 fangs taken from the most horrendous devil. The other progenitors were on the darkness side too, but their weapons retained a righteous aura. This wasn't the case for these 2 weapons given to Left Bank by his dark master. Thus, dark affinity and evil filled the blades. Senior, please take out your weapon. Left Bank remained respectful. The light is my weapon, the demon said. The 4 progenitors froze for a bit after hearing this. Others might take the demon's answer as an attempt to be cool or to intimidate his foes. However, the progenitors were different. They have joined the darkness, so the light was indeed an actual weapon against them. The demon had already begun his attack before taking out a weapon with his light. The progenitors instantly protected their mind and heart against this light by activating their auras. Boom! Immortal lineage quaked violently, seemingly being overfilled by various powers. We'll start first. 8 treasures progenitor roared. The Grand Tao of the 4 instantly emerged and darkness descended. These terrible Grand Tao made everyone in 3 immortals groan in pain. They felt their own Grand Tao being suppressed, unable to muster an ounce of strength, just like a fish on the chopping board. It seemed as if the world would never be able to see sunlight again. This made some people shout in horror. Buzz! However, something akin to a light lotus blossomed in this darkness. Its beams started chasing away the darkness, allowing the inhabitants to see hope once more. Numerous people felt that they were sunbathing. This comforting feeling chased their fear away. Clank! The demon condensed the purest light into his hands. They eventually turned into a light shield on his left and a spear on his right. The light would travel as far as possible wherever this spear was pointed. The shield, meanwhile, resisted against the darkness and the terrible Grand Tao of the 4 progenitors. It successfully stopped the unending tides of darkness from assaulting the Academy and all of immortal lineage. Rumble! The darkness didn't give up and continued smashing against the shield of light. However, this shield was the ultimate manifestation of the light affinity. The 4's dark power alone couldn't break it. Down with you! Cicada and the others finally used their weapons. They themselves were strong enough to suppress the firmaments. Thus, the activation of their weapons resulted in a force too terrible to be described by words. The next blink of an eye seemed to be the longest torture session for all inhabitants, lasting an eternity. Death seemed like a sweet escape by this point. Buzz! The first to attack was the cauldron from Cicada progenitor. It turned into a black hole and started sucking waves of light. The shield clearly dimmed down as a result since the demon's light force was being drained. Boom! The celestial seal descended from above without any technique nor merit law. Only pure weight, a direct and brutal method. Remember, this seal was created from the refinement of a universe. Now, its weight on top of the progenitor's added power culminated in limitless offensive potential. Just dropping the seal down on a system would spell the end of it. All living beings were paralyzed on the ground after the impact, unable to get up. Crack! Cracks appeared on the weakened shield. Bamboo progenitor took advantage of this and his old roots started flashing, piercing forward with the fastest possible speed. It aimed straight at the cracks on the shield, its weakest spot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this root the sharpest weapon in the world. Boom! Thus, the shield instantly crumbled, exposing the old demon behind. That's when Left Bank Progenitor made his move. The blades looked like two venomous fangs from the darkness. Their target was the demon's heart. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. The four showed incredible teamwork and mutual understanding. This perfect combination allowed them to break the demon's defense and potentially deliver a fatal blow. A direct hit on the chest should kill the demon. These two blades were as frightening as can be. Clank! Sparks started flying. The old demon managed to move his spear in front of his chest and blocked the sabers during this perilous moment. He held it horizontally in front of his chest, making it look like the most indestructible mountain range. No one could ever cross it. Chapter 3154. Boom! While the spear struggled against the two sabers, Cicada's cauldron suddenly sent out a deafening blast. It opened its mouth. The light that has been absorbed earlier turned into a black pulse shooting straight at the old demon. ZZZ. Time and space along the path of the pulse became corroded. This would leave an indelible scar. The old demon's spear became resplendent as he focused his light, turning it into a sacred flame. This flame rushed out with the intensity of 1,000,000 erupting volcanoes. Rumble! The flame met the pulsing ray directly, resulting in the destruction of 300 million miles. It successfully destroyed the ray and pushed Cicada backward. Break! 8 Treasure's progenitor roared and used his seal again. Stars flashed on the surface of the seal as it pushed down against the sacred flame. Boom! The stars turned to ashes. Space crumbled as a result. The flame was pushed all the way to the bottom, splashing outward like the water of a pond after a large boulder was thrown in or an ocean being depleted after being struck by a massive meteor. The Great Seal only needed a tiny bit more to destroy this flame. Meanwhile, the demon thrust his spear towards Bamboo and Left Bank. Eternal Radiance! He roared while unleashing his attack. The light crossed through the river of time and split into 2 rays, attacking both progenitors at the same time. These rays could cross through all affinities and Tao, simply unstoppable. The 2 progenitors became startled at this sight. They let out a battle cry and mustered more energy, deciding to move forward instead of evading. Stabilize! Bamboo roared. His massive frame and branches started spinning, turning into an endless sword domain. Sword energies started ravaging the realm. Clank! His oldest root let out a blinding gleam in him. The sword domain focused all of its power in order to stop the incoming ray. Dark dual decapitation. Left Bank crossed his sabers before slashing forward, severing the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Bam! Bam! The fiery sparks emitted from the impact point alone could destroy this world numerous times. However, the spear was just too strong. Thump! 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 Both progenitors were pushed backward after the explosion. Nonetheless, the old demon's light became unstable. He couldn't fully nullify Bamboo and Left Bank's attacks. Now! Cicada and 8 Treasures joined again to take advantage of this situation. Buzz! The old demon instantly spread his palm and summoned a heavenly plate, activating it with haste. The power of the light instantly surged towards the plate like numerous rivers converging towards the same source. It replaced the river of time while the plate served as the new world clock. The light became the only ruler, capable of flowing through everything and affecting everything just like the temporal affinity. Nothing could hide from its touch. Time came to a still for a split second before flowing again. Light has now infiltrated Bamboo and Cicada's body. ZZZ. It started purifying the darkness, weakening these 2 progenitors in the process. Stabilize. The 2 felt threatened and channeled their dark energy together, building a massive dam of dark power in order to stop the purifying waves of light. It felt just as large as the sky moat above, completely covering immortal lineage. Nothing could climb above its height. The power of the light smashed into this dark dam and was stopped. However, another wave of light smashed onto the first, and another one afterward. They started stacking up and becoming stronger after each attempt. Everyone became scared out of their mind. If the dark dam were to break, then the explosion of this light could smash all of 3 immortals. Nothing would be able to stop its majestic judgment. This no longer had anything to do with merit laws, techniques, treasures, nor the Tao. It was strictly a struggle between light and darkness. These two affinities have always been mortal enemies. This was another fight to determine the fate of an epoch. If the light were to win, 3 immortals would live on. Conversely, its defeat would spell doom to all. Rumble. The darkness didn't relent even against the accumulation of the light. All 4 progenitors have poured their power to empower this massive dam. No one could move at all in immortal lineage. Can he take it down? Many started praying, entrusting their hope onto the old demon and the academy. Boom! Suddenly, a force surpassing myriad domains assaulted the boundless light. Boom! 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 Its target was the demon. An old man now stood behind the old demon, one with a majestic grand Tao just like a god from the old ages. The newcomer's ambush was stopped by the radiant flames exuding from the demon. However, the demon's fiery light was becoming unstable. He was fighting evenly against the 4 progenitors and even had a slight advantage. This was reversed with this next development. 1 against 5 seemed unrealistic for the demon. Shit! One spectator shouted. The defeat of the demon would allow the calamity to fully descend. Who is that? One ancestor asked. A far Tao everlasting. Another everlasting could sense the aura of a far Tao on that old man. Yes, his title is Tenacious. A supreme everlasting born in an old era had a solemn expression. Taking a little risk here. The 2 words consist of monarch, lord, gentleman, ruler, and breath, news, interest on an investment or loan, to cease, to stop, to rest. My first translation here was Lord Stopper. This title was unfamiliar to the younger ancestors. The second person to reach the Far Tao level. Those from an older era recognized the title. Far Tao was a person and the title of a cultivation level. In the past, Far Tao broke the limit of the true God realm and created an entirely new peak. People called this new peak Far Tao to honor him. Several eras after Far Tao himself came a second person capable of reaching it, Tenacious. They only remembered him by this title. His real name was forgotten with time. Future generations called him Tenacious, or Tenacious Far Tao to show respect. Chapter 3155. The title had an interesting history behind it. This was also another thing used by future descendants to show respect. A gentleman must strive unremittingly on the path towards the Tao. This phrase was the meaning behind the title of Tenacious, since it consisted of gentleman and strive. This title was fitting and flattering for the second person to achieve this level. It highlighted his effort on the path towards the Grand Tao. Numerous emperors and progenitors have appeared in history. Many of the latter came from big sects. A few hailed from weaker sects or declining systems. Tenacious' background was worse and inferior to all of them. He was born as a servant in a rich family in the mortal realm, as lowly as can be. Moreover, his life didn't change because a cultivator or a sect took notice of him. Despite being a lowly servant, he still enthusiastically looked for a way to cultivate and become an immortal. Just imagine, an illiterate servant trying to reach for the Tao. This was exceedingly difficult. No sect or cultivation masters bothered taking him in. Nonetheless, his effort turned him from a lowly servant into a lowly cultivator. One could argue that his cultivation path was harder than any cultivator. Alas, as time passed, his effort yielded fruit and he became the second Far Tao everlasting. That's why his real name no longer mattered nor remembered. People only knew him as Tenacious. For a long trek of time, many ancestors and seniors alluded to Tenacious in order to motivate their young disciples. They also viewed him as the right role model. Needless to say, the ones with a humble upbringing respected him the most. His stories encouraged many who come from nothing to keep on trying. That's why those who knew about him, especially the ancestors, inadvertently had tears in the corner of their eyes after seeing him here. Some of them came from nothing but eventually became an ancestor since Tenacious stories strengthened their Tao heart. Alas, he has fallen into the darkness today, breaking all of his previous prestige and honor. The crowd couldn't handle the emotional pain after seeing this sight. Why Tenacious? One famous ancestor murmured. Boom! A powerful force cut off Tenacious' attack on the tree demon, resulting in an explosion after breaking the stalemate. Rumble! All of the combatants staggered backward from the shockwaves. Another old man came out from a misty mountain. He still looked to be in high spirits despite his age. His pace was steady, looking quite powerful. His robe was old but still very clean and made from expensive material. He clearly came from either wealth or nobility. He didn't have the aura of a cultivator nor their energy, more like a mortal with the style of a scholar, perhaps a teacher or a researcher from a village. Who is that? Most didn't recognize him. Trinity? Is that you? I'm surprised that you're still staying at 5 elements. Tenacious recognized him. Trinity eccentric. An ancestor shouted after hearing Tenacious. If Xueqi were here, he would recognize this old man as well. This old man tried to betroth the girl from his clan to Xueqi, and even gave him a jade pendant. Now, the girl was clearly Hui Qingxian from 5 elements. Trinity eccentric is still alive. 5 elements mountain is as unfathomable as ever. Looks like we're saved. Many ancestors became excited. The eccentric was the strongest ancestor of 5 elements, the 3rd person to reach the Fardao level. The Trinity, heaven, earth, and man. Rumor has it that he was an erudite scholar who knew virtually everything. His knowledge earned him just as much respect from future descendants as his cultivation level. For a long period of time, even the brilliant progenitors would come to him in order to find answers to their questions. He normally would easily solve these problems. The spectators couldn't believe it. There were 2 Fardao and 4 progenitors right now. No, 5 when counting the tree demon. This might be historically unprecedented. Senior, your fame precedes you. I had nothing but admiration for you during my youth. You were my role model. Trinity stared at Tenacious and became emotional. I'm not a great man to be admired and I never accomplished anything worthwhile. My life is a series of struggles in order to survive, that's all. As for the motivational stories and legendary Dao heart, that's beautified by future descendants, a forced interpretation at best. Tenacious shook his head and calmly said, to earn such fame was some people's lifelong goal. However, Tenacious didn't care for being a paragon of virtues. You're right, Senior. We needed motivation for our own desires. We never thought about your feelings. Trinity pondered for a bit before agreeing. The spectators eventually understood as well, especially the ancestors. Everyone used Tenacious achievements to motivate themselves. Alas, no one understood his bitter struggle. He never considered himself to be a great man. His only goal was to survive. It's fine, all in the ephemeral past now. Tenacious chuckled. I never expected you to take on this path, Senior. Trinity said with a tinge of regrets. This feeling resonated with the crowd who viewed him as a role model. He must have experienced untold pain and suffering, allowing his Dao heart to be firmer than anyone. Alas, this still wasn't enough. I am still me the same as before. It is a choice made in order to survive. I've been alone ever since my Dao debut. 3 immortals has nothing to do with me. Tenacious calmly answered. 1. I had a long note in the last chapter about this title without context. It started with Lord Stopper, literal, then preeminence, interpretation/guess. I also thought about keeping it pinyin as Juanxi. The 2 words just had too many meanings. Now that the author has given the context and explanation, this makes it much easier. All of my interpretations were wrong. Chapter 3156. Tenacious Fardao spoke with a nonchalant calmness, but the listeners didn't take it as well. 3 immortals was vast, but he was all alone, not having a single family member despite being so famous. Countless people viewed him as a role model, but how many of them actually worried about him? He had no one close in this world, no one to share his treacherous path. He eventually obtained power and peerless achievements, but never a tinge of warmth for his cold Dao heart. Some ancestors sympathized since they have experienced something familiar. After reaching a certain power level, their loved ones were dead. They no longer had anyone who genuinely cared for them. Thus, they no longer felt any attachment to this world. By this point, they were no different from a passerby. There was nothing worth remembering in immortal lineage. Its existence simply didn't matter. Therefore, the only thing they cared about was to become stronger, go further, and reach immortality. The younger cultivators didn't share this feeling, Unlike the old and powerful ancestors, the latter had experienced their loved ones and friends dying from time. Finally, they would become someone like tenacious Fardao, a lonely man. Immortal lineage was unfamiliar to him now. As he had said, he was only trying to survive. This invasion meant nothing to him, unlike his allies who destroyed their own system. In a sense, tenacious Fardao succumbing to the darkness felt more tolerable. The apex is emotionless. Trinity eccentric sighed and didn't criticize tenacious. The world itself is emotionless. Time kills everything except me, and I have returned. Tenacious slowly said. I see. Trinity said, your enemy is me today. You need to get through me to destroy immortal lineage. Very well. People claim that the latter waves will always surpass the previous. Let's see what level you have reached. Tenacious remained carefree. There are levels to the Fardao realm? Many ancestors became startled. One of them wondered. Yes, there are classifications, but the world only knows of it as a title, lacking the particular details. The truth is that there are levels such as True Fardao, Slayer Fardao, and Unending Fardao. Regular cultivators had no idea about these next levels. When one broke through the limit of a supreme everlasting, they would be considered a Fardao. Reaching Fardao's actual height back then would earn them the True Fardao classification. In actuality, Fardao's cultivation didn't stop there. He attained further achievements, resulting in 2 more levels: Slayer Fardao and Unending Fardao. Rumor has it that at the Slayer level, they should be able to kill an immortal level progenitor. As for Unending Fardao, this remained a mystery. There were no records about people who have reached it. Perhaps only Fardao himself was the only person. We'll find out soon. Trinity smiled. His confidence certainly assured the crowd. He was the most talented and knowledgeable in the world. Plus, he came from 5 Elements Mountain. Both his talents and background surpassed Tenacious Fardao. Though Tenacious made his Dao debut earlier, Trinity still had a chance of overtaking him. Looks like we still got help. One spectator quietly said. Everyone found hope again after seeing the old tree demon and Trinity eccentric. Perhaps the darkness would fail. Enough talk. Time for us to end this and welcome an entirely new epoch. Cicada Progenitor laughed and said. Don't be so certain and haughty. The bull said with disdain. You won't even know how you'll die a little bit later. Black Bull, you might be knowledgeable but this disaster far exceeds your imagination. Cicada retorted. You can't even stop the vanguard, let alone our entire army. 3 immortals is finished this generation. No one will be able to change this. It's a little too early to jump to any conclusion, fellow Taoist. A pleasant voice joined the battle. A comforting presence swept through the sky, filling immortal lineage with a majestic life force. A green expanse emerged on the horizon with a lotus tree at the center. It wasn't overly large but was ancient beyond calculation, perhaps existing even before the myriad Tao. Its leaves couldn't blot out the sunlight but people felt that it could shoulder a falling sky. It gave off the feeling of being the pillar of heaven and earth. Poof! In the next second, the lotus tree flashed brightly. A woman walked out from this radiance and the tree disappeared from sight. She wore a green dress, seemingly descending from heaven itself. She was immaculate beyond words. Any so-called kingdom-toppling beauties paled in comparison. Even the wondrous Hui Qingxian felt inferior. The aura of a progenitor trailed behind her just like the tail of a phoenix. This aura wasn't oppressive at all. It elegantly billowed in the air in a transcending manner. Who is that? People could tell that she was a progenitor. They just didn't know which one. Lotus Ancestor. A supreme everlasting recognized her and said with respect. The progenitor of 5 Elements Mountain. Many shouted. 5 Elements was the strongest and most mysterious system in all of 3 immortals. It was the only one to have several progenitors in the same generation. Lotus performed a miracle. She used the same Tao framework created by 5 Elements progenitor to prove her Tao. She didn't need to leave her system and still became an immortal level progenitor. No one has done this before in history. Therefore, her accomplishment earned her a spot among the 10 Radiants. She's still alive. 5 Elements Mountain is unfathomable indeed. Another commenter became emotional. So many progenitors have left immortal lineage for the expanse. However, someone as strong as her still chose to stay behind. This was quite surprising. Your mountain is a wondrous Tao land. 8 Treasures progenitor stared at Lotus and said, that's why it is another main target, certainly worthy of a trip. Fellow Taoists, you should know your own perilous situation. Lotus replied, yes, we have the advantage right now. The experts in immortal lineage became spirited. Lotus Ancestor and the old tree demon should be able to handle the 4 progenitors on the other side. On the other hand, Trinity Eccentric should be able to fight evenly against Tenacious Fardao and buy enough time for his allies to win. Next would be taking down all the battalions of ships. Victory would be theirs then. Everyone, prepare to defend the sky moat with our lives. Hold nothing back. Tai Inchi saw the development and gave an order. Chapter 3157. Nothing will be left of the present age since a true immortal is descending. Bamboo progenitor uttered coldly. True immortal. This caught the listeners off guard. These progenitors have fallen into darkness, so what is this talk about a true immortal? There are no such things as immortals in this world. At least that's what everyone believed. They would instantly scoff at anyone else for saying something so ridiculous. However, it came from a progenitor. Can this be true? One Supreme Everlasting murmured in a daze. Please, just a bunch of fake immortals, yet you view them as the real things. How ridiculous. The bull snorted. You'll find out what an immortal is soon enough, if you can survive till then. 8 Treasures progenitor said seriously. The world became confused and didn't know what to say. Who cares if they're immortals or not? It's time to fight. The old demon's light erupted again. His light purified the area around the 4 progenitors. The demon no longer felt like an old man. His spirit was vigorous like an 18-year-old. Break! The progenitors roared and utilized their weapons. Let's not gang up on one man now. Lotus Ancestor hurriedly joined the battlefield on the side of the old demon. Boom! The area trembled before their devastating might and pressure. Senior, make your move. Trinity Eccentric challenged Tenacious Fardao. This will be good. One of my regrets is not being able to fight Fardao. Tenacious accepted the challenge and moved forward. I'm satisfied with just fighting you. Trinity laughed freely and unleashed a punch capable of crushing time. Rumble! A terrible power ravaged the area. The inhabitants of 3 immortals only got a short break before being terrorized by their terrible might again. Even Everlastings felt like ants. Please, defeat the darkness and protect 3 immortals. The living beings started praying since this was the only thing they could do. Charge! Numerous Tao portals materialized in the air. Rumble! Numerous legions were summoned next to the dark ships. 5 Elements Legion. Many people recognized the banner of the vanguard and shouted, Initiate! Hui Qingxian personally led her system's legion to attack the 4 battalions of ships. Ra! Numerous gigantic beasts appeared to the left. Leave the left flank to us. Violet Dragon Empress stood on top of a dragon, looking quite gallant. She commanded another legion forward. The right side is ours. A 3rd Ancient Legion appeared, led by Supreme True Emperor. It's our chance. Meanwhile, Holy Frost reorganized the Legion of the Academy before flying upward like an angel. This army of light wielded their holy affinity to fight against the dark legions. We're here as well. 3-Eyed Prodigy and an alliance of several systems also came out of another Tao portal. Kill them all. The Dark Legion had no fear of the numerous foes and flew out of their ships. Boom! Another battlefield emerged. Thousands and thousands of men instantly smashed onto each other, resulting in a chaotic fight. We need to help the Academy now. A few spectating systems finally made up their mind. More portals appeared with new legions joining the battlefield. It didn't take long before corpses piled up in this area. The battlefield became a human meat grinder. Numerous combatants lost their lives. Advance! By this point, nearly all systems knew that they needed to do something or it would be the end of immortal lineage. They hurriedly sent the majority of their forces to aid the Academy, if not all. Some didn't hold back for defensive reasons. There was no point in saving troops because the defeat of the Academy meant their destruction anyway. Their systems couldn't stop the progenitors and the Dark Legion. Only complete solidarity gave them the biggest chance of survival. The monstrous dark battalions were actually at a disadvantage against the full might of immortal lineage. 5 Element Mountains was the main fighting force. Holy Frost, Violet Dragon, and Supreme focused on flanking the enemies, cutting from the left and right. The other legions surrounded the ships and began their assault. Dozens of millions or even more troops stifled the invaders. Unfortunately, this didn't lessen the casualties. Corpses and blood rained down from above, piling up into mountains. Meanwhile, the progenitors have opened their own battlefield since they were too strong. Just the remnant shockwaves alone could pierce through 3 immortals. The old demon was no longer alone with Lotus Ancestor as an ally. They had the upper hand and continuously forced back the other 4 progenitors. Heaven didn't abandon us. The cultivators unqualified to join the battle prayed. The Dark Legion back at shore took note of this. The defeat of the 4 battalions seemed imminent by this point. Strike camp. March towards immortal lineage. Someone gave the command. In fact, this force's actual target was to conquer Sky Ruins. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to attack immortal lineage. Rumble. All of the ships began flying towards this world. Prepare for battle. Our fate depends on this fight. Tai Inshi shouted after seeing the mass mobilization. This was the reason why Sky Pass Legion didn't return to immortal lineage. The real Legion of Darkness was coming, the thing he didn't wish to see the most. How's the last brick? Did we fix it? He worriedly asked. Commander, the job is done. The new brick is in, but we can't guarantee anything. The responsible general answered. The Legion did everything they could after the first failure to fix this flaw. Unfortunately, they weren't too confident this time. We just need to try our best and leave it up to fate. Tai Inshi wasn't optimistic due to the sheer size of the Dark Army. Men. Victory means our world will still be here. Defeat means nothing will be left but ashes. We fight till the very last man. Never surrender. His voice echoed across Sky Pass to encourage his men. Till the very last man. Never surrender. The soldiers roared like maniacs. Retreating was not an option. To do so meant exposing their home and loved ones, letting them be massacred by the enemies. Chapter 3158. Boom! The Great Legion of Darkness has arrived again, shooting dark beams towards Sky Pass in the distance. These dark beams, strangely enough, still illuminated space. One could easily imagine how powerful and brutal they were to have this property. The world turned into a sieve before the incoming beams. Space and time ended along their path, replaced by chaotic maelstrom. Meanwhile, the Sky Moat had activated its defense and turned into the greatest divine walls to separate immortal lineage from the invaders. A boundless power came out of the earth and poured into the wall, consisting of the Tao and sparks. Supreme Tao runes appeared in full force and derived the most domineering defense. They stacked on top of each other to stop the beams. Rumble! The beams struck the barriers, causing ripples outward. Eventually, numerous arrays broke down. However, more runes stacked on top of each other to form an even stronger formation. Defend at all cost! A general roared on top of the wall. Every single soldier agreed and poured all of their vitality into the Sky Moat. Though this legion was quite mighty, their vitality and power alone couldn't stop the Dark Legion. The walls themselves were doing most of the work. The soldiers were only activating the ingrained runes and formations to create mighty suppression. The power from the ground beneath was also a key factor. Nonetheless, this role was the reason why the Legion existed, their responsibility, controlling this ultimate defense. Alas, the ships continued sending relentless barrages while moving closer to the actual walls. Be ready for battle. Tai Inshi shouted after seeing this. Meanwhile, some back in immortal lineage turned their attention to this side of the battlefield. They saw the incoming locust and became afraid. Sky Pass Legion, you must persevere, the Sky Moat can't fall. These spectators started to pray. Many wanted to fly to the wall to help. However, they have never undergone the training to control the runes, so coming there would be useless. Not long ago, very few understood the importance of the Sky Moat. Most believed that it was symbolic more than anything. In fact, some even viewed it as a sightseeing destination or a borderline. No one expected that it would protect immortal lineage in this manner, becoming the key lifeline. They finally saw the wisdom and insight of the old sages for building this monumental architecture. Meanwhile, the alliance of immortal lineage has gained the upper hand after a tough fight, successfully trapping the Dark Battalions. Unfortunately, this would be reversed if Sky Pass were to fall. The outside legion should have more than enough power to destroy every single system after entering. Men! Tai Inchi shouted again as the ships got closer. A tense atmosphere permeated the world. The soldiers from Sky Pass clenched their fists tightly, ready to throw their vitality and lives away to stop the invaders. That's far enough. A roar emerged along with a progenitorial aura. A person shrouded in golden radiance descended, illuminating the area. Rumble! He used his Grand Dao to crush several ships in one go. Luminous Master. The spectators called out his title. He's finally taking action. So many became emotional after seeing the destruction of several ships. So he has been waiting outside to protect the front line. Tears suddenly flowed at this sight. Everyone knew that no one would be able to enter after the closing of the sky moat. Tai Inchi had warned everyone beforehand. But now Luminous Master was still outside, meaning that this was his plan from the very start, wanting to face the enemies head-on. He was all alone without help against the Great Legion, clearly on the verge of being surrounded. He surely knew this beforehand, yet still made up his mind with wanton regards for his own life. His actions certainly stirred the crowd. Boom! A draconic aura emerged as he took down another ship. A dragon claw blocked his next move, consisting of his Grand Dao. Rah! A true dragon appeared before everyone. It had its own celestials floating around it with a boundless draconic aura. Not bad, young one. I was but a brat still wet with milk traveling the world when I was your age. Your potential is boundless. The dragon spoke. Coiling dragon of 8-armed race. Luminous Master was surprised to see this being. Yes, it's me. I'm pleasantly surprised to see such a mighty descendant after coming back to immortal lineage. The dragon nodded. He was the progenitor of Coiling Dragon System. Later on, it was taken over by Prey Moon. A mature true dragon with a pure bloodline. Quite amazing. The master said. How keen you are, young one. The dragon smiled and said, I have spent many years researching this bloodline, and with the help of our Lord, I have reconstructed it back to purity. Coiling Dragon originally had a very thin bloodline of the true dragons. This meant that he had no chance of becoming one. After reaching the progenitorial level, he continued to research his bloodline, hoping to purify it. Alas, his efforts yielded nothing. Once he made it to uncrossable expanse, the dark existence there recreated his bloodline, allowing him to actually turn into a true dragon. So what? I'll still kill a true dragon for attacking immortal lineage. The master became serious. So decisive. Coiling Dragon nodded. I wouldn't have been able to beat you back then, but my current form is beyond your abilities. You are yet to reach the immortal level, and your resistance is futile before our army. Be smart and join us. It's not too late. You're wasting your breath. Coiling Dragon, this is our generation, not yours, and this is our advantage. Plus, I rather die than bow to the darkness. Luminous Master laughed. Chapter 3159. As you wish. The dragon smiled and opened its mouth, releasing more draconic energy. Rumble. This energy manifested into a terrible storm. Just this power alone should be enough to sweep through the realms uncontested. Clank. 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 The master had laws around him for protection. Next came a full set of golden armors. The 2 layers stopped the incoming draconic storm. Not bad. The dragon said before recalling its aura and choosing to attack with its claw. A sharp flash occurred as the claw tore apart space itself. It could tear through the earth like a piece of paper. Boom! The master's laws broke down, so he quickly retreated. Alas, the claw still made contact with his armor plates. Though it was made from precious divine metals at the progenitorial level, 5 deep marks were still left. The claw of a true dragon was just too much. Do you see now? A true dragon's physical prowess. Each scale and claw are wondrous weapons. The dragon claimed. The spectators took a deep breath. No wonder why Coiling Dragon tried so hard to obtain a purer bloodline. The physical prowess of this divine being was unreasonable. Its claw was comparable to any progenitorial weapon. Luminous Master summoned his Sky Splitter again. This time around, it looked relatively tiny compared to the great dragon, almost like a serpent. Not a bad hatchet at all. The dragon praised. Let's go. The master immediately swung his hatchet downward in a violent manner. Its sheer size could sever heaven and earth. He added speed on top of power, swinging it 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. The raw power was something else. All of immortal lineage felt like a tiny boat out in the ocean during a storm. Just one swing alone could separate it into two halves. Boom, boom, boom. A ferocious torrent of steel struck the dragon. However, fiery sparks shot off the scales of the dragon, but this wasn't enough to leave behind any real damage. On the other hand, the claws of the dragon left actual dings on the snow-white blade of the hatchet. The spectators naturally gasped in response. The hatchet was clearly inferior to the dragon's body. This true dragon is insane. No need for any weapon. This was the first time witnessing a true dragon in action for many people. Boom! At the same time, the dark beams have focused on one target, the broken brick that the first wave managed to get through. However, there was a new brick there now and the hole was no longer present. The beams couldn't destroy it right away. Nonetheless, they successfully broke down the energy barriers in front of the wall. It's working. Tai Inshi was more nervous than anyone else. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was hanging on a thread. As time went on, he gained confidence that the hole was successfully fixed. Use the dark drill. A voice inside the Dark Legion commanded. Creek dash, a large ship moved forward. It looked like the commanding ship of this legion. The bottom hull opened to release a mighty drill, black from top to bottom just like a black diamond. It had a beautiful dark luster akin to the stars at night. This diamond was extremely fine. Its darkness felt overwhelming enough to encompass 3,000 worlds. The spectators saw the tip and knew that nothing would be able to stop it. What's that? Tai Inshi had an ominous feeling. A dark metal found from the deepest location of the expanse, as unique as can be, then polished by a supreme existence. The voice heard him and explained. This naturally made Inshi feel worse. The brick has been placed but not fully consolidated. That was still the weakest part of the wall. The drill started spinning faster and faster. After reaching a certain revolution, it shot out a tiny ray of darkness. Boom! The ray instantly crushed through the energy barriers. These barriers went down to the beams earlier, but they quickly appeared once more. Now, they didn't stand a single chance against the ray of this drill. It was touching the actual wall now. Rumble! All of Sky Pass was shaking from the impact. Drop down the sky sluice now. Tai Inshi immediately commanded. Boom! The ground beneath sent out all of its power, resulting in something akin to the explosions of 1,000,000 stars. This power combined together into a great sluice sliding down from above. It could crush everything beneath without fail. The soldiers in charge of the sluice turned pale as a result. It instantly drained all of their vitality. This was their ace card. If this were to fail, they wouldn't be able to do anything else anyway. Rumble! Thousands of smaller ships closest to the wall were crushed by this sliding sluice. Ah! Numerous dark invaders became bloody mists, unable to stop it. Lift it up. The same voice earlier commanded. This person seemed to be the one controlling the diamond drill. Suddenly, 6 different progenitorial auras erupted. Next came the appearance of 6 majestic figures. Chapter 3160. Boom! The dreadful auras of 6 progenitors continuously quaked immortal lineage. Everything seemed to be cracking from the mere pressure after they activated their power. All living beings became as vulnerable as ants. Just one wave from their auras would render them to ashes. 6 progenitors. The spectators below became stunned and trembled with fear. 6 more after the initial group. This meant that at least 10 progenitors have returned on top of people like tenacious Far Dao. The person behind the dark drill remained unknown. However, he should be clearly stronger than these 6 since he could command them. In actuality, everyone wasn't afraid of these auras. They have grown used to it after seeing so many. Rather, the implication was the thing scaring them. 10 have returned. All fell into darkness. This prompted the question regarding the actual number of fallen progenitors. Just thinking about the various possibilities left them with cold sweat. It wasn't long ago that they had an optimistic mindset. They thought that the first 4 progenitors were only a coincidence and that it would end there. Perhaps their own progenitors were still fighting on the front line against the darkness. Now, it has become rather plausible that the majority, not minority, has fallen. They stopped thinking at this point because that scenario would be too hopeless. 3 immortals would be finished. The lucky survivors would never be able to see the sun again after the darkness takes over. I hope not. One cultivator murmured. The rest could only pray for the best. Tai Inchi had prepared for the worst, but facing 6 progenitors was still too much to take. The sluice might not be able to stop them. Boom! The 6 of them raised their hands in order to stop the descending sluice. Creak! The sluice actually stopped lowering since the 6 were strong enough to stop this all-crushing mass. In reality, this shouldn't be too surprising. The 6 of them working together could probably lift immortal lineage in its entirety. AAA. Many soldiers in Sky Pass Legion channeled the last sliver of their vitality, even their true fate, into the wall. Rumble. The sluice finally pushed down again with greater intensity with the influx of power from the soldiers. However, the 6 progenitors looked like the greatest deities in existence. Nothing could ever move them. That's why the soldiers' efforts were in vain. The only thing they did was make it just a little harder for the 6 progenitors by adding another wave. Why? For what reason? One expert glared at the 6 progenitors and screamed with indignation. The 6 were shrouded in black smoke so no one could see who they were. However, they clearly came from 3 immortals. The things trying to destroy immortal lineage weren't devils from the darkness but its most respected progenitors. Belief and faith instantly shattered. Some started hating their own ancestors and progenitors, not understanding the reason why. This feeling was similar to how 8 Treasure's ancient emperor felt before death, full of hatred, despair, and unwillingness. His beloved grandfather still ended up killing him even though he was also the progenitor's favorite. He didn't understand even during his last second. Rumble. Tai Inchi felt ripples coming from the wall. Commander, the brick we added earlier is getting loose. A general came and reported. We must stabilize it. Do not let the enemy get through. Tai Inchi emotionally asserted. He knew that it would be exactly like before. The enemy would be able to get through. If the 10 progenitors were to group up, the consequences would be obvious. Impossible. The general bitterly said. The wall is too profound and vast for us to know how to fix it in such a short time. The commander couldn't reprimand this general. He himself had lived long enough yet still didn't fully understand the wall. They needed the help of Li Chia and 5 Elements Mountain before. Rumble. The wall was shaking. The same with his heart. Commander, what should we do? Another general asked. Tai Inchi had no response because they had done everything they could. They have defeated many enemies in the past, but this time around, these unknown foes were just too powerful. The strongest they have ever seen. I don't know. Tai Inchi didn't have a direction. He eventually gritted his teeth and said, let the men maintain their post till the last second. Persevering was the only option. They were the first and final line of defense for immortal lineage, ready to fight until the very last man. That's the only thing they could do in order to have no regrets and shame. Remember, we'll die honorably in battle. Never surrender. Tai Inchi told his generals. Affirmative. Never surrender. The generals also gritted their teeth. They were ready to face death with equanimity. Of course, they knew that their death would also be futile and wouldn't change anything. Nonetheless, they wouldn't be ashamed of themselves, nor would they be letting down their descendants and family members. What can we do? The cultivators back in immortal lineage also felt helpless while watching the spinning drill. Age domination. Luminous Master roared. He had tried several times heading towards the drill but was stopped by the dragon. Time started gathering around him. The hours and years of an entire era. As he had said earlier, this was his era, a great advantage. He could control the temporal power in the present. Boom! He unleashed a temporal strike at the dragon. ZZZ. The inflicted dragon started decaying. Coiling Dragon was a progenitor from an ancient era. He couldn't avoid the withering of the present. Even someone as powerful as he was being damaged. Boom! He roared and became as red as blood. His incredible bloodline activated and permeated each inch of his flesh. This eruption of bloodline resulted in a boundless life force. The withered dragon gradually recovered. This bloodline was simply horrifying, able to do something like reverse time itself. No wonder why this progenitor was so hell-bent on obtaining it. He stopped Luminous Master again, not letting the guy get closer to the drill. You can't change anything even if you were at the immortal level. This is inevitable. No one can save 3 immortals. The dragon shook its head. Boom! Suddenly, starry rays descended from above with incredible destruction. Chapter 3161. The unstoppable starry rays destroyed numerous ships in the blink of an eye. They then gathered into a single beam to shoot straight at the commanding ship with the dark drill. Boom! Unfortunately, this ship had an incredible defensive barrier. The starry beam only managed to force some ripples on the barrier. The drill continued to spin and attack the weakened brick on the wall. Another figure descended from above. His area was dazzling with starlights along with a resonating grand Tao. He possessed a unique presence. Orchid Sage. He's outside too. The spectators in Immortal Lineage shouted. The sage was just like Luminous Master. He didn't hide in Immortal Lineage and chose to be on the front line. Progenitors are still our hope. Numerous people found hope after seeing these two. Yes, progenitors from the darkness were returning to destroy Immortal Lineage. This crushed everyone's image of these powerful beings, viewing them like primordial beasts at this point. However, Luminous Master and Orchid Sage were putting their lives on the line to protect this world. Their selflessness was a great source of morale. Boom! The sage raised his brush and released an ocean of runes. Countless waves began assaulting the main ship. Alas, the runic waves were still stopped. They only made the ship tremble once. It seemed that his attack was slightly effective. Boom! 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 The other ships focused their firepower on him, blowing the spatial fabrics around him into smithereens. He busily dodged the shots while hurriedly writing characters in the air. The power of the Grand Tao gathered in the characters. With the final stroke, an ocean of tribulation emerged, one similar to the high heaven's wrath. Lightning bolts rushed forward towards the ship, capable of crushing the myriad Tao with its judgment. Everyone knew that he was trying to stop the drill from breaking down the wall. They watched the explosions with bated breath and prayed for his success. This was especially true for Tai Inchi, whose palms were drenched with sweat. He was more nervous than anyone. Take him down. The person from the main ship spoke again. Tao brothers, keep it up for a while. One of the 6 progenitors said and left his rank. Boom! The sluice dropped further downward, but the 5 progenitors channeled their vitality and energy. Creak! They went all out and managed to hold it up. The attacking progenitor grasped the Cosmo in his palm with a pulsing light. Boom! He roared and moved forward like a dragon before unleashing the energy palm strike, destroying the ocean of tribulation from the sage. Thump! 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 Orchid Sage staggered several steps backward. Immortal level. He instantly realized the enemy's cultivation level. Just fortunate enough to reach it not long ago. The progenitor stood before the sage. What is your name, senior? The sage couldn't confirm this person's identity due to the black smoke. The progenitor paused for a bit, falling into silence. It's fine if you don't want to let others know. The sage stopped asking and raised his brush, ready for a battle. Might as well since we've gone so far. The progenitor sighed. Poof. The black smoke dispersed, revealing an old man whose face exuded determination, almost like an unfading statue despite the weathers. Senior Stone Hominy. Your stone appraisal scripture is wondrous. I've greatly benefited from reading it. The sage bowed. Stone Hominy Progenita. The spectators finally found out after listening to the sage. He was a progenitor from imperial lineage, not that exceptional nor famous among his peers. Today, he was at the immortal level now. Many turned their sight towards the other 5 progenitors. However, black smoke still covered their face. They had no intention of revealing their identity for now. Don't call me senior. And it is an honor to know that someone has read my scripture. Looks like you are quite an erudite scholar with a love for literature. The progenitor shook his head. The scripture mentioned by these 2 wasn't a supreme merit law, only a book detailing the special rocks and stones in the world written by Stone Harmony during his youth. It was more for entertainment than anything. Most cultivators wouldn't waste their time on this type of book, but Orchid Sage loved it. As for Stone Harmony, he was proud of this book as well, so his impression of the sage became much better. "Thank you, Senior. I'm simply biting off more than I can chew," the sage said. "Go, I won't keep you here. We'll pretend as if nothing has happened." The progenitor looked at the sage and said. This certainly surprised the crowd. So far, those coming back from the darkness have slain everything in their path, including their descendants, let alone strangers. Perhaps Stone Harmony progenitor liked the sage for his comment earlier. "I appreciate your kind intention." The sage disagreed. "But I can't just watch a mortal lineage fall. This is the responsibility and mission of progenitors after proving our Tao." "I see. It's nice being young, not old and fallen like us." Stone Harmony pondered for a bit before smiling. "You can also stand on our side, fight for immortal lineage's sake." The sage sincerely invited him. Of course, every spectator hoped for this. A fallen progenitor switching side to fight against the darkness. "I also appreciate your kind intention." The progenitor smilingly shook his head. "For you, this world is worthy of your protection, but as for me, it is just an unfamiliar world. I have killed plenty of people and destroyed numerous sects before. Adding 3 immortals to the list is no big deal." All progenitors needed to kill and destroy in order to reach the peak. This seemed rather natural. Plus, Stone Harmony and perhaps some of the others had nothing to care about. His system and descendants were long gone by this point, so he had zero emotional ties to immortal lineage. Destroying it wouldn't invoke any emotion out of them. Chapter 3162. Stone Harmony progenitor left everyone silent. They knew that there was no point in trying to convince him. He was no longer the progenitor hailing from imperial lineage. He no longer remembered nor cared about its inhabitants. They were no different from ants in his eyes. "Since you wish to protect immortal lineage, come fight me with all your strength. You won't succeed, but at least you will have tried your best and will die without regrets." Stone Harmony said. Boom! He released a special Tao rhythm in the form of a flame engulfing the entire area. The world seemed as tiny as an egg in comparison. Or rather, it resembled a primordial stone found at the start of time. The progenitor carried this original power from the chaos. He took one step forward. But dump! The tone from his pace suffocated the listeners, forcing them into submission. "Come, let's see how many moves you can last," he challenged. He wasn't being arrogant. Though he wasn't from this era, he was still an immortal-level progenitor stronger than the sage. "I have no intention of fighting you, Senior." The sage smiled and became resplendent as if millions and millions of years were gathering on him. "You're not leaving anymore," Stone Harmony shouted. His fist became shrouded in chaos and Tao explosion as he punched forward, piercing through time to strike the sage's chest. Boom! However, the sage also exceeded the temporal affinity in order to dodge the swift punch. "Not bad," the progenitor praised. Buzz! In the next second, the sage appeared again next to Luminous Master. "Tao brother, this plan isn't working out. Let's go on to the next one," the sage said, retreating while writing more characters. The characters looked like stars engraved in various spots inside sky ruins. He seemed to be dragging time itself and controlling something in there. Boom! Tao runes as large as mountain ranges emerged all over the area, successfully locking in the grand momentum then. With more beautiful and swift strokes of his brushes, the power of sky ruins itself gathered in his palm. The power of sky ruins. Even the dark progenitors became serious after seeing this. Sky ruins was large and mighty beyond imagination. If Orchid Sage could actually borrow this power, that would be something to be cautious of. Moreover, the grand momentum formed so naturally from his characters. It was apparent that he had planned this for a while, placing formations all around sky ruins in order to gather this power. "Activate!" Luminous Master roared. Golden light erupted around him with floating celestials. Time began flowing around him like a bright galaxy with the shape of a cosmic curtain. Temporal barrier. Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony progenitor instantly rushed over. Break! The two of them exchanged glances before attacking. Boom! Stone Harmony unleashed a Tao fire palm strike. Clank! The dragon utilized its sharp claw like a blade for the world's sharpest slash at the barrier. The moment they touched the barrier, both the hand and the claw started withering. This was the biggest advantage of Orchid Sage and Luminous Master. They were progenitors of this era and could utilize its temporal affinity. On the other hand, their foes were far removed, thus they were subjected to the withering of time the moment they touched the barrier. We'll see how long you can last. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon weren't afraid in the slightest. They added vitality and true blood onto their attack. Buzz! That hand and claw recovered with haste. However, Luminous Master didn't care about the two assailants. He focused on creating a grand formation in front of him. All of immortal lineage resonated with a golden radiance. A supreme formation appeared in this world, resonating with the smaller one in front of the master. Immortal lineage turned into a great cage. Supreme laws from nature instantly surrounded the Dark Legion outside of Sky Pass, including the main ship. It seemed that in order to break this cage, the Dark Legion would need to destroy all of immortal lineage first. Rumble! The dark ships released their firepower on the cage, resulting in cracks and damages. However, the cage was connected with immortal lineage. Thus, the power of the latter instantly poured into the cage and fixed all of the damages. These two progenitors clearly wanted to borrow the power of their world to fight against the Dark Legion, a premeditated plan that had been set up long ago. Boom! Meanwhile, the grand momentum of Sky Ruins turned into a massive anchor attaching itself onto the top of the cage. Creak! It started pulling the cage towards Sky Ruins. Banish! Both the Master and the Sage roared. The drill piercing onto the wall was forcefully moved back along with the entire Legion. I see, they want to force the Dark Legion into Sky Ruins. Maybe Ascension Pond? Everyone understood the plan by this point. Break it down. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon became serious and added true blood into the mix. They used their strongest power in an attempt to break the temporal barrier holding them back. Chapter 3163. Crack. The temporal barrier had more cracks, on the verge of collapsing before the onslaught of two progenitors. Shit! The spectators in immortal lineage watched in horror. The fall of the barrier would expose Luminous Master and Orchid Sage to these dark progenitors. They would have to give up controlling the grand momentum and formation, indicating a failure of their plan. This moment became extremely crucial. I don't think the temporal barrier can last much longer. A supreme everlasting murmured. The Master and the Sage had the advantage of time on their side. Alas, Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony were simply superior in terms of fighting power. That barrier could only stop them temporarily. If it were to fall, the duo would be killed. Next would be immortal lineage. We can't go outside. Some mighty ancestors clenched their fists. They wanted to go help the two progenitors, sacrificing themselves just to buy a few seconds for their progenitors. Alas, they were outside of Sky Pass. It was impossible to get there. Crack. Broken noises could be heard as more cracks appeared all over the barrier. It's about to break. A spectator shuddered in fear. Boom! Sure enough, the temporal barrier scattered into crystallized pieces. Time to end this. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon made their moves while shouting. No! The spectators shouted. The duo might not be able to block the incoming attack, so failure was imminent. In the next split second, a punch lifted a massive wave of heaven-defying Tao laws. This fortified power sealed the area and stopped the attacks. A terrible and cataclysmic blast emanated from the impact point. Nonetheless, the duo was saved. They continued working together to drag the Legion towards Sky Ruins. Who is it? The spectators looked around and saw an old man. He stood there, seemingly capable of stopping 10,000 men from entering the gate. He wore a simple robe with no other decoration. His stalwart and tough build made him look like a mountain. His beard was long enough to reach his chest. All in all, this was a mighty character capable of threatening everyone with a single glance. Do you know who he is? Many had no idea who he was, only that he must be someone famous for being able to stop the attacks from two progenitors. That's Everlasting Jiang. An ancient ancestor recognized him and shouted, Everlasting Jiang. So many became shaken after hearing this title. Their mouth opened wide. Everlasting Jiang of Longevity Hall. Someone else murmured this renowned title. This person became an everlasting at the age of 12, defeating the myriad-level true fire progenitor at the age of 25. Since then, people have simply called him Everlasting Jiang. No one recalled his real name. His talents and brilliance earned him a spot among the 10 Radiants, definitely among the top 5 too. There's still a chance. Some spectators became jubilated. There were speculations regarding his death since he hasn't shown himself in a long time. Rumor has it that he died during his final cultivation session, failing to break through. Now, his appearance and power gave everyone a sliver of hope. Such a powerful everlasting. Stone Harmony progenitor couldn't help but praise. You're Jiang Ba, the person who defeated True Fire progenitor. Coiling Dragon progenitor stared at the old man and said. He had never met this person before, but after the first exchange, he instantly knew who he was facing. Jiang Ba. That's the first time for many to hear Everlasting Jiang's real name. Indeed. Everlasting Jiang answered. This admission seemed casual, but it still struck the crowd hard. He didn't exude any aura right now but still looked impeccable, just like a great overlord. No one would be able to get past him. Your brilliant talent still isn't enough to stop us nor save immortal lineage. Stone Harmony shook his head. The capable listeners shuddered. These words, albeit unpleasant, were rooted in reality. Enough to slay you. The Everlasting responded in a domineering manner, fully confident in his abilities. Damn! Some of them shouted. Keep in mind that Stone Harmony was at the immortal level already, yet Everlasting Jiang still showed so much confidence. Perhaps he could really back his words up. Maybe he is at the Slayer level right now? People started wondering. A Slayer Fardao would be able to kill an immortal level progenitor. Fardao had reached this height back then. True, but I am not alone. Only death awaits you. Stone Harmony didn't become angry. Let's get started then. The Everlasting seemed fearless regardless of how many progenitors were in his way. That's how I like it, till death. Coiling Dragon roared and performed a tail sweep. His tail covered the myriad realms and suppressed the world with immense destructive potential. At the same time, his claws tore out space, aiming for the Everlasting's throat. Stone Harmony progenitor raised both hands, melting the affinities around him into a boulder. This special boulder could crush all living beings, wanting to reduce the world back to its original state. Bring it! Everlasting Jiang took one step forward, holding the yin and yang in his palms along with the reincarnation cycle. Boom! Time became chaotic around the blast. This bought time for Luminous Master and Orchid Sage to fully focus on using the grand momentum to drag the Dark Legion away. Creak! The Legion was stuck in the cage along with the main ship. The Dark Drill was being pulled out from the wall. Meanwhile, the war between the Alliance and the invaders raged on back on immortal lineage. Blood drowned the battlefield with corpses scattering everywhere. So many famous ancestors and Everlastings have died so far. Sad, shrill cries of pain echoed through the realm. Chapter 3164. The cruel battle didn't spare anyone. The strongest masters in immortal lineage still met their maker. The Dark Legion was insanely strong, borderline being unstoppable. Fortunately, the Alliance gained more and more members from the other systems. They joined the battlefield in order to aid the Academy. The number advantage made this fight even. Otherwise, the Academy alone had no chance of stopping the invaders. Both sides suffered heavy casualties by this point. The newcomers knew that they would definitely die the moment they joined. In fact, their legions might not have a single survivor. Alas, they still came in waves, ready to face death in order to buy a little bit of advantage or time for the Academy. This symbol of hope couldn't be destroyed or it would be the end for their world. They have seen the fate of 8 treasures and Metalkin Divine Court. Thus, many other systems sent their strongest legions and ancestors on this death journey. Ah! Wails resounded. Bodies and blood fell from above. For immortal lineage. Never surrender. An ancestor shouted before his last moment. Never surrender. The legions also roared and recklessly charged onto the battlefield until their last breath. The stench of blood was nauseating to say the least. Alas, the combatants were too busy fighting and didn't have time to care nor vomit. Rumble. Up above, the fight between the progenitors was even more devastating. The myriad laws have been shattered, the same with the fabrics holding up reality. Lotus Ancestor and the old tree demon were fighting against the 4 progenitors. A while ago, the demon alone could stop them. With the help of Lotus, he was able to suppress these 4. Boom! A light attack made contact with bamboo. Ah! His mighty frame was severed by the demon. Meanwhile, Cicada used his wings to cut through everything, successfully stopping the demon's next attack to save Bamboo. With the time bought, Bamboo's body grew back. His roots started sucking worldly energy. Boom! Cicada couldn't stop the next light attack and was blown to pieces. Bamboo and Left Bank instantly rushed over to stop the tree demon, buying time for Cicada to rebuild his body again. These immortal-level progenitors were tough on top of being resilient. It was prohibitively difficult to actually kill any of them. The enemies needed overwhelming strength or a paragon artifact. Otherwise, just a few moves weren't enough to take them down. These 3 progenitors worked together. Whenever one became wounded, the others would buy time for them to recover. Of course, this didn't mean that the tree demon couldn't kill them. He only needed more time. The moment when their vitality and energy deplete would be their end. On the other side, Lotus Ancestor fought against 8 treasures progenitor alone. The latter had utilized all of his mighty treasures but was still on the losing side, being continuously pushed back. He became bloodied from top to bottom after receiving several serious attacks. He clearly wasn't a match for Lotus Ancestor. His defeat and death seemed like it was only a matter of time. Yes! Some ancestors celebrated. The strength of the old tree demon was a pillar of hope. Lotus Ancestor might not be as powerful as him, but she was still superior to ordinary immortal-level progenitors. She was worthy of her fame as a miracle creator. With ample time, the duo should be able to kill these 4 and reverse the tide against the darkness. You have to succeed. Now that the situation had become better in immortal lineage, the spectators shifted their focus to Sky Pass, hoping that Luminous Master, Orchid Sage, and Everlasting Jiang would be able to hold on. They just needed to wait long enough for the tree demon's victory. Once the dark battalions here were dealt with, they would be able to rush out of Sky Pass to join forces. This might be their only chance at victory. Boom! The wall in space shook violently with the removal of the dark grill. The cage trapping them had pulled them out of Sky Pass range. Yes! Tai Inchi heaved a sigh of relief with jubilation in his eyes. Enough of this! Suddenly, a roar erupted with an intensity capable of flipping over the world. Boom! A dark power manifested. Everything else seemed tiny in comparison. Damn! Tai Inchi bellowed. Everyone else in immortal lineage became horrified. The drill instantly became engulfed in a dark light while the grand momentum created by the 2 progenitors instantly crumbled. Thus, the cage and anchor also disappeared. These 2 and Everlasting Jiang got blown flying while vomiting blood. One could hear the sound of their bones breaking, a sign of grievous injuries. Boom! The dark drill slammed into the wall again. Numerous soldiers on the wall fell to the ground from the violent shaking. Rumble! The darkness intensified and illuminated the area in a fascinating manner. Clearly, the Lord on the main ship has become furious and decided to take action. Keep it up! Tai Inchi loudly commanded. Luminous Master and the other 2 had an aghast expression, not liking this development. Boom! Alas, it was too late. The drill managed to crush the targeted brick. It's over. Tai Inchi turned pale. The trio rushed over, only to watch the Dark Legion enter the broken wall. They have successfully entered immortal lineage. We have to go back. The trio became afraid of the 2 Dark Legions meeting up. This would be the end of their world. Chapter 3165. A dark force terrorized the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping over the sky like a flame. 3 immortals trembled violently as a result. The inhabitants cowered in fear. The hope found earlier quickly got extinguished. Not like this, O spirits of the great sages. Please come back and save your unworthy descendants. Some got on their knees and started to pray with tears in their eyes. Calling the situation grim was an understatement. If the 2 Dark Legions were to meet up, they would have a total of 11 dark progenitors and a Far Dao. On the other side, immortal lineage consisted of the Tree Demon, 3 progenitors, Everlasting Jiang, and Trinity Eccentric. Most importantly, The main ship still had an unfathomable Dark Lord that has yet to show himself. Rumble. The second Dark Legion made it through the wall and didn't attack Sky Pass. It continued moving towards the Academy with incredible speed. They made it there right away and joined the battlefields. The sky of this system was taken over by battleships. Even though the land was exuding bright light, these ships poured down the darkness. The system dimmed as a result. Nothing can save us now. Despair permeated everyone after seeing the full containment. Boom! The radiant tree demon purified the darkness with an attack, blowing away all of his foes. His 3 opponents were completely beaten, bloodied from top to bottom. They stopped buying time and simply retreated, keeping a safe distance. Rumble! The main ship with the dark drill has entered their area. The old demon's eyes narrowed while staring at the ship. He stopped pursuing his opponents. In fact, the battle below also came to a halt. Both the First Dark Legion and the Alliance grouped up again and reformed their formations. The Alliance was surrounded on both sides by this point. The Second Dark Legion, unfortunately, seemed far stronger than the first. What should we do? One ancestor asked. Till the last drop of blood. The commander of the Alliance, 5 Elements goddess Xueqi, powerfully answered. Her soldiers gripped their weapon tightly and clenched their teeth. Immortal lineage required their protection. This responsibility was theirs to shoulder. Immortal lineage has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers indeed. So many years yet someone like you is still here. A calm voice came from the main ship. All eyes were on the tree demon and the main ship now. The fate of immortal lineage was decided by these two. You are also unfathomable. Why not come out and meet me? The tree demon remained composed. Buzz. A person materialized on the deck after a bright flash. Him again? The spectators became startled. They have seen this person before. The messenger from the start. Who would have thought that the messenger was actually the leader of this legion? A dark overlord. Who are you? Light exuded from the old demon's eyes as if 3,000 holy worlds resided in there. This messenger purposely hid his identity so even the demon's all-seeing eyes failed to notice anything. This messenger was definitely not weaker than the old demon. I have long forgotten after severing my past. The messenger sighed and said. Most shuddered after hearing this response. A being strong enough to sever his past? This required insane power. Few progenitors in the history of 3 immortals can match me. Only 10 or so. Which one are you? The tree demon glared at his foe. Everyone saw him fight against 4 progenitors prior. His strength was as clear as day. However, he believed that this messenger was qualified to fight him. A member of the Decemvirate. They instantly came up with this conclusion and carefully stared at the dark messenger, wanting to find some clues. Alas, the shroud of the messenger prevented any spying. A while ago, some ancestors had prepared for this possibility. Alas, reality unfolding still struck hard. The Decemvirate consisted of the greatest existences in 3 immortals. One of them was now on the darkness side. This was another tough setback on their morale. That's not important. The messenger smiled and shook his head. I have heard of your tales. Though you lost to Desolate Saint back then, in my opinion, it's an honorable defeat. Your understanding of the light far surpasses anyone. In the beginning, the majority actually thought that this tree demon was Desolate Saint himself, or a wondrous ancestor of the Academy. Now, they found out that he used to be Desolate Saint's enemy? Truly unexpected. No need to talk about the past. It was the demon's turn to shake his head. Why didn't you copy Desolate Saint? Walk away and there will be a place for you in this vast world. The messenger asked. Unfortunately, I'm not him. He was only a passerby while I was born here and can't just leave. The demon smiled. He paused for a moment before asking. Then what about you? Why didn't you just walk away? Why fall to the darkness? I'm simply making an unprecedented choice for 3 immortals' sake. I have greater pursuits up above. The messenger's eyes became profound. No one else said a thing during their conversation. They were the strongest combatants here right now. The outcome of this match depended on them. There's no saving 3 immortals. Only destruction awaits. The messenger finally concluded. Though he spoke softly, his words smashed everyone's heart like a hammer, causing them to freeze with despair. I actually see the opposite. The demon smiled, Today is your last day. Someone will eradicate your darkness and turn all of you to ashes. You're too optimistic, the messenger said. In the eyes of others, we're at the highest apex of cultivation. In reality, we're nothing more than ants. See, I am nothing more than an errand boy right now. 1. You here is formal/respectful. Chapter 3166. The messenger's comment shook everyone to the core, progenitors included. One could definitely confirm that he was a member of the Decemvirate, a heaven-defying being. Alas, he was serving as an errand boy? This wasn't empty humility. He really meant it. This made everyone wonder about the beings behind the darkness. No one could imagine how terrible they must be. Immortals. One ancestor murmured. This was the only thing people could come up with. Only immortals would be able to command these top progenitors. The majority of the world didn't believe in the existence of immortals. Alas, this seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Just wait and see. Our paths and goals are different. We just need to fight it out. The demon said. Yes. The dark messenger nodded and became solemn. Let me be the one to end this world. Buzz. The demon stopped speaking and raised his hand to gather the light affinity. 3 immortals seemed to be within his grasp right now, resulting in total cosmic control. His body also erupted with a flame of the light affinity, chasing away all the darkness. The inhabitants bathed under this soothing affinity once more. Their fear of darkness was pushed away. They looked up and saw the light illuminating the azure. May the light bless us all. Not just the academy but the entire world started chanting. They bowed in reverence while reciting light mantras. Buzz, all living beings in immortal lineage along with the land sent out their light once more towards the tree demon. Boom! He became the source of the light, an omnipresent ocean. It washed over immortal lineage and gave everyone ample courage. We must defend our world no matter what. The frightened cultivators prior suddenly roared. Their battle spirit surged again. Incredible! The messenger saw the accumulation of the light and said, No one has reached your level with the light outside of Desolate Saint. Make your move. The tree demon's light flame seemed eager to purify all darkness. Very well. The messenger raised his hand and an ancient aura suddenly gushed out. He seemed to be hidden in the river of time like a supreme lord. Nothing would ever be able to shake him. This aura actually left others in awe. Some couldn't help wanting to prostrate. This dark being still possessed a pure aura that has nothing to do with the darkness. Many ancestors started guessing his identity based on this particular aura. I'm starting. The messenger started with a temporal palm seal. Bring it. The tree demon retaliated by raising both hands, directly facing the seal. Boom! A temporal explosion erupted like a broken dam. Violent earthquakes happened all over immortal lineage. Fortunately, their ferocious contest took place in a separate dimension. Otherwise, numerous people would have died from the shockwaves alone. Rumble. The two have exchanged numerous blows in the blink of an eye. The battlefield became engulfed in terrible lights, ravaged by astral gales. They were too fast for regular cultivators. Even the strongest ancestors didn't see anything clearly during this cataclysmic battle. Finish this as fast as possible. Everlasting Jiang appeared and unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony. Bring it! The two shouted while attempting to stop the blow together. Count me in. A different progenitor joined in to stop Everlasting Jiang. A while ago, a total of 6 progenitors tried to stop the sluice. 5 outside of Stone Harmony have yet to show their appearance. Boom! The 3 progenitors formed a triangular formation to stop Everlasting Jiang. The latter fell into a disadvantage regardless of his power. I'm coming. Lotus Ancestor noticed this and wanted to assist him. Unfortunately, Cicada and 8 treasures blocked her path. I've heard of your exploits long ago. A second unknown progenitor also joined these two. These dark progenitors wanted to kill the powerful combatants in immortal lineage as fast as possible. Lotus Ancestor had no choice but to rush forward with a green radiance. The other 3 progenitors also released their auras in response. Boom! 1 against 3. A monstrous battle ensued. Boom! Bamboo Progenitor's gigantic form blocked Orchid Sage and Luminous Master from helping her. Meanwhile, Left bank progenitor appeared behind them to stop them from escaping. I apologize as seniors needing to bully the juniors. Alas, the circumstances dictate so. Left bank progenitor shook his head and said. The two new progenitors naturally were no match for these veterans. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to force a fair duel. Luminous Master and Orchid Sage exchanged glances. Let's get started then, senior. Orchid Sage swung his brush and created an army of gods and devils. Luminous Master exuded his golden radiance. The army of the sage became adorned with golden armors, seemingly unbreakable. Take them down. The army created and empowered by these two progenitors marched towards Bamboo and Left Bank. Chapter 3167. Boom. Meanwhile, Trinity Eccentric initiated a battle with Tenacious Fardao again. This time around, another unknown progenitor joined the fray on the side of Tenacious. These two have been fighting evenly, so the Eccentric fell into a disadvantage right away, only able to passively defend himself. Finish this, sweep through this place and destroy the Academy, then 5 Elements Mountain. The two remaining unknown progenitors personally led the Dark Legions to attack the Alliance. My ass! The gigantic bull roared and thrust its horns towards one of them. Come! This progenitor laughed and retaliated with a heavenly seal. The bull had no choice but to fight this progenitor alone because 2 progenitors could wipe out tens of million troops instantly. In fact, just handling one was tough enough, let alone 2. The soldiers were nothing more than ants compared to them. Start. The last progenitor moved forward. The Alliance had no other choices. They faced a pincer attack from both of the Dark Legions on top of suffering the aura of a progenitor. He rampaged through the battlefield and massacred countless soldiers. Thus, Hui Qingxian, Holy Frost, Violet Dragon, Supreme, and other emperors and everlastings worked together to stop this progenitor. Rumble! More than 10 masters faced him head-on. They were all top existences only beneath the progenitorial realm. This would go down as a famous tale as well. This brutal contest had one everlasting and emperor exploding into fleshy bits after another. Kill them all! The soldiers of the Alliance were ready for death and marched towards the Dark Legions. Their opponents didn't need to shout. Due to their formational advantage, they easily pushed the Alliance to the brink of death. The individual members of the Dark Legions were just too strong, capable of pushing the Alliance soldiers back. Countless generals and soldiers were massacred. Their corpses and blood rained down. The brutality of this war was obvious, but the Alliance couldn't back down. No one tried to escape and only wished to fight the Dark Legions till death. We're mobilizing. Tai Inchi saw this and gave the order. Commander, what about the sky moat? One general asked. What's the point of this place if immortal lineage is no longer there? We won't last afterward anyway. Tai Inchi shouted. The generals shuddered and agreed with this logic. Let's go, protect immortal lineage. The generals ordered their individual battalions and mobilized towards the Dark Legions. Kill them. The morale of the Alliance rose with the help of Sky Pass Legion. The survivors grouped up and rushed forward again. This battle was obviously brutal, but the same was happening above with the progenitors. Unfortunately, immortal lineage was also losing on this front, completely taking a thrashing. The only exception was the old demon who fought evenly against the Dark Messenger. The other progenitors from this world were all losing. The demon and the messenger were too strong. Their battlefield was shrouded by lightning bolts and chaos. No one could see anything, only some flashing figures at best. Rumble! Everlasting Jiang had wounds all over from fighting against 3 progenitors. Nonetheless, he was still spirited and unyielding like a divine mountain. His domineering perseverance was commendable. Pluff! Coiling Dragon left behind a bone-deep cut on the Everlasting's chest with his claw. Numerous ribs were broken as well. It's not too late to run, Stone Harmony said as he released a meteor at the Everlasting. Never! Everlasting Jiang tried his best to block it, only to lose an arm. Have it your way. The unknown progenitor shot out thousands of laws in the form of arrows towards the Everlasting's chest. Blood splashed again, but the Everlasting still didn't give up. On the other side, Lotus Progenitor was also grievously wounded. She couldn't handle fighting against 3 progenitors. As she retreated into the horizon, a divine mountain with several colors appeared. Hymns echoed as it began blessing her. The blessing of the mountain still can't save you. 8 treasures attacked with numerous weapons again. Lotus Ancestor became resplendent and fought the trio again. She vomited blood while using profound techniques. You won't last much longer. Cicada's wings cut down, releasing blinding slashes all over. The Ancestor turned into a lotus as a defensive measure. Alas, the trio managed to cut down numerous petals and leaves, eventually getting through to her real body. The ones suffering the most were Luminous Master and Orchid Sage. They didn't stand a chance against Bamboo and Left Bank Progenitor. After several powerful hits, both got turned to bloody mists. However, time started reversing since the inhabitants of immortal lineage were praying for them. This faith allowed them to come back again. This was the only thing they had going for them, being the progenitors of the current generation. They could utilize its temporal affinity and the faith of its inhabitants. These things kept them alive. Again. They roared and darted forward again, aware that they had no chance of winning. However, they needed to keep these two at bay in order to stop them from killing others. This isn't salvageable. Left Bank shook his head. The sage and the master didn't say anything and continued using their strongest techniques and treasures. You won't last much longer. Tenacious Fa Dao shouted on another front. Trinity Eccentric was fighting while retreating. He threw down gold coins capable of stealing the fortune of heaven. They turned into heavenly formations and earth tribulations in order to stop Tenacious and another progenitor. Unfortunately, both weren't enough to stop his foes. They were too strong and could easily break through these formations with just a few moves. However, Trinity was able to buy more time because his supply of gold coins seemed endless. Meanwhile, the bull was blown away by his foe. This progenitor grabbed one horn and shouted, "Break!" Crack! He successfully ripped out the horn. "I'll kill you!" The bloodied bull lunged forward in a futile manner. Ah! Below, the Alliance was being massacred. 80 to 90% has been killed. More systems continued to send their legions, but this still wasn't enough. They were only coming to die. Heaven has forsaken our world. One ancestor screamed in despair after seeing the miserable situation. Ah! Hui Qingxuan's group was in shambles. The last progenitor decapitated several everlastings. Supreme Emperor was cut into 2 halves while Tai Inchi also lost one arm. No one can save you. 3 immortals will fall. This progenitor swept through the battlefield uncontested. No! People cried out while watching their fellow soldiers scream and fall. Who told you that? Suddenly, a figure landed from above. Boom! He punched forward, revealing his supremacy. The progenitor got sent flying and vomited blood. Fiercest! Some lucky survivors shouted after seeing this newcomer. Chapter 3168. It's fiercest. The survivors shouted at this sight. He's finally helping us and saving immortal lineage. Another screamed. The strongest in our world. We're saved. Some started tearing up. Everyone in immortal lineage saw hope again with his appearance, hoping that his invincibility would be enough to kill these dark invaders. Li Qie glanced at the battlefield and saw the mountains of corpses. Tens of million troops have been massacred. Even the commanders consisting of emperors and everlastings have gone down. Darkness? I'll let you all have a taste of fear from the real darkness. Li Qie let out a faint smile. Poof! An evil flame surged at an incredible rate from him, becoming increasingly ferocious. Eventually, it turned into a terrible beam capable of crushing the firmaments and all else. He became a fiend, a supreme devil king with absolute authority. His gaze alone could incinerate the 9 heavens and annihilate the gods and emperors. Boom! The beam started sweeping the area, cutting through space and time. Ah! Thousands of dark invaders exploded after being hit by the beam and turned into smoke. Rumble! The ships above were cut to pieces, reduced to falling fireballs slamming into the ground. This fiery form of his looked unstoppable. Even the fallen progenitors were only minor characters in comparison. It didn't take long before he massacred the Dark Legions uncontested. Fiercest is really invincible, we're saved. Numerous members of the Alliance started crying. Your Excellency, please save 3 immortals. Some got on their knees and started bowing. Die! The progenitor that got blown away earlier returned and attacked from above. His technique made the myriad Dao bellow in pain. You're courting death. Li Qie chuckled. Boom! The dark flames suddenly converged around his fist. His arm resembled a dragon god with golden scales. Its weight could crush the entire world. His punch easily pierced through the progenitor's technique and seized the guy's throat like a pincer. This scene was too shocking and caught the crowd off guard. An immortal-level progenitor seemed helpless against fiercest while hanging in the air by the neck. Boom! Li Qie smashed his face down on the ground with enough force to strip away his flesh, revealing the skull. Boom! 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 Li Qie didn't stop and smashed repeatedly, leaving a deep pit stained by blood and bits of flesh. Stop! A sharp ray pierced through the air after a shout. Bamboo's old root flew straight at Li Qie, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Watch out! The spectators shouted in horror, but the root was so fast that it was already inches from Li Qie's forehead. Time suddenly stagnated. A second became a million years. People could see the next action clearly. Li Qie held the root between his fingers. Boom! He then flipped his hand and broke it apart. Ah! This pain was unbearable because the root has always been there for bamboo. In the next second, Li Qie appeared next to bamboo's gigantic frame and unleashed a flurry of punches. The tree fell to the ground, smashing one mountain after another. This bamboo tree was verdant with countless leaves a while ago. As time went on, the leaves have been stripped off from the impact, leaving a barren tree broken in many places. He then lifted the tree up, then pinned it down on the ground like a real tree. It wouldn't be easy for bamboo to come back out due to the damages suffered. Yes! The spectators couldn't help cheering him on. Our savior! Our guardian! Some became emotional and loud. Excited cheers and weeping could be heard all over immortal lineage. Seal! Cicada's group dropped their current battle and focused on suppressing Li Qie. Boom! Time and space suddenly shrank by the power of the Grand Tao. The entire area was forced into a little section. Even the stars and the light had no way to escape from this sealing technique. There would be no way out. He would be stuck in there for millions of years. Boom! Li Qie exuded the brightest light, reaching all the way to uncrossable expanse and the other two worlds. The detonations erupted on an exponential scale. One probably could still hear the remnant vibrations long into the future. The powerful seal of 3 progenitors couldn't handle this bright explosion and crumbled. All 3 progenitors got sent flying for 10 million miles, grievously injured. Chapter 3169. The swift beating dished out by Li Qie left the world in a state of fear and tranquility. Not to mention regular people. Even the other progenitors stood there in a daze. Boom! Li Qie didn't stop there and moved forward, crushing the various affinities with just one stomp. He didn't need to use laws and merit laws to dominate. The progenitor fighting against the bull became aghast, shifting his focus and treasures on stopping the incoming stomp. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough and he got smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Many bones were broken. Haha! You're all finished, our backup is here. The bull laughed, not caring about its serious wounds. After taking down this progenitor, Li Qie shifted to another battlefield where everlasting Jiang was in a horribly mangled state. Nonetheless, he kept on resisting. These 3 progenitors couldn't react in time before Li Qie grabbed Coiling Dragon's tail and lifted him up. His massive frame didn't matter at all, completely helpless against Li Qie. Li Qie smashed another progenitor with Coiling Dragon, using him like a spear. The victim's armor instantly crumbled. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Die! Stone Harmony progenitor retaliated by shooting a heavenly seal at Li Qie's head. Boom! The seal exploded into 1,000 meteors. Li Qie raised his spear and smashed away all the meteors. Coiling Dragon bellowed from the pain after being struck head-on. Li Qie then swung Coiling Dragon into the heavenly seal, instantly crushing it. Both Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony vomited blood. He then suddenly let go of Coiling Dragon, throwing him straight at Stone Harmony. The two of them smashed onto the ground and broke all the nearby mountains. Everlasting Jiang didn't even have time to thank Li Qie before the latter moved onto the next battlefield where Trinity Eccentric was. Trinity was fighting against tenacious Fardao and another progenitor. He was retreating and buying time while laying traps, but he still got caught, resulting in grave injuries. Tenacious Fardao and this progenitor have been waiting for Li Qie. The moment he got there, Tenacious attacked with a chilling wave of light. Zzz. Time and space froze immediately. This light wave was something extremely cold, capable of freezing anything. Li Qie and the area around him became a large glacier. Shit! One spectator screamed. However, this didn't affect him at all. The glacier was still moving forward. Boom! His two foes tried to dodge but still got struck by the glacier. The glacier pushed them all the way to the ground before exploding. Li Qie walked out, unharmed. Yes! The inhabitants of Immortal Lineage applauded. Fiercest, fiercest, fiercest. His title echoed across Immortal Lineage since the capable spectators saw him taking down one progenitor after another. His next target was the battlefield between the old tree demon and the dark messenger. The two retreated and the messenger didn't attack Li Qie right away, only staring intensely at him. The other fallen progenitors have also backed off. They knew that defeating this person was necessary in order to take down Immortal Lineage. Your nemesis is here. The old demon laughed and didn't feel like fighting anymore. He returned to the Academy's ground. Li Qie had garnered the full focus from the Legions of Darkness by this point. They no longer cared about the other combatants. So powerful. You might be the second strongest being I have seen. The messenger praised. That was only a warm-up, nothing more. Li Qie leisurely said. Fiercest will win for sure, I just know it. One spectator said before the next set of battles. Everyone in Immortal Lineage became Li Qie's biggest supporters. They prayed for his victory while thinking that he was the only one who could save them. Looks like everyone is counting on you. The messenger heard them and said. It's no big deal. If your Dark Overlord doesn't come, I can kill all of you in a few moves, then I'll head over to Uncrossable Expanse for another massacre. Li Qie said. You're quite confident. 8 Treasures progenitor became dissatisfied. Though they lost to him in the first exchange, there were 12 progenitors here on top of one Fardao. This was an unstoppable group even from a historical perspective. That's why Li Qie's claim of defeating them in a few moves was considered haughty. Is that so? I don't even need to go all out to defeat your bunch. Li Qie smiled. Boom! His palaces started flying out. 13 palaces. His opponents became shocked at this sight after seeing all 13. There are really 13 of them. Looks like my defeat was justified. Bamboo Progenitor emotionally said. He didn't like the swift defeat earlier but finally took it in stride after seeing the palaces. A miracle of the ages. Someone has actually done it. Cicada said. I have never been able to see the door to this level, yet you have created them. Incredible. Tenacious Fardao slightly bowed. The entire group exchanged glances. Their expression became solemn and heavy. The same with their breathing. A while ago, they thought that he had the element of surprise on his side. Now, they were at a loss for words. Only praises could be heard from the group. I can't believe this is possible. Coiling Dragon, who got toyed with earlier, murmured. Chapter 3170. The 13 palaces hanging in the air were unique in history. The progenitors present had no choice but to be lost in awe and admiration. This miracle was the first in 3 immortals. The greatest progenitor of our world. One ancestor got on his knees and shouted. Our invincible savior. He deserves the title of Prime. Others kneeled as well, treating Li Qie as the strongest and their savior. The dark progenitors had no choice but to watch in silence. None of them objected. Though a few actually thought that calling him Prime Progenitor was a bit too much, they wouldn't vocally oppose it. Creating 13 palaces was a peerless achievement. Even if he wasn't the greatest, he wasn't that far off. No one on the dark side dared to challenge him one-on-one, fully aware that this was futile. A fight like that would end with them being dominated despite being at the immortal level. In fact, the Dark Messenger, a potential member of the Decemvirate, also had a serious expression. Li Qie was the second strongest he had seen outside of the terrifying dark existence. It's great that someone has managed to do this in 3 immortals. I have heard of this possibility during my youth and painstakingly attempted to get the 13th one to no avail, Just missing one last step. The messenger said with respect. Since you have done it, calling you prime in this world isn't out of line. Virtually everyone became convinced after hearing this. A member of the Decemvirate was definitely an apex figure in Three Immortals. His words carried ample weight. If he believed that Xueqi was worthy of the title prime, this should be the case. Just casually got it, that's all. Xueqi smiled and said. People found it unbelievable to hear this. Some even became crazy. The dark progenitors smiled wryly in response. As immortal-level progenitors, they have tried to break the limit before in order to come up with a miracle. Unfortunately, their effort yielded zero fruit. Thus, Xueqi's comment was rage-inducing to say the least. People couldn't help wanting to choke him for being so ridiculous. You should have run far away with this achievement, the Dark Messenger said without any animosity. I'm sure you would have found another place to stay, a place to call home. Unfortunately, your miracle dies here along with Three Immortals. My home is on the battlefield, fighting until I slay all the fake immortals. That's what should be done. Xueqi responded in a domineering manner. Well said. Those from immortal lineage cheered. Very courageous and commendable. I once harbored the same ambition as you. The messenger was slightly moved and nodded. Everyone else became silent. No one would dare to mock a member of the Decemvirate because the majority really believed him. How many have reached his height? Even regular progenitors needed to look up to see him. Thus, his fallen state was truly a shame. He withdrew his blurred gaze and shook his head. But in the end, it's all pointless. When we possessed magnificent aspiration and confidence, those above looked down and saw all of this, thinking how funny it is to watch the ants struggle. This emotional response pained the listeners. This progenitor must have experienced something dreadful, something powerful beyond their imagination. So what? Take them all down too. I will enter the expanse and kill all those standing in my way, establishing my supremacy. Xueqi nonchalantly smiled. Everyone felt a loud thump as if they were smashed by a hammer, the fallen progenitors included. No one thought that he was only spewing bullshit. He spoke with such conviction and confidence that the crowd became affected, fully convinced by him. So courageous, but, Eight Treasures' progenitor became emotional but stopped speaking, seemingly afraid of something. I know what you want to say, he is slumbering in uncrossable expanse, but that's not important. Provoke me and I'll take him down too, Xueqi said. People felt their blood boiling. Some started gazing towards the direction of uncrossable expanse. They could imagine fiercest traveling through the waves and sweeping through the darkness, bringing peace to immortal lineage. I'm sure you will stay true to your words. The Dark Messenger's eyes became profound. He put on a serious expression and continued. But even in the case of success at the expanse, it still won't change anything. There was a tinge of sadness now in his voice. Three Immortals have been exposed. Its doomsday is inevitable. Only a matter of time. Even if I can't destroy it, someone else will. The Dark Messenger had higher status and knew more than the progenitors. He didn't mind speaking out, unlike the others. I disagree. The world will continue to exist as long as I'm around. Xueqi didn't buy it. Leave, we'll pretend to not see you here. The messenger tried his best to see through Xueqi before suggesting. This made everyone nervous. All eyes became fixated on Xueqi. They were afraid that he might actually leave. He was the only one who could save them now. His departure meant the end of Three Immortals. You're mistaken about something. I don't consider your group as real opponents. It's not hard to destroy all of you or your master if he comes here. I'll cut off his dog head. Xueqi shook his head. Damn. Fiercest will really win. Some cultivators below started shouting. Obviously. Fiercest can't lose. An air of confidence permeated immortal lineage. On the other hand, the Dark Messenger and the progenitors didn't become angry. If you wish to make a real change, a true victory, you should leave. The messenger sincerely said, you haven't reached a level of invincibility yet. Buying more time is essential instead of reckless action. Chapter 3171. The messenger was awfully earnest with his words. His voice and expression said that it came from the heart without any ulterior motive. He was really trying to give Xueqi a chance to leave. The The crowd became nervous, wanting to know what Li Chia would do. No need, it's enough right now. I'm waiting for your master, but it looks like he's not coming. Li Chia leisurely said. He paused for a bit before continuing while looking at his foes. Of course, maybe the master will show up after I beat his dogs. Nonetheless, I do appreciate your goodwill, but I have made up my mind. This firm answer reassured the nervous crowd. Our savior. Numerous cultivators kowtowed to him. The dark progenitors turned the sight towards the messenger, waiting for him to make a decision. We won't force the issue then. However, not even you will be able to stop us from destroying immortal lineage. The messenger said. Let's just fight then. We'll see if your master will come after you're dead. Li Chia lazily stretched, then asked, one by one or all together? I don't care either way, you pick. They turned their gaze back on him. As progenitors, they have grown used to dominating, but now, Li Chia treated them with such disdain. Anger wasn't their reaction. In fact, their eyes turned brighter, eager to give it a shot. Most of them were taken down by him earlier, so they knew that fighting fairly was idiotic. Thus, the question became how much power could they draw out of him while fighting together? They wanted to see his actual abilities. Their battle spirit surged, wanting to see the invincibility of someone with 13 palaces. We're absolutely not a match for you individually, so we must shamelessly come together. Forgive us. Left bank progenitor responded. Progenitors rarely work together, let alone more than 10. Alas, they didn't have a choice today against a monster of this level. I agree. Coiling Dragon couldn't wait much longer. All of us together then? The remaining progenitors exchanged glances. That's fine, go for it. Li Chia laughed in response. Everyone below started sweating for him. This might be an unprecedented feat, fighting against 11 progenitors at the same time. Not even a member of the Decemvirate had done it previously. It seemed too risky. However, no one could really do anything. They were too weak to help him. Praying was the only thing they could do. It's all about survival. Leave honor and glory aside. Tenacious Fardao uttered coldly. I'm not interested in this circus act and do not want to die. I'm leaving. His figure shifted into disappearance for a quick escape. The messenger's eyes narrowed, but he didn't do nor say anything. He didn't wish to have any internal conflict before the fight. That might prove to be fatal. The spectators couldn't believe it. Even the dark progenitors found this astounding. Numerous masters would rather die in battle than escaping like a coward. However, Tenacious Fardao didn't give a damn. He only wanted to survive, even if it meant ruining his reputation in front of everyone. Victory and defeat didn't matter to him. He simply didn't wish to die to Li Chia. Tenacious Fardao. A spectator murmured this title. Today, his image was completely broken. So many viewed him as a great figure and role model in the past. They believed that he was unyielding and determined, fearless as well. None of these characteristics were shown today. Nonetheless, he himself had said that survival was his main goal. The virtues attached to him were added by the future generations stemming from their imagination. Thus, this action wasn't contrary to his original intention. He clearly knew that Li Chia was too strong. Fighting seemed suicidal, so why not escape first? Glory and pride were meaningless in his eyes. People could call him a lowly coward all they want. Maybe that's just the nature of men. One ancestor murmured in a daze, able to sympathize with Tenacious Fardao. Of course, many were disappointed as well, especially those who were motivated after hearing stories about him. Tenacious is gone, but we can still sweep through 3 immortals. The messenger coldly said. Let's team up for one fight. The other progenitors agreed for 2 main reasons. First, they couldn't handle running away from a junior just like Tenacious. But the second reason was the most important. They wanted to see the power and profundity of the 13 palaces. They would regret letting go of this chance for the rest of their lives otherwise. Spread out for the formation, immortal descent. The messenger ordered. The others immediately moved to surround him, forming various momentums in the form of a true dragon or Kuan Pang. They have yet to attack, yet still gave the impression that they were the rulers of immortal lineage. This wasn't far from the truth. 11 progenitors on the same team were as frightening and unbeatable as can be. However, Li Chia remained nonchalant. One notable thing was that the dark messenger stood outside the formation, seemingly waiting for the right opportunity to take Xueqi down. We have 12 men with numerous killing moves. Let's see what your 13 palaces can do. The messenger said. Seems like you've come prepared. Xueqi stared at him first, then the rest of the progenitors. He was right, they have come up with ways to deal with various scenarios. We will resort to any means necessary to kill you, including a backstab. The messenger said. Please be careful now, it's a fight to the death. A sneak attack was dishonorable, but this was as open and candid as can be. At least the messenger was upfront about it. Indeed. Xueqi didn't blame them. Let's get started. We'll see if a miracle will happen today. The messenger told the 11 progenitors. Chapter 3172. 11 progenitors with the dark messenger backing them up. This group was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. They didn't need to activate their auras at all. Just their presence alone spoke plenty. None could breathe normally in immortal lineage. They felt like ants being stepped on by a giant. No one has ever seen such a mighty group before. 11 progenitors meant invincibility. Who in this world could take them on? Of course, everyone suddenly stared at Xueqi with both hope and worries in their eyes. Can Fiercest do it? One master said reticently. He might be the only one who heard it. In reality, those in immortal lineage didn't look down on Xueqi. They actually considered him to be the strongest of their world, their prime progenitor. However, 1 against 11? One couldn't be confident under such disadvantageous circumstances. Moreover, there was an even stronger dark messenger behind them. Potentially a member of the Decemvirate. The high heaven has eyes and will help Fiercest repel the darkness to save 3 immortals. Everyone started to pray quietly again. Cultivation was about defying the heaven and natural orders. Alas, they had no choice but to pray to the heaven today. Most never believed that the heaven has eyes, only that the world was ruled by the strongest. They went against their belief today by praying. Fiercest will be victorious. 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 A chant broke out before the battle. Victorious. Waves after waves of cheering echoed. This didn't only serve to encourage Xueqi but also themselves. This was the only way to feel better. If he were to lose? They didn't even dare nor want to think about this possibility. Excuse us then. One of the progenitors got to the point without wasting words. Boom! Their auras erupted and terrorized immortal lineage, causing violent earthquakes everywhere. Everyone felt unrest, akin to being stuck on a ship during a violent storm out in the ocean. This naturally scared the soul out of them. They started grabbing the thing nearest to them. A pillar, digging deep into the mud with both hands, or actually jumping down a pit. The power present could turn this world and its inhabitants into dust at any moment. Boom! The domain around them became engulfed in flames. Even the sun rays couldn't pierce through. Each spark of flame had an unreal destructive property. The strongest lineage and cultivator would stand 0 chance. They gathered into a grand momentum. This eventually resulted in a temporal blockade in the form of many waves. Time has always flowed since the start of the world. This flow never changed regardless of what happened. However, the flow of time has been stopped here due to a massive tsunami created by these progenitors. The future was no longer there. Only the past and present existed now. Everyone suddenly lost their future. No tomorrow, no descendants, everything stopped here and now. This was a bizarre yet dreadful feeling. Nothing was scarier than not having a future. Immortal descent! The 11 roared in unison, mixing the yin and yang together to form a new world. An immortal ray suddenly descended from above, illuminating the river of time. It wasn't affected nor withered by this temporal flow at all. Normally, crossing the river of time would age anyone to death. This was inevitable. Alas, this ray crossed through billions of years and remained unchanging. It didn't weaken, seemingly eternal. What's going on? Everyone had a bad feeling while watching this. Time was the most frightening affinity. No one wanted to be caught because just one wrong move would result in grave consequences, potentially death. Thus, this move focusing on the river of time was as ominous as can be. Rumble. The ray issued continuous detonations. It seemed to be absorbing the chaos energy of the myriad realms and ages. Yin and Yang became friends. The karmic cycles met the reincarnation cycles. This resulted in a wondrous phenomenon. Karma turned into the head. The reincarnation cycle turned into the body. Yin and Yang formed the four limbs. A massive figure stood among the temporal river, looking like the Lord of Time. Chapter 3173. This figure was made from three incredible affinities and seemed to not belong to any era in this world. Perhaps someone like it could only come from the immortal world. Even the strongest characters in existence had a physical body, usually made from flesh and blood. Who else could use the yin and yang, karma, and samsara to form a body? This was a peerless feat, impossible to replicate. As the world stared at this figure, they suddenly saw some images belonging to the past. Everything of theirs became bare for the figure to see. Being auraless didn't make it any less imposing. It didn't seem to be restricted by time. Splash! They heard a splashing sound as the figure took a step forward to cross through everything. Splash! It was heading upstream. Meanwhile, people were remembering their first cry after being born. They saw themselves as a newborn, eventually learning how to walk and the first time wandering away from home. Essentially, their most important memories were being replayed. Some of these memories have been forgotten. For example, when they tried to speak, the first person they met during their Tao debut. Some have lived for thousands or even hundreds of thousand years. They have forgotten too many things until now. Everything appeared so clearly in their mind, resulting in a phenomenon close to a rebirth. Shit! An invincible ancestor shouted in horror. He wants to reverse time and change the past. What? An everlasting couldn't believe it. What do you mean? One expert didn't realize the significance behind this. Imagine you without your birth. The invincible ancestor turned pale. The expert trembled with fear. He imagined himself being crushed in the womb. This meant that he would cease to exist. Changing the past was absolutely horrifying. Just one minor thing could cause great changes. Numerous people and systems would disappear. The figure suddenly stopped and bent down. It reached into the river of time, causing bright ripples. It seemed to be looking for a particular period. What the hell? All of three immortals suddenly swayed back and forth, nearly assuming a liquefied state. Everyone and the landscape became fuzzy. He's not attacking fiercest, he's trying to change time. Another screamed. These 11 progenitors were trying to change the past, perhaps stopping fiercest from being born or preventing a particular event in history. Any of this would have unthinkable ramifications. If the river of time collapses, the world will turn to ashes. One everlasting concluded. These progenitors didn't need to attack Xueqi. They just needed to break a section of time. That might be enough to destroy the past of this world. Fiercest would naturally go down as well. Buzz. 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 Many people started disappearing. The remaining spectators saw the figures raising the flow of time. This caused gaps and errors in history. Because of this, some people in the present disappeared from thin air as if they have never been born before. No. One peerless everlasting felt this ahead of time and bellowed. Rumble. One system after another in immortal lineage collapsed. Nothing was left to indicate its previous existence. Cracks appeared all over three immortals. A total collapse seemed imminent. Sir, do something or we're done for. Hurry. The bull was beginning to disappear. Pop. It was gone in the next second. Buzz. Xueqi emerged in the river of time, right in the place held by the great figure. He was pulsing with temporal affinity as if he represented time itself. The him right now was only an avatar made by time. A temporal messenger of sorts, the true master of this river. Or in other words, he was time and time was him. Looking for me? He chuckled while staring at the figure, not really nervous in the slightest. It was as if he couldn't give a damn about the destruction of the world and all living beings. The figure took one step backward. Starry lights gathered in its eyes. The power of the ages. Boom! A devastating beam shot out with enough intensity for an eternal illumination. Unfortunately, you don't know that I am the lord of this river, an undying specter. Xueqi smiled. Boom! He raised his finger and the entire river suddenly pierced through the figure's chest. Time instantly corroded the figure even though it was made from three incredible affinities. This wasn't enough to stop the withering of time. Boom! It exploded into little particles, looking just like decoration for this river. Pop! 3 immortals reappeared. This time around, the grand momentum of the 11 progenitors exploded. All 11 were blown away. Chapter 3174. The powerful progenitors still couldn't withstand the explosion of their momentum. They were the closest, so escaping was impossible. They suffered varying degrees of damage. One got his head blown off, another had a hole on the chest, one more lost his arm. Meanwhile, the fuzzy world and liquefied inhabitants appeared again and became normal as before. "I'm still alive," one ecstatic man shouted before hurriedly touching his face and body. He didn't lose a single hair from the ordeal. Others looked around and saw the erased systems present. The land they stood on seemed the same as ever. The only real change was the damages inflicted on the 11 progenitors. The figure on the river of time was no longer there. Fiercest can win. They realized that Xueqi had stopped the figure from altering the river of time. "I'm sure he got this. Fiercest will be victorious." The inhabitants of immortal lineage started shouting, the loudest they have ever gotten in their life. By this point, it became as clear as day that he was the only one who could take down the darkness. The spectators clenched their fists, waiting for his inevitable victory. Meanwhile, the Dark Messenger stood there patiently in spite of his allies' first setback. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. Perhaps he was waiting for the right moment, the right opening, in order to deliver a fatal blow. Xueqi needed to be careless for him to have a chance. Of course, it wasn't that easy to kill a progenitor. The 11 progenitors created a new body in no time at all. Not a single wound could be seen. The crowd took a deep breath. Killing one was hard enough, let alone 11. So how can he kill them? One expert said. They haven't reached a level high enough to know this. Xueqi didn't seem to give a damn and let them do whatever they wanted. "I have absolute authority with regards to the temporal domain. I've experienced the samsara in that river. Trying to end me there is foolish, to say the least." He smiled and shook his head. Remember, the time scripture was in his possession and he had researched its origin. The progenitor's peerless technique couldn't contest with his knowledge. He wasn't exaggerating either. He was able to trace the source without being lost in the river of time. Thus, he had reached the level of moving freely in this domain. "We still underestimated you," the messenger reflected and said. "In history, only a selected few have reached this height with regards to time control. Time was one of the hardest affinities to grasp. Even beings of their levels needed to exercise caution when dealing with time. On the other hand, Xueqi could move around freely there. Quite a shocking development. You're not underestimating me, just overestimating your technique. You think that just because your master gave it to you that it'll be able to change time? You're nothing more than experiments. If changing the past is this easy, people would have done it long ago." Xueqi paused for a bit before continuing. "The high heaven would be able to change everything with a flick of his finger. No need to bother with so many tedious things. Oh wait, I forgot, this is 3 immortals. You haven't seen it yet." Xueqi was right. Heavenly tribulations were awfully rare in 3 immortals. Supreme existences like progenitors or other masters only had a faint idea of the high heaven. "I understand now, you don't belong to this world." The Dark Messenger slightly raised his brows and finally concluded. "And it shouldn't be surprising." Xueqi smiled. "There is always a higher sky and a better man." The messenger nodded in agreement. "I have heard of this possibility before but lacked the ability to do so. I truly want to go visit your world. Unfortunately, I do not welcome any of you." Xueqi snorted in response. "No eggs will stay intact beneath a toppled nest." The messenger sincerely said, "Once 3 immortals are finished, your world will be next. No worlds are lucky enough to be the exception. No, no one is lucky enough to dip a finger in the pie while I'm around. Your master is no exception." Xueqi smiled. The messenger seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes flashed with a glint. "I hope so. Your power is undeniable and worthy of admiration. Alas, you still won't be able to escape. We will show you our Paragon artifacts today." "Paragon artifact? A complete one?" Everyone was shaken to hear this. In history, numerous progenitors have tried to craft these weapons. Unfortunately, very few could actually finish one. In order to be eligible, one must be at the immortal level first. That's why very few paragon artifacts were around. They were rarely passed down to the descendants too. After all, they were the ace cards of the progenitors. I have seen some before, no big deal. Li Qie smiled. These invincible treasures were priceless in the eyes of others. Alas, they sounded like nothing coming from him. That's our prime progenitor for you. Numerous experts became excited and didn't think that he was being arrogant at all. It's different this time. The messenger didn't become angry and said, "These treasures are a set of 3 made by our Lord, powerful enough to surpass anything. I'm sure you'll change your mind after seeing them." A set of 3? This made the crowd feel worse. None has ever seen a set of paragon artifacts before. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.